India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Business Boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
Welcome to day 2 of India Global Forum, live from the Taj Hotel in London.
Now, if you were with us yesterday, you'll know that we covered just about everything. We had sessions looking at global health, at climate change, at leadership, at economic recovery, at ESG, at tourism, and at trade.
We've talked about how to deal with a pandemic that is still with us and how we can turn crisis into opportunity, looking at how the world sees India and how India sees the world. I'm Edie Lush.
And I'm Ben Thompson, and we will be, once again, your guides through this, the second day of what is a truly global event.
Our theme is Future Now, radical actions for the post-pandemic era. And this is an event for you. We want you to be part of the conversation as well. You can get involved on our website, indiaglobalforum.com.
And remember, you can follow the conversation on social media. Use the hashtag FutureNow. On all of the videos, contents, any of the highlights and images and videos from today's sessions and those of yesterday will be posted on Twitter as IGF Updates, so you can follow the team right there.
So let's get started. We know that the creation of the vaccine for COVID-19 has been no less than a scientific miracle. And both the UK and India should be proud of the role that we have played in protecting the world. But distribution remains unequal. We're going to kick off now with a special message from Dr. Tedros of the WHO about what we must do now to protect the world.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, the development of safe and effective vaccines against COVID-19 in record time has given us all hope of light at the end of the tunnel. But vast inequities in access to vaccines are fueling a two-track pandemic. While some countries have reached high levels of vaccine coverage, many others don't have enough to vaccinate health workers, older people, and other at-risk groups. The pandemic shows the risk of relying on a few companies to supply global public goods like vaccines. The consequences of the resulting inequities is that cases and deaths from COVID-19 globally remain high in many areas, even as new variants of concern are emerging. When some countries cannot vaccinate, it's a threat to all countries. WHO is calling for a global effort to vaccinate at least 10% of the population of every country by September, at least 40% by the end of the year, and at least 70% by the middle of next year. Vaccine equity is not just the right thing to do. It's the best way to control the pandemic and reboot the global economy. Until we end the pandemic everywhere, we will not end it anywhere. I thank you.
It's a stark and sobering message from Dr. Tedros. No one is safe until we are all safe. But is this message falling on deaf ears? Or ears that want to hear a different story? The world is so keen to get back to work, to school, to travel, to move on. I woke up to the news today in the UK that everyone here aged 50 and over will receive a third jab, a booster jab in September. In the US, children aged 12 and above are getting jabbed. How do we deal with this great COVID divide that Tedros has just pointed out to us? I am delighted to welcome to the stage COVID-19 vaccine deployment, Nadeem Zahawi. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Let's just go right to it. How fair is the global vaccine rollout?
So let me just step back. I think Dr. Tedros is right to say we need to protect the whole world, which is why my Prime Minister Boris Johnson has set a target that we vaccinate the whole world by the end of next year. When we set up the Vaccines Task Force way back in March, April of last year, it was given two priorities, equal priorities. One is discover the teams that will deliver, contract with them, or bring them to the UK, manufacture in the UK, and we're manufacturing 3 out of the 8 vaccines that I've contracted with. So that's priority number one. Priority two, equal to it, way back then, for the Vaccines Task Force is give me a strategy of how you're going to help the world. So we were instrumental in putting together the COVAX infrastructure. We put 540 million, so £500 million to work to manufacture 1 billion doses for low and middle income countries. We went further in that vaccine that the British taxpayer has effectively supported in its development, the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. That is delivered at no profit whilst the pandemic is with the world. So about 500 million of the 1.5 billion doses that have been produced already of vaccines, 500 million is Oxford AstraZeneca. The majority of that, over 80%, is going to low and middle income countries, and that is rising. So when I speak to the Serum Institute of India, they're currently at 100 million doses a month production of the Oxford AstraZeneca, about to move to 200 million doses a month of Oxford AstraZeneca. Pfizer equally, and I pay tribute not just to Pascal Soriot at AstraZeneca, but to Albert Bourla at Pfizer. From the outset of our negotiations with Pfizer-BioNTech, they always spoke of vaccine equity and equality, and they will come countries, 60% of their production will be that. Now, when you look at production globally, Novavax is about to come online again. The Serum Institute is actually, at the moment beginning their manufacturing of the Novavax vaccine. All the manufacturers, so take Pfizer, last year their estimated production for 2021 was going to be about 1.2 billion doses. They reconfigured their manufacturing. They're now slated to produce about 3.1 billion doses for 2021. AstraZeneca equally has now 20 facilities around the world manufacturing at scale, already at 500 million and rising for low and middle income countries, the bulk of which is for low and middle income countries. So actually, production-wise, we will see the numbers being delivered. My fear is that you deliver those vaccines to warehouses, but many countries, low-income countries, middle-income countries, don't have the infrastructure to deploy at scale in the way we have done in the UK vaccine. So part of it is supply, and that's right. And the G7, we pledged 100 million doses. So on top of what we've done with COVAX and AstraZeneca, we pledged another 100 million doses of our own excess doses, of which 5 million immediately, 20 million by the end of the year, the balance next year of the 100 million. The United States President Biden pledged 500 million doses. In total, at the G7, it was 870 million doses for deployment, 50% certainly by next year, at least, if not more. So the supply, I think, is getting better. I think where we really need to focus is, can these countries, how do we make these countries have the capability to be able to deploy at scale in terms of healthcare infrastructure that can take the doses out of the warehouse, out of the fridges, and into people's arms.
Is there a good or middle-income country is able to do that, something that could be replicated?
So one of the things my team has done at the Vaccines Task Force is exactly that. There's, I think, now over countries who've received doses from COVAX, and with the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, of course, the movement, the cold chain movement of -70 degrees is challenging. So we've shared knowledge with other challenges at the outset. Just remember, at this first major economy, it is challenging, but I think to your point, supply is coming. I guess my plea to the world, because the worst thing we can do is have these vaccines sitting in warehouses where obviously they are time limited, and we want them out into people's arms and protecting those people. So both are challenging, but from what I'm seeing on the ground, on the front line, is the supply side has responded, and you're going to see hundreds of millions, billions of doses that will end up in low and middle income countries, rightly so. The G7 pledged a billion doses that will be delivered, 870 million, I think, doses in additional funding to produce more to get to that billion for low and middle income countries. So I think that is a challenge, but actually that is being addressed by the manufacturers really in a big and strong way. It is also making sure that those countries that don't have the healthcare systems that can put the doses out of the vials into people's arms actually are able to do that as well.
So where do you stand on the case at the WTO? Yesterday, Piyush Goyal, the Minister of Commerce in India, gave a very rousing statement for the world to lift the IP on vaccines. The case at the WTO that India and South Africa have brought is not being heard, is not being supported by the richer, by the higher income countries. It's not getting any traction. So where do you stand on that?
So President Biden, if you recall, just before attending the G7 at Carbis Bay, talked about looking at IP and how we deal with that. We would absolutely look at any text that is presented to the WTO and consider it, because no one is safe until we're all safe. We have to transition this virus from pandemic status to endemic and deal with it in future years in the way we deal with flu globally. So I think we will absolutely look at that. My one word of warning, because I'm so sort of operationally deep into the work that we've done in the United Kingdom, certainly, on both the Vaccines Task Force and on deployment over the past 7-8 months, is that if you sort of think that this is sort of binary solution, simple solutions don't generally work in a complex manufacturing system, where if you look at, say, for example, the Pfizer vaccine, I think there's 180 plus components going into that delivery of that technology and that vaccine. If you, say, for example, create a situation where factories that are not quite capable of producing that level of safety of medicine suddenly begin to think, oh, well, I'm going to get the IP for this because IP is going to be waived. They start buying components. So then you create a shortage in components around the world. That's my only word of warning, is we need to be really careful. When I look at what we've been able to do with Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, it's the technology transfer. Let me give you an example to bring it to life for you. One of our best facilities is in Oxford Biomedica, in terms of both the batches and how good the quality of the production process and, of course, the yield that you get out of the vaccine. The Helix plant in the Netherlands took a lot longer, and we actually had to send engineers from the UK to get the technology transfer right, so that the Helix plant for the AstraZeneca production for that vaccine to be equal to the Oxford Biomedica production. So technology transfer is not easy. You see it with some of the more innovative companies, whether it's Moderna or Novavax. The manufacturing process to get to that level of quality, control, and safety is really important. So that's another consideration. Sometimes it can be simplistic to say, let's just have an IP waiver and everything will be fine. the reality on the ground, and I speak as an engineer,
Yeah.
is actually what Pfizer and AstraZeneca have done is the correct thing, which is to transfer technology and increase production safely and at scale, and have that sort of control in terms of quality control that you really need.
You need it
because
because
to maintain confidence, the worst thing we can do is that vaccines are, the manufacturing process is somehow flawed, and then you lose confidence in the safety and efficacy of the vaccines. We, in our presidency of the G7, have a big campaign on vaccine confidence globally because we've managed to achieve 94% vaccine confidence in the UK. 94% of all adults in the UK, according to the Office for National Statistics, say that they are very likely, most likely, or have already taken the vaccine. We're almost at 85% of adults have had one dose, which is a remarkable achievement. We want to share that with the rest of the world because the anti-vaxxers, the malign influence that want us to stop vaccinating the world, are not just focusing on the UK, they're focusing on other countries in terms of just sort of sowing the seeds of mistrust and distrust in vaccines. Vaccines are our way out of this. What we're seeing now in the UK is the transition of this virus from pandemic status to endemic status, with the booster campaign in the winter, and then I'm planning for an annual vaccination program working with the manufacturers in India and, of course, with the rest of the world as well. We need to do that for the rest of the world now. We need to share the experience of the UK, share what we've done in the UK with the rest of the world, because we need to transition this across the world from pandemic to endemic status.
So let's talk a little bit about the strategic importance of the UK-India healthcare partnership. Tell me some of the tangible benefits that we can see from that.
Hugely important. So let me give you an example just to bring it to life for you. The Serum Institute of India has now the ability to supply, as part of AstraZeneca's supply chain, the vaccine to countries like the United Kingdom, because our regulator, the MHRA, actually regulated the manufacturing process there. They are looking not only to ramp up now from 100 million doses a month to 200 million doses a month of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which is exactly to the point that you and I have been discussing, to protect the rest of the world. That in itself is a massive achievement. Why? On the back of one of the most highly regarded regulators in the world, the UK regulator, the MHRA, they've been able to go out and say, look, we are one of the safest, best vaccine manufacturers, one of the largest vaccine manufacturers indeed in the world. Now, they're about to also manufacture the Novavax vaccine, looking like a really great vaccine, the Novavax vaccine. Again, by having the Serum Institute able to say we're regulated by the MHR, the UK regulator, that is a huge step forward in terms of vaccine production and protection for the whole world, and of course for us here in the United Kingdom. India's aspiration to be the sort of the pharmacy of the world, I think, is one that is incredibly exciting for us. I have a very big flu campaign that we are about to embark upon with the COVID booster campaign from September
one in each
onwards.
Arm, is that right?
Yeah. So the good news in terms of reactogenicity, as the Deputy Chief Medical Officer would put it, Jonathan Van Term, the great JVT,
right,
is that one in each arm is extremely safe. We obviously are waiting for the clinical trials in terms of which vaccine to use that will give the greatest protection in terms of the most vulnerable cohorts that we need to protect further from the virus circulating in our communities, because as we lift the final restrictions in step 4. And of course, my big concern is I don't want to be able to punch the air and say we've vanquished COVID in the UK, and then because of the lockdowns, because of the non-pharmaceutical interventions, the severe lockdowns we've had very little flu virus circulating in communities. What I don't want to have is come the winter, a very bad flu season that will put even more pressure on our NHS. So the plan is to be able, wherever possible, to co-administer flu and COVID boost for the autumn. And then in future years, the beauty of science is a number of the innovators in this area are looking at a single jab with COVID and flu. So, every day that goes by, we're getting to a better place. My Prime Minister announced a global collaboration, a radar system, so we can track any viruses around the world, so that we don't find ourselves in the same sort of precarious position as we did back at the beginning of last year with COVID. So lots of exciting things to come from the UK-India collaboration.
All right, thank you. Well, we want to get you back next year to hear how it's all gone. Thank you so much, Nazeem Hoey, for joining us here at India Global Forum. We will stay with the COVID-19 topic, go deeper into vaccines administration, and also look at some of the innovations that are coming on board from innovators in the UK and in India as well. So do stay with us.
Coming up next, an in-depth conversation with Arundhati Bhattacharya, Chairman and CEO, Salesforce India. Bhattacharya will discuss a digital future creating an equitable revolution. Don't miss this India Global Forum, where the curiosity of a scientist meets the ingenuity of an engineer.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. Public health systems the world over are built and supported by governments to provide affordable healthcare access regardless of socioeconomic status. The mix between public and private healthcare varies between countries, and getting the right balance is often a difficult economic as well as political equation. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic has put healthcare systems to the test, stretching capacity and seeing even the most advanced healthcare systems struggle and reveal systemic weaknesses. In 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced the Ayushman Bharat, an insurance-backed healthcare scheme popularly known as Modi Care, providing coverage to hundreds of millions of the most vulnerable families in India. Underpinning this scheme is a massive program of healthcare digitization, or health tech. Let's hear from some of the key figures in business and government talk about what changes are required in global healthcare, how fast these changes need to be implemented, and how this can be done. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com. That's the place where India meets the world and the world meets India.
Welcome back, and as Edie promised, we're going to look in a little more detail now at the vaccine rollout around the world, how different healthcare authorities have responded to the pandemic, and some of the lessons that have been learned about what could happen next if there was to be a repeat of the pandemic. I'm delighted to say we can speak first of all to Dr. Ram Surak Sharma, who's the Chief Executive of National Health Authority in India. A very warm welcome to India Global Week. It's good to have you with us. I wonder first of all whether you could give us an update on where we currently are right now in terms of the pandemic in India and the toll that it is taking on the country.
Well, thank you, Ben, for having me on this platform. It's a privilege for me to participate in the India Global Forum. In India, on the vaccination front, we are currently about 350 million people have been vaccinated overall. That many jabs have been done. With regard to the second wave, it actually took a huge toll, and it came so sudden, and it was a very steep curve. But fortunately now the same speed at which it rose, it has also come down, and now we are in a much better, much comfortable position. The caseload in India has come down to below 50,000 per day. In fact, it's probably 40,000 minus. So that is from a peak of 400,000 per day. So I think we are doing much better now. And the recovery rate is also very, very high. So those are some positive factors. But the vaccination speed in India, as you know, the numbers are very large. And therefore, what we have done thus far is also pretty impressive. We have done about 350 million as of now.
Yeah.
So that's what we are focusing on.
I want to come to the vaccine rollout in just a moment. First of all, I want to look at some of the logistical challenges that you face there. But crucially, and you talk about the number of infections falling, the number of deaths, thankfully, also falling. But are you confident enough to say that the worst is over? Because we look at certain countries around the world now preparing for another wave in the winter months. How confident are you that India is through the worst?
Well, one thing I can say, I'm not a scientist in that sense, so I do not really know, and I cannot predict the way the third wave, when will it come, how serious or bad it will be. But what I can say is that we have very effectively managed the second wave, and the numbers are down. Our healthcare workers and the entire health system, though it was highly under high pressure, but it has sort of been successful in putting down these numbers and dealing with the issue. So I think we feel quite comfortable, and our Prime Minister has been, on a daily basis, he has been directing the entire effort to ensure that we are able to effectively tackle on all fronts, whether it's a post-COVID care front or preemptive front or let's say contact tracing and other kinds of issues. I think
is it
all
fair
those fronts.
Sorry to interrupt, but is it fair to say that India was complacent about that second wave? Because some would suggest that if you look at what happened in other countries around the world, that India was spared relatively low rates of infection in the first wave. But when that second wave did come, it came like a tidal wave. It really badly affected India, much more severely than in other countries. And there is a suggestion that India was just too complacent about the impact it could have.
Well, I will not be really able to pass a judgment on that kind of statements that we were complacent or we were not complacent. I can only say that yes, it did hit us very badly, and then at the same time, because we were very alert in ensuring that we take sort of good care, and therefore we were able to contain it as quickly as it actually rose. However, to say that whether as a country, because as you know, India is an extremely diverse and large country, and there are all kinds of places and all kinds of it's an extremely diverse country, so it's very difficult to make a general statement about India.
Yeah, talk to me about some of those logistical concerns, because as you've touched on, very diverse population, very remote parts that need to be reached, a huge population that needs to be vaccinated. Talk to me about some of those logistical challenges. How do you plan and execute a vaccine strategy on such a scale?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very interesting question, because from the very beginning, we were conscious of the fact that vaccinating 1/6 of humanity India is 1.35 billion people, so it's not a trivial issue. And also imagine the diversity of this country. We have to ensure that a person, has been given the 2 doses of vaccines at an appropriate interval, to keep track of that, and to keep track of the vaccination in almost all areas from a logistic point of view is really a very Herculean task. Also, the logistics of vaccine, delivery systems and cold chain and taking it to the remote areas is also not a trivial issue. So what we had done was that we had emphasized the issue that we will keep a complete track on what is being done, and we had to create a very robust technology backbone to actually take care of the entire vaccination program. So each vaccination event is recorded on the platform, and we created a platform called CoWIN, and that has recorded thus far 350 million vaccinations, and that actually has helped us in planning the vaccination strategy. It has helped us in figuring out which are the underserved areas. It has helped us in kind of managing the communications with people who are being vaccinated. It has also helped us in ensuring that a person who is being given vaccine X is given vaccine X again after the appropriate interval. So I think it has been an extremely important effort, and I think we were right in ensuring that this platform was put in place. In fact, I am in charge of that platform, and that platform has recorded billions and billions of transactions. And I think and we have a very detailed dashboard which is able to help the planners at various levels to plan the vaccination strategy.
Now, even the most well-prepared healthcare systems around the world were left wanting. There were failings, there were failures, there were a lack of preparation in even the best healthcare systems. I wonder, from your point of view, what you have learned about where there are failings, where there is room for improvement, where more money, more resources, more time needs to be spent to make sure that if this happens again, India is better prepared.
No, you are absolutely right. We need to have better preparedness for such pandemics. I think you will agree with me that the scale of the pandemic is so high that even the best healthcare systems in the world have proven to be inadequate. India is no exception to that. However, I think we need to put in more efforts in improving our health infrastructure. We also need to leverage technology to deliver health services in a digital manner, because we learned from this pandemic that it was very difficult even to go to the hospital. You can't come out of the house. You have a quarantine. You have those restrictions. So therefore, if you can use the technology to consult the doctors through teleconsultation, if you can get the medicines delivered at your place through digital means, using the digital platforms, that is the best way. And what we have done, what India has done, is actually starting a massive program of a national digital health mission, which essentially will ensure that many of these services, many of the health services can be delivered in a digital manner. And I think that will be one very, very important intervention. Other intervention being certainly to improve the health infrastructure across the country. So these are some of the things. Of course, we also have to have these safe, what is called COVID appropriate behavior, that has to be instilled in the population. So I think these are some of the steps which need to be taken.
I want to put a statement to you that was in the medical journal, The Lancet, and it said that India's poor execution of a coherent containment strategy and policies allowed a substantial number of mutations to persist. Is that a quote that you would recognise?
Well, as I said to you in the beginning, I'm not a doctor. I'm a PhD doctor. I'm not a.
But you run the National Health Authority. Is that something that you would recognise and think this is where we need to learn lessons to prevent a repeat occurrence?
I think I agreed with you that we certainly need to put in more, infrastructure, health infrastructure. We used to certainly find new innovative ways to deliver health services in our country to far-flung areas in our country. Certainly. And that goes without saying. But to say that India was complacent and India did not do the adequate amount of work in containment is not correct. Please understand that is, after all, such a massive, outbreak of a pandemic takes place, and then suddenly a health system which is not geared, to obviously cater even half of what came, is obviously every health system is going to be challenged by such impact. So it is not an exception, and one cannot criticize or one cannot pass judgments or such kind of judgments on a country that the country was not prepared. No country was prepared.
Yes.
Can you say that any country was prepared? No.
Yeah.
So therefore, I think.
I'm sorry to interrupt, and you're absolutely right. And there's so many countries really were playing catch up with this. Many did not see this coming, and the response has been lacking in so many countries. I think what I'm getting at is that there will be very few people who will forgive health authorities around the world if they do not take away from this a lot of lessons and put in place now the changes that are needed to prevent this happening on the same scale again. And so we know that governments around the world talk about learning lessons, changing, investing more. I wonder, from an Indian point of view, what those will be. What are you doing on the ground to change things, rather than just promising that there will be lessons learned? What are the practical steps that you're putting into place?
See, absolutely. That's again a very good question. And basically, as I explained to you, one is putting more money into development of the infrastructure. That's one part, health infrastructure. Secondly, we already have a program of insurance cover to people who, and we include COVID and such kind of pandemics also in that cover. So that's another part, which will actually, initiate the private sector investment, more private sector investment in the health sector. That's it. Thirdly, we are actually creating a national digital health program, which will ensure, in a couple of years, it will ensure that the entire country is connected through a grid which actually connects the patients from the doctors, from the labs to the pharmacies, and all those stakeholders will get connected through an extremely powerful grid. India is highly connected country with 1.2 billion mobile phones, 700 million internet connections, 600 million smartphones. So I think that we are going to leverage, and we have a very robust digital infrastructure, which is the digital identity. We have the digital consent framework, and that I think will help us in creating a digital health framework. So that's the third intervention which we will be doing. Of course, besides that, we will also be ensuring a lot of IEC to ensure that people do develop appropriate behavior, because most of these problems also occur because people do not follow the necessary protocols required for a particular pandemic, this particular pandemic.
And so there we've talked about the logistics and the planning that is involved. I wonder if we can look at the other side of this coin now, which is vaccine hesitancy and the education program that needs to be rolled out in many countries as part of an explanation to make sure that people who are resistant or are hesitant about getting the vaccine are encouraged to come forward and to have it. And all throughout these sessions that we've had here at India Global Forum, the message is the same, that until the whole world is vaccinated, no one is safe. Economies cannot regrow and rebound. What work are you doing to address vaccine hesitancy, to make sure that as many people as possible with such a huge population in India have the vaccine?
No, absolutely. One is that let me say that the vaccine hesitancy has been, has reduced to a very considerable extent after the second wave, and people are now coming forward. And as you can see, in one particular day, we vaccinated 8.6 million people in a day. So that's the kind of, I think that must be the highest number in the whole world, probably barring China. So that's that is a fact enough of the fact that the people are coming forward. Vaccine hesitancy is going away. However, as I said in the beginning, India is an extremely diverse country. There are areas, there are people who who will have the vaccine hesitancy, and we will have to continue to convince them, coax them, and actually educate them to ensure that they do get vaccinated. Efforts have been going on a massive scale. Our Prime Minister is leading that effort to kind of convince people. There have been campaigns, and every state government and is launching those campaigns to ensure that more and more people come. The vaccination centers in the rural areas are actually, creating those awareness campaigns and are bringing people to the vaccination centers to get vaccinated. I completely agree that no one is safe until everyone is safe. So we will continue to work to ensure, and the platform which we have created, which actually counts every vaccination done, will ensure that there are people who are left out. We are aware of those areas. We are aware of those people who are left out. That is actually something very, very important, because otherwise it's very difficult to keep track as to which area is underserved, which area is not underserved.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really interesting to talk to you. Thank you for spending time with us at India Global Forum. That's Dr. Ram Surak Sharma there, the Chief Executive of the National Health Authority in India. We're grateful for your time. Do not go anywhere. We're going to continue this conversation in just a moment after a very short break. I'll speak to the Managing Director of Zydus talking about vaccines and an important breakthrough in that. We'll talk about that right after this break.
Thank you very much.
Hello to you, welcome back, and as promised we're going to talk now about the development of vaccines around the world. Of course, a market dominated by Pfizer and by AstraZeneca and many others, but an important breakthrough over recent days. The production and application for use of new vaccines continues apace, and I'm really pleased to welcome to India Global Forum Dr. Sharvil Patel, who's the Managing Director of Zydus. Dr. Patel, welcome to India Global Forum. It's good to have you with us. Just talk to me first of all about this application for the emergency use of your 3-dose vaccine. Just explain a little bit about it and what this application for emergency use actually means.
So thank you, Ben, and thank you to the India Global Forum for having me here. Yes, so yesterday we did submit our emergency use application for our DNA-based vaccine, and we submitted our interim data. We have obviously vaccinated, done the trial on a large number of Indian population, close to 28,000 volunteers. It has been tested in a 3-dose format, and recently also completed the immunogenicity on the 2-dose format. The good part about the vaccine is that it uses a device which is different from any other. So it is an intradermal application. And we have so far seen very good safety comparable to the placebo. So no serious or adverse events, and the efficacy is about 66.6% related to the current pandemic that is there in the country.
And so talk to me a little bit about how this will add to the armory, the weapons that we have to fight this pandemic, and where it will fit. You say there 66% usefulness, to put it that way. How and why is that a valuable tool to add to our armory, given that we know right around the world that vaccines are clearly in high demand, and in many countries, as we were discussing yesterday at the forum, there is simply a lack of availability?
So there are 2-3 things. One of the important aspects of this trial has been that we have tested this vaccine in 1,000 children, and it has been found to be safe and efficacious. So the safety has already been there, and very soon we will also submit the efficacy or the immunogenicity data. So The good part of this vaccine is it has covered a large number of children in the vaccination part of it. The second also is that this vaccine can be applied multiple times because of the platform and the inherent nature of the platform. So I think from the future point of view, adapting to new strains, which may be necessary if we see the kind of things that are happening. This being a nucleic acid platform is easily adaptable to the new strain. In fact, we are on the verge of completing the scale up of our new Delta variant as well. So I think multiple benefits there also for the children, and more importantly, I think it's proven to be extremely safe as what we see from now.
And talk to me about the global vaccine rollout. I don't know if you were able to hear our previous panel. We were speaking there to the National Health Authority in India. And of course, the vaccine rollout causing so many logistical problems in many countries around the world. How would you how would you summarize the vaccine response to this pandemic around the world? And where are the particular highlights and where are the countries that are still severely lacking?
So I think, as you alluded to earlier, I think what the need is to have more vaccines because we obviously need to vaccinate a large population both within our country and globally. So I think the critical thing that we believe that all the manufacturers or the governments or the institutions can do is to partner to make sure we make more vaccines available equitably. I think we know that every vaccine has different benefits and associated risks, but I think the need of the hour today is to make sure that we allow free vaccination to happen across the globe so that we know that this is one way of reducing the pandemic that has happened in different waves, and you know about the new variants and new waves that are getting created in different countries. So I think the first foremost thing is that we need to leave this whole discussion about which vaccine, why this vaccine. I think the vaccines go through the stringent regulatory process and are approved. I think there should be an approval to give vaccination if these doses can be made available. The second is the global supply chain is very complex. It's highly interdependent on each other. So I don't think there is a room for us to think about only securing a particular way of the supply chain, but it needs to be more inclusive, because at the end of the day, if you're going to produce a vaccine, you are reliant on multiple countries and multiple companies who help you do this, and multiple government or institutional bodies that help you get there in terms of testing and tracing. So I think that's what we need to do, better efforts on that and allowing a more free flow access to the vaccines.
Just a year ago at this very event, we were in the midst of the first and second waves. The concept of a vaccine, a solution, a route out of this pandemic seemed a very distant thought. How would you sum up the response of the vaccines industry, the pharmaceutical industry, in getting us to where we are today and the progress that has been made in just 12 months?
So I think it truly demonstrates that in times of crisis, how everybody is able to come together and be able to do something at that scale. Not only obviously discover and spend time on the research side of it, but at the same time take the risk of scaling up manufacturing and preparing for success. And while we all wish for the success, it's a very hard journey to reach success in such a thing. So I think a lot of credit goes to all the companies and the people who have really taken that bold step in terms of doing something in this area, and many have succeeded, and I hope more will succeed as we move forward. Yeah, so I think that's definitely been one great aspect of the journey so far.
Yeah, and how would you rate India's involvement? We know, of course, the Serum Institute playing such a vital role in this rollout around the world. Just paint a picture of India's involvement and India's role in this global response.
So I do believe that in the long term, vaccines have to have affordability and access. Only then we can continue to immunize a large part of the world. On every immunization program, that is super critical. So I believe Indian companies do have that capability to scale up manufacturing and innovate. Today we have at least 8 vaccines which are either approved or under development. So India will definitely play a very important role in the overall vaccine rollout. And we do believe that the vaccines will be something, at least for the COVID, will be something that we need to look at on an annual basis, whether we need a booster shot or we need to produce more for the new strains. So I think India will play an important role there. And I believe we will have significant scale of manufacturing and new technologies, not only a single technology, but at least 4 to 5 different technology vaccines that will definitely be made available to both for the country and obviously for all the developing countries which need access to these.
Yeah, and that very neatly gets me on to my next question, which is, if you took out your crystal ball, if you gaze into the future a little bit and tell us how the next 6, 12, 18 months may look, are we getting to a point where it is increasingly likely that we will need to have booster jabs, new jabs to deal with different variants and different mutations, and it becomes something of an annual ritual to get a COVID vaccine, and of course all of the logistical challenges that will come with that?
So again, it's very difficult to predict the future, but I do believe that this may potentially go the flu way. In flu, we need to take regular jabs every year and sometimes twice a year, depending on the strains of the northern and southern hemisphere. I think because of the significant mutations that get to be seen on the COVID virus, I do believe that this will potentially become an annual vaccination. Or some sort of a booster kind of dose that may be required, because we are seeing that the new variants are more transmittable and are more virulent, and they infect more people. So I think the nature of if the antibodies do come down over 6 months to 9 months, then we definitely believe that a booster dose may be required. And I think a lot of companies are doing the development to make sure that this can be made part of the cocktail of the vaccine, like a flu virus vaccine that we take or something, so that it can be easily administered on an ongoing basis. Obviously, it's a choice that everybody makes, but it's a choice that we should make available.
Yes, absolutely, and it certainly seems that it is getting that way, doesn't it, as far as the number of vaccines we may need to take each year, certainly in the UK, thinking about that third booster jab now for older residents of the country. Dr. Sharvil, it's great to have you with us at India Global Forum. That's Dr. Sharvil Patel there, the Managing Director of Zydus Group. Edie's going to be back after a very short break for the first of our panel sessions of this, day 2 of the forum, looking at some of the issues that were raised in those conversations we've been having so far this morning. So Edie will be back straight after this break. We'll see you very soon.
Don't go away, we have a stirring session coming up on global leadership, what's happening behind the headlines. This subject will be examined by Tom Tugendhat, Chair, Foreign Affairs Select Committee UK, and Ashok Malik, Policy Advisor, Ministry of External Affairs, India. India Global Forum, it's where India meets the world and the world meets India.
Global Forum. My name is Edie Lush, live here in the Taj Hotel in London. Really pleased to stay with this theme of global healthcare and looking at how we continue to vaccinate the world. Got a fantastic panel for you now. Odette Cesari from AXA Life. We also have Dr. Vijay Chautaiwale, in charge of the Foreign Affairs Department for the BJP, and Dr. Shankar Musunuri from Ocugen. Welcome to all of you. So let's get straight into it. Let's start with Dr. Chautaiwale. What's your view now on the route out of the pandemic, if we can say that, or at least to the next stage?
I think India has come out of the second wave, but still the infections are there. And we need to be vigilant, and the states are vigilant, and they are putting their best efforts to contain the spread of the pandemic. But at the same time, on the positive side, India's vaccination program has gone into a full stream. And so far, we have vaccinated more than 300 million adults above 18 years. And currently, we are for last 1 week at least, we are vaccinating close to 5 million people per day, which is quite a significant number. Indian government has changed and tweaked the policy of vaccination a little bit, and they are giving free vaccination to all the adults since 21st of June. And it has shown a remarkable increase in number of vaccinations. There is a little bit issue of vaccine hesitancy in some parts of India, especially rural India, and with the help of government and social service organizations, NGOs, this vaccine hesitancy, people are trying to convince the villagers that the vaccine is the best protective mechanism against the virus, and people are responding it. So I think that by the end of the year, significant number of Indian population will get vaccinated both the doses, and it will be quite a significant achievement looking at the number and the diversity and geographical spread of the country like India is concerned.
Thank you. So, Dr. Musunuri, let's come to you now. Part of the end game may be brought by the Covaxin jab, which is being produced by Ocugen and Bharat Biotech. Can you tell us more about this partnership and how it's extending vaccine availability around the world?
First of all, thank you to the conference organizers for the opportunity to join this great panel. Covaxin, the collaboration with Bharat Biotech, they're doing an enormous amount of effort, a great team. This is, again, expanding this vaccine availability, in the future to North America. We're trying to bring it to US and Canada. Not only we are going to bring it, we also initiated technology transfer to US manufacturing site. That means globally, we can improve the supply. Once again, it's a differentiated vaccine. We just wanted to have many differentiated vaccines in our arsenal to, to contribute to, controlling this pandemic, which is extremely important.
And can you say about how you might use that for less advantaged parts of the world as well? We've heard from many people during this India Global Forum. For example, yesterday, the foreign minister of the Gambia saying that he had run out of vaccines there.
So I think globally, we have to contribute as we increase our global supply. Our partners are increasing their capacities. They'll reach, about 700 million doses a year eventually. And we're also going to add our capacity to that. Our goal is, again, the pandemic. We have to, as we capacities increase, not only the countries, where we have the EUAs or planning to get the EUAs, we're going to continue to expand our base and contribute to, even USC is contributing heavily to global vaccine diplomacy. And we're hoping they're going to do a lot more of that in the future. And we're hopeful as we continue the regulatory path in the US and Canada, and we'll be able to contribute from our side and join hands with Bharat Biotech. Again, we're tightly working with them on the technical issues and everything else. And it's a very hardworking team, and our hearts goes out to all the people of the world who are struggling and suffering with this disease and the virus spread.
Thank you. Odette, let's come to you. The insurance industry has been hugely disrupted and critical during the pandemic. As the vaccines start to take hold around the world, is that something that you're now able to price in?
Yes, in fact, the insurance industry, as you said, has been disrupted, but has never stopped to do the job, meaning that the health coverage that we are, as insurers, offering to the populations almost everywhere in the world, has continued to work even within this pandemic. And we have tried to contribute as much as we could to this difficult situation and to find some solutions. I mean, first, what we've done is that we've been able to offer support and vaccines to our employees, of course, but as well to the insured people. It has been a fantastic opportunity to offer telemedicine in each and every country, and we are launching next week an initiative in India about telemedicine. So it has been for the insurance industry an opportunity to get one step further for the insured people, and to go one step further as well in the partnership and cooperation with pharma companies, with governments, with tech providers, with all the ecosystem which is able today to face this pandemic situation and to try and improve the situation.
Thank you. We've had a question submitted from Tamil Nadu, from Dr. Pandian. He's asking that, keeping in mind that the clinical trials for vaccines for children below the age of 12 isn't approved yet, what's the future status for education for primary school aged children attending school physically? Because he points out that parents are also worried about a third wave, which may hit this group. I wonder if Dr. Chautaiwala, you could address that.
It's correct that as of now, the vaccine is all the vaccines in India are approved only for adults above 18 years, but the clinical trials are undergoing for the people under 18, the students especially. And as soon as the safety, which is the biggest concern in such case, is established and immunogenicity, I am sure the vaccines will be available to the students also. But yes, it will take some time.
So here's a question. What have you learned from this that you could apply to the next pandemic? Dr. Musunuri, what would you say to that?
I think it's about collaboration. I mean, if you look at globally, many private-public partnerships on collaboration and innovation, how Pfizer collaborated with BioNTech, and how we are collaborating a global vaccine player, Bharat Biotech. I think collaboration is very important. I would say collaboration, three different levels. One is the regulatory mindset. We need to think global. We cannot think at the national level. In the middle of the pandemic, the best way you can control the pandemic is how do you vaccinate 70% of the people globally, not at the national level. That's how you control the pandemic. Then you get the herd immunity. So to achieve that, let's say there's a vaccine which is approved in many countries, and it's in millions of people. They should have a central system where it can be easily deployed across the globe, rather than going through the regulatory process again and again. So you need to have the global mindset. That's number one. Number two, we need to continue the collaborations, public partnerships on a manufacturing and supply chain. That's extremely important. So that, you need to be looking forward for the future pandemic, not only controlling the current one. How do we entice it so we can have a streamlined manufacturing global supply plan whenever the next pandemic comes? The third one is, as I mentioned before, you have different technology platforms. You need to have differentiated vaccine, not one type. That's very important to control any pandemic. So those are the three key elements. Again, collaboration.
Thank
You
you.
need to think global.
We've got a minute left. Odette, I'd love to finish with you. What did you learn that you can apply to the next pandemic?
I was about to say exactly the same thing. I mean, collaboration and solidarity. I mean, it's really this kind of situation where it is not an option. It is not an option to have solidarity between the countries. It's not an option to have solidarity between all the stakeholders around the world. And as insurance company, I mean, we are fully engaged. We are fully on the same line, and we have tried and succeeded in going much further than what we were used to do. And I think it's really, I mean, it teaches us to behave differently, and solidarity definitely is not an option.
Thank you very much to Odette Cesari from AXA Life, to Dr. Chautaiwale, in charge of Foreign Affairs Department, BJP, and to Dr. Shankar Musunuri from Oxygen. We're going to return to one of our global leadership sessions shortly. Ben will be back in conversation with Valerie Ramanjawelo, Secretary General of the Presidency of Madagascar.
Yeah, welcome back. So as Edie promised, let's get straight to one of our leadership discussions. And I'm really pleased to welcome to India Global Forum His Excellency Valerie Ramanjawelo, who's the Secretary General of the Presidency of Madagascar. Welcome to you. It's great to have you with us for this forum. And of course, quite clearly, this last year has been dominated by the pandemic. And I wonder, first of all, before we get into some detail, just give me a sense of where you are right now in tackling this pandemic and what the current situation is on the ground there.
Hello, Ben. Thank you to having me in this India Global Forum. And this is an opportunity to let all of the people know what's about the pandemic also in Madagascar. Currently, since when the enter of the first case of COVID-19 in Madagascar, we speak about in March 2020, we have currently the cumulated is 33,000 cases, and we really have roughly 920 deceased, unfortunately, as we have in Madagascar. We already go through the 2 waves, and we already reached the peak, and now it's go down, and we don't have too much case on the daily cases. If we're talking about yesterday, we just have 31 cases, and unfortunately 2 deceased. And we can say that it's under control, and through the leadership of the President of Madagascar and the team, and we took all of the measures to control the enter of the pandemic and the spread out of this pandemic.
Yeah, we were talking a little earlier that, sorry to interrupt, we were talking a little earlier about some of the challenges for all sorts of different healthcare services around the world, because, you know, very few saw this coming, and even the best resourced had challenges in being able to deploy the help that was needed for people who needed it. In your case, in Madagascar there, the biggest problem was manufacture and provision of oxygen, and therefore similar parallels with what happened in India. Just talk to me about the availability and why that was one of your biggest challenges.
Yes, you're talking about the oxygen. Yes, we went through this little bit crisis during a few weeks, and we took all of the measures also to having all of this what requested by the population, and we create across Madagascar, especially where we have the center of the pandemic in the capital, in Antananarivo, and suburban. We create a lot, many center of treatment of the COVID, and we of course mobilize all of the human resources needed for that. We mobilize the donor and all of the partners, and we find out oxygen to struggle against the pandemic. And we're talking about China. We supply from China, a little bit from India, from Europe, and we organize everything to make sure that we can make face on the second wave, but in the case if we have another one for the third waves, that's what we can see around the world. But for now, hopefully we don't have that. But we during the peak we tried to find out all of the solution for that. That's what we're talking about, the oxygen. Also we have the pharmacy in Madagascar and all of the traditional medical, and we want to develop our own remade on that, and based on the artemisia that we find, and is really efficient, and that's one of the parts of all of the strategy that we develop in Madagascar to make sure to make face on this pandemic development. Yes.
There is a very similar plea that comes from many countries, particularly those in Africa right now, about access to vaccines. We were live in the Gambia for a conversation yesterday at India Global Forum, and the concern is that there is simply not enough vaccine being provided to countries that maybe don't have their own supplies or are limited with resources. How frustrating is it? And talk to me about your access to vaccines right now.
Yes, for the access on vaccine, we went through first the validation from the Medicine Academy of Madagascar, and the work with the World Health Organization to make sure what are the right vaccines for Madagascar. And
do you have enough?
And we choose 4, and for that now we started with one of this, and is the COVID with AstraZeneca. We receive enough for the first treatment because we received 250,000, and the time we sensitize the people because we just use 197,000, and it did remain. And now we go through another wave of vaccine, and we will receive that from China. But we were faced on the big challenge is the logistical challenge. That's why we can use like the Pfizer, Moderna a little bit, but we will try to find a solution to have the choice for the population.
Yeah, and are you confident you will have enough for those second doses? Because we know, for particularly the AstraZeneca, that second dose is absolutely crucial.
We're still confident, and hopefully we receive also the support from the World Bank. We receive a grant for 100 millions of dollars to find out through different ways, COVAX initiative or African Union initiative, and also with the private sector that they will bring in Madagascar for their population, for their enterprises, and all of this initiative together, we can have enough for the population. But it's a plan for 1, 2, or 3 years.
Of course. Let's talk about some of the social implications, because a statistic that struck me yesterday when we were speaking to a representative from the Gambia, pointing out that for every person who is not or is in work in the Gambia, they tend to support maybe 10 others who are not in work, or family or relatives, for example. And of course, tourism there decimated by this COVID crisis. You also rely extensively on tourism to come to see some of the beautiful things you have in Madagascar. What has been the impact there on jobs and on people's livelihoods?
Of course, it's one of the critical impact. It's about the social. It's about the business. All of the economical growth decreased by 4%, and especially for the tourism. Madagascar is one of the biggest. Is the biggest island in Africa. The big, beautiful island with endemic resources. And we are really facing on this problem. And now we have 3 spots of tourism in Madagascar, and we make a lot of efforts to sensitize the people and all of the operators for the vaccination, and also to put in place all of the health structure to ensure the people, when they come back, when they start to open the sky, that we can with a certain confidence. And of course, we lose a lot of jobs. Even we grant and we make all of the support for the financing, to support for the investment, for the training. All of this mechanism can help the enterprise still working a little bit. Now we work on the recovery plan, and especially for the tourism, and to put it gradually. Just for your example, we receive on the weekly basis 200 flights from Tananarivo to go to the different places across Madagascar, and now we just have 15. And this kind of a thing that we need to improve step by step.
And talk to me, as we look ahead then to emerging from this crisis and trying to seize on some of the opportunities if they present themselves. Talk to me about your links with India, geographically, of course, in relative close proximity. What role will your links with India play in getting Madagascar back off the ground again after such a devastating pandemic?
India and Madagascar share really deep cultural roots and relationship. We know in Madagascar we have more than 220,000 people from India, and historically, and they share the same value, the same words in Madagascar, and we have a relationship through the relatives in Madagascar. They're people from mostly from Gujarat states, like Gandhi, like Halijani, and all of these people are very involved in the business enterprises of different things. And now we would like to have more relationship with India. The last bilateral visit between our both countries, it's in the 1980, and we expected to launch that through different things. We will receive many helps during the pandemic period, but also we have a lot of investment that we would like to do. We're talking about in health sector. We're talking about agriculture. We're talking about industrialization, and we consider right now too a flight between India, Mumbai, to Madagascar. India is the closest big country that we have from Madagascar, because we just have 6 hours flight if you compare with China or different parts. And we share the same Indian, the same ocean, and we expected to have a lot more between our both countries.
It has been great to speak to you, and thank you for giving us the perspective from where you are right now, and we wish you well. Thanks for joining us at India Global Forum this year. That's Valeria Ramon-Javello, who is the Secretary General of the Presidency of Madagascar. Thanks for your time this afternoon. We will continue those conversations coming up next. Edie is going to look at some of the other stories that may have passed you by amid a year of talk about the pandemic and all of the challenges that has posed, but a lot else has happened in the world. So Edie's going to delve behind the headlines in our next session. That's coming up right after this break.
Welcome back to India Global Forum. Now we're taking a look at global leadership. What's happening behind the headlines? COVID climate change, a US election. Fair to say that these three issues have oversaturated most people's attention over the last year. But what's been going on behind the scenes? We've seen global attention shifting to the Indo-Pacific and China. What kind of post-pandemic world are we moving into, and who will call the shots? So joining me now to discuss some of these issues, really delighted to welcome in person Tom Tugendhat, the chair of Foreign Affairs Select Committee in the United Kingdom, and also joining us virtually, very happy to have Ashok Malik, Policy Advisor, Ministry of External Affairs in India. Thanks very much for joining us both. So let's start, Tom, with you. Has the pandemic, do you think, altered the existing geopolitical trends? This tilt to the Indo-Pacific region.
Well, look, I think it's had very deep repercussions. I think we've all realized really what our supply chains look like in great detail. There's a few moments, of course, that have shaped that. One is the PPE struggle that many countries had right early on in March. And the second thing, of course, is the closure of the Suez Canal by that boat that went sideways, that evergreen boat that went sideways a number of months ago now. That we've all realized the interdependence, but also the supply chain issues that we all have. And I think it's been a wake-up call for a lot of people.
So let's hear from you, Ashok, as well. Do you think that question, what do you think about that question? Has the pandemic altered the existing geopolitical trends?
The pandemic did two things. One, it accentuated and sharpened existing trend lines that included deep concerns about the current model of globalization and the dependencies that the international trading order had created. These were sharpened, as Tom said, in the early months of the pandemic, when there was this arms race almost for N95 masks and PPE kits and various basic pharmaceutical ingredients, because we found that we were locked into one or two sourcing geographies. And as the world rebuilds post-pandemic, it does need to diversify its sources of critical supplies. Some of these supplies will be made available from new production centers at home, some from trusted partners. But overall, the trend is towards a more diversified and a more reliable globalization, and certainly more diverse supply chains. So in that, Tom is absolutely right. That's exactly the concerns we share.
Let's talk, Tom, about this tilt to the Indo-Pacific region. Why this focus on the Pacific side rather than India?
Well, I think the focus on the Pacific has really been because the focus has been on China. And those of us who have been pushing for the tilt to be more towards the India element are actually trying to build on what Ashok was just talking about, which is that the reality is globalization isn't going away. And I don't think anybody wants the interdependence of nations, the partnership between nations to go away. But what we want a resilient globalization. And what we've had to date is a vulnerable one. Now, I think this is where India and Britain have already demonstrated in the last year, 2 years, the way in which we can partner. The Indian Serum Institute is a classic example of this, where the AstraZeneca vaccine has been made in India, demonstrating the capabilities and the partnership of both countries. And so I think this is where the tilt to the Indo-Pacific, which, as you rightly say, has been much more Pacific than Indo, needs to rebalance, and I think needs to focus very much more on the Indo element.
And so how would we do that?
Well, I think there's an awful lot we can do. And now, we've already had the initial discussion that Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Johnson began in the conversation that was supposed to be in person, but sadly ended up being online. I'm afraid we're all getting used to that now. But there's the beginning of the trade element there. But actually, this is all about the living bridge. And this is something that Prime Minister Modi has spoken about in the past. And when we published our report on our relationship with India in 2019, the Foreign Affairs Committee really argued for various elements in which we should be deepening that partnership, building that living bridge. And indeed, actually, if you'll excuse the analogy, like London Bridge, building homes and businesses on top of it.
So, Ashok, what would you say? How can we accelerate or continue to build this living bridge?
I'd just like to go back to the point about the Indo-Pacific. In India, we see the Indo-Pacific slightly differently from the way Tom described it, and we do hope to persuade our British friends to see it the way we do. If you look at India's geographical location, we have an eastern coast and a western coast, an east coast and a west coast, and we can't really separate the waters to our east and the west and say these are two different systems with a line in the water, as it were. Historically, our society, our economy, our prosperity has been a confluence of both the waters to our east and to our west. For us, the Indo-Pacific extends from Sydney to Somalia, or maybe sort of San Francisco to the eastern coast of Africa, if you will. I know that's a vast expanse of water. You can't have one strategy for this entire system. I appreciate that. You will have to have many. And we have many partners who work in different sub-regions of the Indo-Pacific. For example, with Britain, we could work in the Western Indian Ocean. We could work in the Gulf. With our Australian friends, we could work in, say, the Pacific Islands. We could also work with Indonesia, close to there. So the Indo-Pacific is more than just a small region or a narrow region to the east of India. It's much wider, and Britain, as the historic Indo-Pacific power in the real sense of the term, needs to appreciate that.
I think Ashok, you're absolutely right, and I think finding ways in which we work together is essential, and that's why I'd argue that we need to move away from simply looking at Taiwan or Japan or China as the Indo-Pacific, but actually looking, as you rightly say, at old alliances we've got, like the Five Parties Defence Agreement, or indeed building on what you're already doing with the Quad, with Australia, with Japan and the United States, and finding ways in which the United Kingdom can support the sort of democratic states, the free states in the region, of which India is quite significantly the largest and most important.
Can I get you both to respond to what we heard from President Xi? The Chinese people will never allow any foreign forces to bully, coerce, and enslave us, said to 70,000 of the party faithful just yesterday. Whoever attempts to do that will surely break their heads on the steel Great Wall, built with the blood and flesh of 1.4 billion Chinese people. Pretty striking words, Tom.
I'm afraid we've got used to wolf warrior diplomacy in recent years, and the Chinese ambassador to Sweden rather threateningly said that for our friends we have wine and flowers, and for our enemies we have shotguns. I mean, it's not exactly subtle. So I'm afraid we've got used to this rather, if you'll excuse the expression, macho language that we're seeing coming out of China at the moment. And I think that's a great shame, because China is one of the great civilizational powers, and it's absolutely right that China should have a real place in the way the world works, and help to shape decisions and help to shape the international treaties. But that means being a partner. That means building on positive relationships. That means defending the rules that have seen us all prosper, broadly speaking, in peace for the last 70, 80 years. So I hope very much that the attitude that we're seeing out of a rather belligerent Chinese Communist Party won't overwhelm the reality that actually 5,000 years of Chinese history points in one direction, maybe 100 years of communist history points in a different direction, but the reality is China is much more than just the Communist Party.
Ashok, do you have a response to President Xi's statement yesterday?
Look, we have watched Chinese wolf warrior diplomacy, which Tom referred to, with some interest and amusement in the past few months. And I'm always wary of Chinese language speeches or Mandarin speeches being translated into English by Chinese translators. They tend to sound more dramatic than is probably intended. But having said that, to go to the point of a rising China, and of course China's rise is welcome because it is a great power, it is going to cause some shifts in the global system, but quite frankly, some of the projects China and the initiatives China has taken into the international system are causing disquiet. For instance, many of its infrastructure projects, while ostensibly welcome, have created dependencies and are frankly unsustainable both economically and ecologically, and in terms of the cost to local society. We are seeing many of these projects in our neighborhood, and we are wondering what this is about. Second, of course,
give us some examples of those projects.
Well, we've seen a what's called the world's emptiest airport in Hambantota, which adjoins a port, which is called the world's emptiest port. Both spanking new projects, excellent infrastructure, but nothing justifies that sort of investment there. We aren't seeing the traffic. We are seeing the China-Pakistan economic corridor, which is going through some territory that is actually legally Indian territory. And it's creating projects that don't seem to have much of an economic purpose. And we wonder if they are dual-use projects. We do have concerns about that. And separate from the Belt and Road Initiative, on our border last summer, completely out of nowhere, China amassed vast numbers of troops, in a manner it had never done in recent history. And that caused some concerns too, because that did affect other aspects of our relationship, including economic and trade aspects. So there are issues about Chinese actions in the past few years, especially the past year, that have caused some questions, and we're wondering where this is going.
So I wonder if we could move that question of China around to talk about technology a little bit, because there is a great concern that there are different internets being created. We saw the UK, together with the US and now Europe, rejecting the Huawei technology. That's resulted in some pretty interesting differences in how the world will access the internet. It's a pretty sensitive issue when it comes to security. I just wonder how you would look at that, Tom, in terms of how you want to engage with China. What is the right path forward to tread together while maintaining these national security aspects?
So look, I think, like everybody, we want to work with free people, we want to work with partners around the world, and we want to see everybody prosper in peace as much as possible. But it's really hard to do that with states that are using state capitalism and indeed then using state industry as means of seeking to achieve monopoly positions and the leverage that obtains. And that's why I think that we are beginning to see partnerships, and India also rejected Huawei, and we're seeing partnerships between countries that, if you like, obey the usual rules of commerce, the basic rules of trade, that actually do stick to their agreements in the WTO or in various other international fora. And sadly, we're seeing others, and I think Ashok quite rightly identified some of the issues where there are concerns in terms of infrastructure, and we know, as Ashok knows only too well, we know that one of the things that's really challenging us as well is the environmental threats of major Chinese infrastructure projects in terms of coal building and some coal power station building. So finding ways in which our technology can interact is a challenge, and it's going to remain a challenge if one side is a fundamentally statist power and the others, like our two countries, are free market, open economies.
Ashok, did you want to comment on that from an Indian perspective?
This is about more than just telecom. There are a whole host of emerging technologies. We're only at the edge of this brave new world, if you will. Telecom, robotics, artificial intelligence, personalized medicine, all of these will require standard setting. It will require transparency and will require trust. So the question is, do you work with partners you trust? Do you work with a regime that is transparent and democratic and functions by the rules? And who defines these standards? These are questions that frankly, the democratic world is asking. We don't have answers yet, but we're beginning to ask these questions. And that is where I think India and the UK have a lot to contribute, individually and together, in terms of ensuring that the sort of norms that govern these emerging technologies, including the internet and telecom related technologies, are norms we are comfortable with and norms that conform to our principles and values. By our, I mean, of course, the democratic world.
I think Ashok's absolutely right on that, and actually a real opportunity, I think, for us both, and it is on some of these standard-setting bodies like the UN, bodies of the International Telecoms Union and various other similar organisations that do set standards globally. One of the things that the partnership between India and the UK, but actually between others as well, Australia, France, Germany, United States, Canada, and many others besides, is making sure that we get democracies and rule of law states like our own onto these standard setting bodies. Because if we don't, we end up having standards shaped by people whose views of freedom and self-association and so on are pretty fundamentally different to our own.
I want to turn to the cut in UK aid budget, because that has been, I think, bad news for a lot of countries around the world. I wonder if you could let me know, Tom, how you think, what kind of priorities might be being neglected as we do what we have to do, which is figure out how to pay for COVID-19.
Well, look, India has been a partner in aid for a number of years now. I think I'm right in saying, and Ashok, you'll correct me, but I think India produced 60 million doses of vaccine at the Serum Institute, which went abroad, which went overseas from India, and I think about 5 million or so doses were absolutely free, and the others were basically at cost. So it's an extraordinary act of generosity by the Indian people, and I think something that we all should learn from. And India has been a partner for British aid for a number of years, and I say that quite clearly because actually India has not been a recipient of British aid for many, many years. It's been a partner. We've done projects together. Yes, some of that money has been spent in India, but not on India, if you see. So it's where we've worked together. And I think this is where the UK has got some real opportunities. The way that we've supported various different operations and enterprises in Syria and Jordan and Lebanon and so on, or indeed in East and West Africa to change the direction of girls' lives, or to change the direction of the threat of terrorism and so on, has been something that we've taken very seriously. So I am concerned about this cut because, as we both know, and Ashok just pointed out, for infrastructure building, if you step away from the table, you don't leave a vacuum. Somebody else steps in. And we have the choice, really. Do we want the influences shaping countries around the world to be leaning towards the free trade, open economies with democratic instincts and so on, or do we want them leaning the other way? And I think for both the Indian people and the British people, the interest is very much in trying to build up like-minded states and supporting like-minded and similar values interests.
How do you see that, Ashok, in terms of aid to areas of the world that need it more?
India is the country with the largest incremental developmental assistance budget currently, and as sort of we move into the future, because we provide assistance, we undertake projects in our neighborhood in South Asia, in the broader neighborhood in other parts of Asia, including Central Asia, and of course in Africa, across the continent of Africa. These are projects related to education, the digital medium and IT, health, including digital health, skilling, infrastructure, and of course agriculture. And what is important about our projects is each of these projects represents a template that has worked at home. So it's we actually export or take to another country experiments or ideas or innovations that have actually worked for our people at home and make sense to similarly placed countries in other parts of the world. We have quite an expansive and diverse developmental assistance portfolio. And quite frankly, an India-UK developmental partnership for other countries is waiting to happen, is waiting to grow. It's already exists. In areas such as education, youth and skilling, health, because health is emerging as a very important currency of international diplomacy after COVID. And India and the UK are natural partners here because there are complementarities we can build on of course, the AstraZeneca Serum partnership was one example. And there is much we can do together, especially in Africa, I would say in the Caribbean, in countries that are a part of the Commonwealth. We have to redefine the Commonwealth not just as a early 20th century club, but actually as a living 21st century developmental ecosystem where Britain and India contribute together.
I think Ashok's absolutely right. I have to say, it's always worth remembering that when you talk about the Commonwealth, half of the Commonwealth is India. So it's a very fundamental relationship. But I think building on that and building on a partnership globally is exactly what we should be doing.
I'm going to pass you both the crystal ball. How do you think the world is going to change? What are the trends that we're not seeing now that we're going to be talking about as, my goodness, didn't see that coming in a year's time, Tom?
Gosh, that's always tricky. Look, I mean, I think the fundamental trends that are going forward are going to continue, which is that democratic partnerships are going to deepen and get stronger. And so I'm a firm believer that actually the partnership between London and Delhi is only going to increase. I think one of the other things, though, that we're going to start being much more aware of is the challenges, the internal challenges within the Chinese system, and the consequential blowback that may have for the rest of us. So I think that's also going to push us closer and closer together.
Ashok, what about you? I'm passing you the crystal ball. What are the trends that are emerging as we're coming out of the pandemic or coming next through it?
Well, two immediate predictions. England wins the European Cup and
Glad to hear that.
India wins the Test series against England.
I'm not sure about that.
Apart from that, we are, quite frankly, this is a somber prognosis because we are moving from a predictable system, sort of a Lockean system, if you will, to a Hobbesian system. The world is going to get more competitive. There is more turbulence ahead. But that is where countries such as India and the UK, countries that share fundamental values, we don't always agree, and we will not always agree. But there's more we agree on than we disagree on. This is where we really have to work together to do three things. One, trade where we can, and we really can, build a strong trade partnership, which builds our complementarities. Come together for global good, climate change and health, and a reformed multilateral system. And, as I said earlier, standard setting and norms, especially for emerging technologies and the global commons. I'd like to stop there.
Thank you, Ashok. So is England going to win the Euros?
I'm sure England's going to win the Euros, but I also think that we're going to have a very good test series against India. And whoever wins, Ashok, buys the other one dinner. How's that?
Absolutely. The next time I'm in London or you're in Delhi.
Excellent.
Thank you to both Tom Tugendhat and to Ashok Malik for joining me. We're going to be back in just a moment. Ben is going to take over the stage, speaking about digital innovation and science and creating the environment for growth. Stay with us.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. Countries all over the world have been impacted with the onslaught of the coronavirus crisis, and its full effects have yet to be seen. Lockdowns challenged economic activity, causing setbacks to consumption, manufacturing, exports, and capital flows. There's no quick fix or shortcut to stimulate and increase demand in an economy. This takes time, patience, effort, and also working together with other nations to help rebuild and restart sectors. Amidst the ongoing uncertainty, economic recovery will also depend on how people come out of their homes and the rate at which demand will resume organically. Let's take a look at how some of the global leaders joining us today faced and worked to overcome large-scale challenges, including navigating huge debts, unemployment, and exhausted healthcare systems. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring to you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com. That's the place where India meets the world and the world meets India. Namaste.
with us as we bring you a fireside chat with Punit Ranjan, the global CEO of Deloitte. Ranjan will be sharing his views on global leadership, recovery and the road to resilient transition right here at India Global Forum, where we work to build a future together and build that future now.
Welcome back to you, and we will have that conversation with Punit just a little later. It's a fascinating discussion about some of the way that business may adapt its policies, its strategies and its planning after so many lessons were learnt as a result of this crisis. But first of all, I'm keen that we move the conversation beyond COVID. It has dominated headlines, but as Edie was just discussing with her panel just a short while ago, so much else has happened over the past 12 or 18 months. And I'm keen to look now about what could happen in the next 12 to 18 months. Technology innovation could lead the way out of this crisis, but also create so many more opportunities. And so to look at what those opportunities could be and how we may harness some of them, I'm delighted to introduce my next panel. So with me here in the studio is Priya Guha, MBE from Merian Adventures. Priya, nice to see you. And also joining us virtually is Girish Ramachandran from Tata Consultancy Services and Balaji Vishnavardhan, who is from Evento Robotics. It's lovely to have you all with us. Thanks so much. Priya, maybe I could start with you because it's such a joy to have you here in the studio. Let's talk a little bit about some of the opportunities. What are you most excited about this year? Because so much of our attention has been focused on COVID. Maybe we've taken our eye off what's coming down the line and what we could be excited about.
So I think, Ben, there's a trend we're seeing, which is a really exciting trend. So out of all of the pain of the pandemic, one of the few silver linings has, in my view, been an acceleration of the willingness to embrace technology. Mm-hmm. An acknowledgement that actually technology might be one of the potential solutions for some of the big problems the world is facing. We've seen that with vaccine development during the COVID crisis. But what that means is, and that creates a real environment where we can start to realize the potential of some of the incredibly transformational technologies out there. I'll let our fellow panelists talk to things like robotics, which could potentially be so game-changing across so many sectors, including supply chains, retail, etc., even medical interventions. But we've also got an opportunity for things like quantum technology to be realized. And these are real game-changing global innovations. One of the companies I work with is using artificial intelligence to detect breast cancer. Wow. These are the sort of things that can change the world. And what I think we've seen post-pandemic is a global willingness to embrace that change, yes, which just wasn't there before. And I want to talk in a moment actually about that psychological change that's come as a result of the pandemic, about thinking of doing things differently and what that helps deliver as far as innovation is concerned. Girish, let me bring you in at this point, because you deal with so many organisations. What are they telling you? What are they thinking about doing things differently and harnessing the power of both technology but the innovation to do things a bit differently?
Thank you, Ben. So what probably we are in a juncture where we are having not only the pandemic, but also the fourth industrial revolution. And this is really, both of these things together have accelerated the speed of change as we see. And what I see is that every business is reshaping their own organization and disrupting. Somebody is there to disrupt their own business models. So what, like what Priya was saying, technology is at the center of this particular change. And we have seen a quick development of innovations even during this particular pandemic. For example, we have seen private sector repurpose automotive, aviation, or consumer goods to quickly manufacture urgently needed medical equipments like ventilators, masks, hand sanitizers, etc. So technology is at the center of this, and every organization is reimagining using digitization, what their business will look like in a few years from now.
And Girish, has it given us a newfound respect, a newfound understanding of what technology can provide us? It's not just something that's nice to have, it's suddenly becomes something that is absolutely essential if we're to progress.
No, absolutely, Ben. And every organization, people who are least willing to adopt technology and digitization are jumping the bandwagon, and they are looking at how they can accelerate this particular change and ride on this particular wave of change that is happening.
Yeah, Balaji, let me bring you in at this point because as Priya touched on, robotics as well, maybe an area that we sort of don't understand too much about, but we will get to know a lot about over the months and years to come. What are you most excited about right now, about the power that we can harness from robotics?
Thanks, Ben, and thanks for setting it up, Priya. With robotics, what we see is the evolution of avatar. What pandemic has done is like enable far more people to work remotely, but still it is still quite a limited audience. What robotics and the avatar that it can enable is to enable far more workforce to be able to work remotely. What if a warehouse worker sitting at home could still like through the robots in their warehouse be able to bring the avatar into it, be able to pick up items from the shelves and then place it and then be able to manage it. Whatever caregiver can sit remotely and then be able to use the robot's arms and the mobility to be able to bring care to the patients he or she is caring. So that's the key future we see is the robots becoming an avatar for workers of far more diverse backgrounds to be able to deliver value in the physical world.
Priya, we were talking just a little earlier about what is the driver of this change? What is the driver to adopt new technology, to think about doing things differently? Where is it coming from? Is it coming from government that's played such a huge role in this pandemic and they have such a deep pockets and big ambition? Or is it coming from the private sector?
So I think the reality is what we're seeing at the moment, Ben, is an alignment of lots of different factors. Of course, there is the pandemic, which has accelerated a change, but it's forced consumers to think differently about how they operate and what they purchase, maybe buying their food or produce online in a way that they hadn't historically considered. It's also forced people to think that actually technology could help them rather than hinder them. The move to remote working would never have happened naturally, but for many people, many professionals, it actually worked quite well. If you look at actually the role of governments, I think this is where governments have recognised that if we are going to be able to reap the rewards of innovation, reap the rewards of technology, government needs to play a role in supporting that. One of the hats I wear is actually as a member of the council, the board of Innovate UK, the UK government's innovation agency. And the role of an organisation like Innovate and its counterparts in India is to look at how to help technologies get over the barriers to commercialisation. In both India and the UK, we have fantastic higher education institutions which are investigating some of the most cutting-edge frontier science. But actually, for those technologies to really make a difference in the world, we need them to be commercialised and be available for broad use in every country in the world. And so there's a role there for governments to play as well in stimulating that innovation.
And is there enough cross-border collaboration? Because that's always the issue, isn't it? That these things cannot happen in silos.
They absolutely cannot happen in silos. And this is actually, for me, one of the most exciting elements to the UK-India relationship. India and the UK have been collaborating on science and innovation for, more than 15, 20 years and beyond that, in terms of looking at areas where our academics can work together, but also where our governments can collaborate on this issue and support each other's innovations coming to fruition. But lastly, and most importantly, perhaps actually encouraging our businesses to engage in each other's economy and make sure that innovations that are benefiting the UK are benefiting India and vice versa.
Girish, let me talk about the way we have adopted technology over the last 18 months. You touched on the fact that it has become much more prevalent. We are perhaps a little more trusting of it because we can see the benefits. I wonder now where that takes us and what hurdles that helps us overcome. But equally, what are the hurdles ahead? Because maybe we've been so caught up in this pandemic, some things have fallen by the wayside that now need to still play catch up.
Thank you, Ben. I think, my view is that there are three actors in this whole equation. One is the government, the second one is private sector, and the third one is individuals like you and me. And I want to highlight a few things, a few building blocks for this transition, what I call towards digital innovation. And India has done a phenomenal job out of this. That's why I want to highlight this. At the basic minimum is to create a digital foundation. And this is a part of where the government plays in to level the playing field so that we have uniform access to technology, leveraging both internet, cloud, mobile technology, big data, AI, and backed by a very strong cybersecurity layer. And I call this the digital spine. And India has done a phenomenal job out of it. So India has built this 4 layers, what I call presence-less layer, which is providing digital identity to people so that citizens can participate in any service. The second one is what is called the paperless layer, which is providing digital records so that when people move from one place to another, you don't have to move around with the data. Our data is already there in the cloud. And the third one, which India has done phenomenally well, is providing a single interface to payments. And the fourth one is about how do you allow data to move freely and securely. So this is a part where essentially the government has to democratize this whole equation. Then there is a second element, which is what private sector has to do and government has to do, which is in the area of skilling. I genuinely feel that we will have a shortage of workforce, and the shortage of workforce is to the tune of an unrealized output of $450 billion. So this responsibility of reskilling and upskilling lies with both the government as well as businesses, because we need to co-invest in education. And the last one is, it is also very important for all of us as citizens to take this particular opportunity and reskill ourselves. So the most important impetus is on all of us to pick this digital wave and use this opportunity to relearn and unlearn a lot of things that we have done so far.
When you lay out the opportunities and the potential there, it, for some may seem a little overwhelming. It's hard to know what governments should be prioritising, where they should be focusing their resources. And I'm also going to ask Priya this question in just a second, but it'd be interesting, Girish, if you give me your assessment of where the focus needs to be in the short term before we get into the kind of the big thinking that might come further down the line.
No, I think we have to look at each and every industry and look at, for those specific industries, what should the government do? Okay? And what is it the government, how should the government build a digital spine so that we have a level playing field across the whole value chain? I think that is probably the single most thing which the government has to do. And the Indian government has done that very well. The second most thing is to identify the opportunities ahead. For example, as I said, skilling is a very important opportunity. We are going to lose a lot of jobs because of automation, but there is a lot of new jobs going to be created. And unless we are ready for that particular wave, it is important that the government has to pick up that and ensure that we pick up skills in those particular areas so that we are able to build on that.
Yeah. Priya, let me ask you the same question, because it can feel overwhelming. The potential opportunities are absolutely vast. How do you boil those down to focus minds about this should be your short-term priority, and then we can get on to thinking a bit bigger?
I think one of the most important conversations governments can have is what are the areas where government can make a real difference, but also what are the areas where government needs to step back and just let the sector develop. And so to build on what Girish rightly commented in terms of agendas like skills, another really important agenda is, of course, regulation. And that's one of the hottest topics at the moment in every country in the world, is how do we regulate technology? And I think it's very, very important that government both recognises where a framework of regulation is supportive of innovation, but also where actually governments need to recognise that innovation moves at pace and we don't want regulation to be a barrier to that. The one other area, and it won't come as a surprise to you, Ben, to know this, that I think governments should prioritise is also making sure innovation is inclusive. Mm-hmm. We have a huge problem everywhere around the world, which is that innovation has been seen as an area where a small percentage of the world's population is engaging, whether that's in terms of the people who've had access to funding, for example, to commercialise innovation, or indeed some preconceptions about where those ideas might come from. So I think it's very, very important, if we're going to actually realise technologies that will benefit everybody, to make sure that technologies are inclusive and we are active as governments, as consumers, as corporates to look for innovation wherever it comes from in the world and make sure that every idea has an equal chance to succeed.
Yeah, and Priya, I want to talk about the work that your fund does a little later, and we'll come on to that. Balaji, let me bring you in at this point again too, because we were hearing there about the social change that some of this will drive and why it is so important, particularly relevant in your field of expertise, of course, and we were hearing there about jobs and automation. We will lose a lot of jobs to automation, and therefore the growth area will come in the more highly skilled roles that are associated with it. From a robotics point of view, that is quite a burden that is on your head, as well as saying, I've got all these wonderful ideas, but I'm going to take your jobs.
So I'll partly disagree with that notion. So when computers came in the mainstream 4 decades ago, it created a whole bunch of new jobs. And the same way we expect with robotics too. So it is not a robot versus human or robot replacing human. It is going to be a robot working together with a human. I'll give you an example of a senior care home that we are putting our robots in. So here the care got quite limited due to the COVID. And what our robots could do is enable a caregiver working remotely to be able to manage the robots, be able to manage a fleet of robots, going into seniors, checking on them, monitoring them, and also cracking jokes with them on a daily basis. This is a very, very important one. So it is going to create a whole new sector of jobs. Yes, there will be some dislocation in some sector, but overall what I believe is there will be a net creation of new jobs when we see robots collaborating with humans. So it's not just high-tech roles I'm talking about. I'm talking about roles like providing care in retail, in factory, and those are areas where we believe robotic avatars can create new type of jobs.
Yeah, and in some respects, though, the pandemic sort of did your sales pitch for you. Because if I was an employer and I've got staff, in many cases, depending on the industry you're in, those staff are reliable and they are relatively cheap. Investing in robotics and investing in automation is a big capital expense up front. But of course, the pandemic proved that robots don't get sick, they don't need to social distance, they can work 24 hours. So actually, convincing businesses to invest in that sort of technology now is a no-brainer.
Absolutely. So the pandemic has altered the attitudes of both the end consumers who are much more open to dealing with technology, as well as the workers who now see the technology as something a bigger enabler. So it is not just about like robots do not get sick, but those who are like forced out of the workforce, some of them, they can get back to the workforce without having to come to the workplace. So that's those kind of ways we see even worker attitudes towards robots have been changing during the pandemic.
Yeah, Girish, you're nodding there, and it might be an unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Give me a sense of where we are on the scale of things that are going to happen in the short term, in the near term. What practical differences will I see? What will change my life over the coming year? And then what are the ones that are nice to have? They're much further down the line, and we're working towards them, but we're not quite there yet.
In the area of technology?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, for example, I mean, let me take a few sectors that you are looking for. For example, if you talked about the government, okay? If you look at the government's primary responsibility being education, health, food, security, as well as urbanization, if you may, building smart cities, there is an element of technology which goes into each of this today, as far as digitization is concerned. Okay? So, for example, Ben, I'll give you some examples. Today, 45% of the world's population today live in cities. If without the pandemic, we would have had a massive amount of urbanization going on, and we would have had almost 60% of the world's population coming into cities. And this is very true for India because Indian cities are getting more and more crowded. We have now probably found out another way of living where all of us could live in, for example, a Bali and still work for a particular company. That is a fundamental alteration of the way that we have looked at in terms of urbanization. Education, we have a big problem. Okay, I don't think we've solved it yet. Today, we have got 1.6 billion kids out of school. And what we have is we have a genuine problem because we are going to lose 1 or 2 years or 3 years of their schooling, and some of them are going back to child labor. That is a problem which the government has to fix, and we have to find a way to bring in online technology as well as ensuring that there is grooming of the kids as well. The third thing I will talk about is in food security. Today, 30% of the food which comes in, we make food for around 10 billion people. But there is a significant food which gets wasted. And using technology, we'll be able to quickly get this and ensure that supply chain goes in properly and ensures that using IoT or data analytics, we'll be able to ensure that food comes to the table rather than gets wasted in the supply chain. So if I look at different sectors and the different priorities of every country, it will vary, and the technology is there to sort it out. But there are certain places where technology might not have answers, like for example, the education.
Thank you, and it was a tough question, but thank you for, for answering it. And Priya, before we go, look, I want to talk about, and I hate these discussions where we talk about women bosses, women investors, women entrepreneurs, but your fund invests particularly in women-led, women-founded businesses in this technology space. Talk to me about why that is still so important and why we need to talk about it.
So I think what we have is a problem in every country around the world around this point on inclusive innovation. If you take the UK, a Rose Review report, which came out a couple of years ago, talked about only 1 pence in every pound of venture capital money going to female-led businesses. What does that mean? Well, it means that actually the businesses that are coming through are not necessarily designing for a broad population. They're not necessarily thinking in different ways as they're building their business. And as a result, the businesses will not be as effective. That's proven time after time that businesses that are undiverse are less effective businesses. So what we focus on at Merian Ventures is actually investing in those women who are leading businesses and growing businesses to scale, who are otherwise finding it very challenging to get the funding they need to scale. So it's a really important area. We focus on it in the context of women-led innovation. It's also very relevant for other underrepresented groups in the UK and in the US in particular at the moment. Very good conversation happening around how to support black founders, for example, for whom the numbers are equally bad. So this is a really, really important area that everyone needs to focus on around the world, because otherwise we won't have the right technological solutions that we need to make the right decisions for society. And that's fundamentally where technology will be transformational, whether you're in India, whether you're in the UK or anywhere in the world.
It is so, so important, isn't it? And it's astonishing that we're still in an era whereby businesses don't look like their customers or their users or their audience, and that is the fundamental mismatch, isn't it? Priya, thank you so much. So lovely to have you with us. Thank you very much. And also to Girish and to Balaji, thank you for your time this afternoon with us on the India Global Forum. I'm really grateful for an interesting chat that gets us beyond some of the tragedy and the difficulties of this last year, but looking ahead to some of the opportunities that may be coming down the line. So my thanks to you all.
Awesome.
Now,
Thank you.
a little earlier, I sat down with the Global Chief Executive of Deloitte, and we spoke about some of the opportunities in a business setting. How will we think about doing things a bit differently in future? What are the changes that have been brought about by this pandemic that we can learn from and build on in a workplace setting? It's an interesting chat. It's with Punit Renjen, who's the Global Chief Executive of Deloitte. So that's coming up next. And then straight after that, we've got a special little treat from our hosts here at the Taj in London. So we'll hear from Deloitte, and then stay tuned for that little treat from the Taj. So Punit, let me jump straight in. And it's been quite an 18 months that we've all lived through in all parts of the world. And let's look at this from a business point of view, first of all. And I wonder of your assessment of how prepared business was for this pandemic that, quite rightly, very few people saw coming to the extent that it did. But how prepared were business to deal with it?
First, great to be with you. You know, the great philosopher Mike Tyson once said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And it's fair to say that COVID-19 was a punch in the mouth for the entire global business community. I've been with Deloitte for 35 years, and this is my first global pandemic that I've had to deal with. And it's quite different than the Great Recession, as a for instance. And any playbook that we developed in the Great Recession or other events doesn't quite fit here. And what I think businesses had to do, frankly, was to rapidly respond. And then if they were forward-looking, to start thinking about how they were going to recover and then eventually thrive. But that initial response, for Deloitte, for instance, taking 300,000 people remote, was very rapid. The speed with which this pandemic hit and the global nature of it was very unique. And so, to use another analogy, you had to play really solid defense, protect your people, take care of your people, and in terms of serving your clients, come up with contingency plans so that you could keep serving your clients. But you also had to play defense on making sure that you had adequate liquidity. We've been around for 175 years, and I was going to ensure that under my watch that we would have a 176th year. And that was all around respond. And then for the entities that are recovering well, using the same analogy, they started playing great offense and started in the pandemic, focusing on clients, making contrarian moves, continuing investments in people, in technology, and taking advantage of what the pandemic offered. And what I mean by that is digitization, as an example. There's been more digitization in the last 14, 15 months than there have been in the last 2, 3, 4 years. And so really investing in that, that's all part of recovering and then eventually coming out of it and thriving. So short answer, nobody had a plan, I don't think.
Penny, I spend most of my days traveling around the UK at the moment, meeting business and asking them about what they learned about themselves, the way they operate, how resilient they are in unprecedented times. And I'm aware that we are not out of the woods yet. There is still a long way to go till we get back to something that resembles normal. But what would you say for yourself and your business, but for many others that you deal with, about what is the biggest lesson they've learned about themselves?
That we are more resilient and our people are more resilient than we could even imagine. Giving back to our communities, keeping a focus beyond just the bottom line is the right thing to do. It is also the right business thing to do. It is something that can galvanize an organization like it has done Deloitte and keep people focused on serving clients, giving back to their communities. I mean, Ben, for Deloitte, it's very simple. Our purpose is to make an impact for our clients that we serve, for the people that we hire and develop, and for the communities that we live and work in. And we kept true to that. And that was a real learning for us, that purpose is our North Star, and it galvanizes us to stick together and take care of each other, but also keep focused on what really matters. And I think that was pretty remarkable. The other interesting thing to me, in the least, was how global and how globally connected we are. The virus doesn't discriminate. It doesn't distinguish between an Indian or an Englishman. It impacts everybody consistently, and despite all the rhetoric that we listen to, we're a really interconnected humanity, and we're more global. And that was a key aha moment, in the least for me, out of this pandemic. I'd like to say one more thing. I mean, listen, in terms of business operations, the tremendous disruption, the way work is going to get done, I'm happy to talk about that. That's going to change. The way that we serve our clients is going to change. But I think out of this pandemic, there were some silver linings. Climate, for instance. I think it gave us a chance at an individual level, at an organizational level, at a societal level, to look at the way that we were living and really reassess and focus on things that really matter. Climate, for instance. ESG systemic racism, the inequality that exists between in our communities. And I hope that out of this pandemic, we will address those issues collectively. And I'm actually quite optimistic that that is the silver lining that comes out of this terrible year.
Yeah, there's two things there, Puneet, that you raised, and I want to come to. One is the technology and the investment in this digitalization of the economy that has been sped up by this pandemic. But the other one, and let's talk about that first, ESG. So the goals that many businesses say are at the heart of what they want to do. It's made us think about doing things differently. But if we make parallels with our personal life, we all have these ambitions about things we learnt about ourselves in lockdown, and actually we probably won't get round to ever doing them. When you talk about business, do you get a sense that there is meaningful change on the way, that this is more than just lip service or an idea that was born in the pandemic, that actually when we get back to normal, we'll never see the light of day?
That's a fair question. But let me start with a couple of data points. First, in 2020, net zero pledges, let's take climate as a for instance, tripled over 2019. Now, will all of these pledges be delivered on? I don't know. I hope they will be, but only time will tell. But there are a couple of other things that or data points that make me more optimistic. Let's take Deloitte as a for instance. 86% of the 300,000 professionals that call Deloitte home are millennials and Gen Zs. Their top issue is climate. So if I want to retain 86% of my coveted professionals, I need to have a credible response to this particular issue, not just a commitment, but a response with metrics. Let me give you another anecdotal example. You know, I recruit, or Deloitte recruits, thousands of people every year, and I go to campuses in the United States and Europe and Asia Pacific. And consistently, I'm asked the same question. What does Deloitte do beyond its core profit motive? So if I want to hire the best individuals, I must have a credible response. That is why I believe that these issues like climate, like diversity and inclusion, systemic racism, inequality, we need to have a credible response to as individuals, as businesses, and as society. Because our customers are demanding it, our people are demanding it, and to me, in the least, a people-driven business, that is incredibly important. And investors increasingly are demanding it. So that's what makes me optimistic, Ben, is that the commitments will translate into action and then outcomes. Now, I have to say that there are still, like you, I talk to different businesses. There are still businesses that have their head in the sand and think that this will blow over. I don't believe it will. One of the things that we have done with a number of our colleagues in the profession is to come up with voluntary metrics, working with the World Economic Forum. 90 entities, 90 companies have signed up for them. And there is a trend to convergence around metrics so that we can measure and hold ourselves accountable. As you know, what gets done is what gets measured and what people can be held to account for. So I think I'm quite optimistic that this time around, coming out of the pandemic, that we will see positive momentum on some of these issues. And if we don't, I dread what my 17-year-old son will say to me 20 years now, that this generation let everybody down.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because it feels that the pressure is coming not only from customers, but as you've highlighted there, from staff. And if you want to recruit and retain, you need to put some of those promises into action, don't you? I want to talk a little bit as well about technology, because you raised the idea of the digitalization that has been brought about by this pandemic. In our domestic lives, but also in business settings, you know, we would not have been doing this 18 months ago, I would imagine. Talk to me about the change that we've seen in this year and a half and what that means for business on a day-to-day level.
Well, I think it's, first off, it started with massive disruption. I mean, the way that we were living our lives certainly in a very speedy way got disrupted. What will come out of this is first how work is done, and it will vary by entities that require, or companies that require close collaboration. I was talking to a pharmaceutical company, and they require really close collaboration. There will be some change, but it may be more akin to what it was like before the pandemic. But then there are other entities which will go to a more hybrid model, more flexible model. But flexibility in the way work is done is here to stay. And let's take Deloitte again as an example. We are in 150 countries. We have 900 offices. Are we going to need 900 offices after the pandemic? The answer is no. Will the configuration of that office for us be the same? The answer is no. What do I mean by that? There'll be more collaborative space, but there will certainly be flexibility in the way that we work, in the way that we continue to serve clients, in the way that we collaborate. So that's one aspect in the way that work is going to get done. Certain customer service inconveniences that the pandemic brought to the fore in the way that we consume and the impact that it is going to have on the retail sector and some of the contact-free digital customer experience, that is here to stay. Supply chains. And one of the things that we did experience, many companies experienced, was a disruption in the supply chain. And so building flexible and resilient supply chains would be a third change that is here to stay. And then, of course, you've talked about digitization, the move to cloud, cyber, digital technology, and using digital technology to make work more efficient, work more flexible, work more pleasurable, and more collaborative, I think is an outcome that has been sped up by this pandemic. And then the last one, I'm hopeful and I'm actually quite optimistic, is around ESG. As I've said a couple of times, I think coming out of this pandemic, I'm quite optimistic that we're going to tackle some of these big issues like climate inequality and systemic racism. Listen, a company like Deloitte, 150 countries, 300,000 professionals, we cannot be successful if the communities that we live and work in are not successful. If we have inequality in those communities, it isn't good business for us. So I think there is a real incentive coming out of this, a realization that we must do things differently. We must do things better.
You have a global overview, given what you do. So I wonder whether you can give us a snapshot of where in the world is leading on this, both that digitalization, but also that change in focus on ESG. And talk to me about India's role in all of this. Where does it sit on a world stage?
I've said this on a number of interviews that I've done recently. Despite what India went through with the second wave, which was really a tsunami in the long arc of history, I'm very optimistic about India. I believe that this is India's century. It's time for India to take its rightful place as a leading community, a leading society. And I think from a business standpoint, all the ingredients are there if we can grab onto them. And, India, tremendous talent pool. I have 50,000 professionals that call India home. We're going to nearly double our talent pool in the next couple of years. So tremendous talent pool. A democratic tradition, which I think is in the long arc of history, is a very positive thing. The rule of law, a really ancient society, a wonderful community. If you've been to India, Ben, I think you'll know how hospitable and open the society is. So I'm very optimistic on India. I'm also optimistic in terms of ESG, because again, for India, it is an imperative. If you look at air quality, you look at just the quality of life for India and the sustainable agriculture that India needs to have, I think it is a real opportunity for India to come up with an Indian set of answers to address ESG issues. So I am optimistic that India will play a leadership role, not exclusively working with others, but on ESG. I think it is an imperative for India. In terms of digitization, I mean, the United States, again, my home country, it's just a wonderful community, a wonderful business community. It's always reimagined itself, regenerated itself. And I think it's taking a tremendous lead in digitization and digital transformation. And I'm really optimistic on the United States as well. Other communities, I mean, I'm quite enthused by what Japan is doing. I think China has some wonderful innovations that and their tech sector is developing as well. So I think there are multiple geographies that are coming out of this pandemic and trying to take advantage of the opportunities that digitization affords us. One thing that I will say, we are better off if we cooperate globally rather than compete. We absolutely have to compete as communities, as businesses, but cooperating to in the least address some of these large issues is absolutely a must, particularly around climate.
Yeah, because absolutely, those are the biggest issues that do not have borders by their very nature. It needs a global cooperation to try and tackle them and make some meaningful progress. I'm aware time is tight, so I want to ask you a couple of final thoughts, particularly on a lot of the bold claims that are being made right now about the way we will work, what the future of business will look like, all of these big predictions about how fundamentally different the future will look. Are we just caught up in the pandemic speak and actually things will just revert to normal? Or do you feel that this is a fundamental reset of the way that we will work in future?
That's a very interesting question, Ben. I think the pandemic will change the way that we will live and work. There is no doubt in my mind. Will it be radical? I mean, I don't think so. I think there will be certainly changes like I just enumerated in terms of how we will work, but some of the fundamental things in terms of collaborating, innovating existed prior to the pandemic and will exist after the pandemic. Listen, I'm old enough now to realize I've gone through the Y2K phenomenon, the ERP wave, the .com wave, and of course they changed the way that we live and work, but did it fundamentally change the way that we live and work? No, but the pandemic and digitization and some of the reimagining of the way that we live and work that the pandemic has brought forth will absolutely change going forward the way that we live and work.
Penny, I'm so grateful for your time. We are out of time, but thank you so much for talking. It's fascinating to hear your thoughts because there's so many wild predictions, aren't there, about what will happen next. But you know, you've got your finger on the pulse, so I'm grateful for you explaining all of that.
Coming up next, an in-depth conversation with Arundhati Bhattacharya, Chairman and CEO, Salesforce India. Bhattacharya will discuss a digital future creating an equitable revolution. Don't miss this India Global Forum, where the curiosity of a scientist meets the ingenuity of an engineer.
I hope you enjoyed that curry recipe there. I certainly might be ordering one of those a little bit later today. Welcome back to India Global Forum. Really excited to be about our next discussion. We know that COVID-19 has accelerated the digital revolution, and in some cases we have seen 8 years of change in just a year. But that's only for those who have access. I just looked up the figures. We're now at 54% of the world having some access to a form of the internet. I'm delighted to discuss this in conversation with a former top banker who led the State Bank of India, the country's largest lender. She is now chair and CEO of Salesforce India. Arundhati Bhattacharya, thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to the digital stage. You've moved from being a banker to working in one of the world's largest tech companies. Tell me, how do you view India's technological revolution, especially in the last year?
I think it's really and truly been expedited. India was already on a digital journey, but I think, at this point of time, what could have taken 2 or 3 years longer has actually been, compressed into a matter of 1 year. And if you look at the digital journey that we had been on, we had already created what is known as the India Stack, which is to do with the identity, creating the identity of digital identity of all our citizens, which is called the unique identification number. So that captures your 10 fingerprints and your retina scan and gives you a unique number to enable us to know who exactly the person is. We had also created, a lot of mobile penetration, which gave us the communication right across the country. And we have 60,000 villages. So you can imagine 600,000 villages. So you can imagine the spread of the population. And, the three of them together, that is the Aadhaar, the bank accounts, and the mobile, the three put together, we call it the Jam Trinity. So India was well on its way to digitization. What has happened subsequent to the pandemic, however, is that whereas companies were not evolving as quickly as they should, now if you look at companies, 100% of them realize that digital has become a must-have. It's not something that's just good to have.
Tell me about that. Tell me what sectors you've seen the fastest change in India over the last year.
Well, the fastest changes, I think, have taken place in the area of e-commerce, where people are understanding that they need to own their customers. We have seen a huge amount of change in the edtech sector because, children have not been able to attend schools. So, any and every edtech company has actually evolved very rapidly. We've seen a lot of changes in the health sector. Nobody could ever imagine, the kind of virtual consultations that we are doing with doctors at this point of time. And also, in all the supply chains and the dealer networks, I think, we have seen very rapid changes. So changes are there in every single sector. Means I can't really think of a sector that hasn't evolved. And of course, if you look at the banking sector or the BFSI sector, they've been one of the leaders in this. They always were the leaders. And if you look at the amount of digital payments that are now going through, and in fact, I was looking at the numbers, and the government predicts that by 2025, we will be having 1.25 billion transactions per day in respect of, in all these monetary transactions that are taking off. In respect of e-commerce, when I said, we are seeing a lot of growth, actually, we are seeing about 25-30% growth for most companies. However, in spite of that, only 5% of actual commerce is still digital. So we have huge space to grow.
You joined SBI in the 70s when it was really a traditional bank, very little to do with technology-enabled systems. And you lived and led this digital transformation. I'd love to hear about that journey and what do you think the key challenges were that you had to grapple with that might be useful for other companies to hear about?
Okay. I think, one of the biggest challenges that when you're going through a digital transformation, you have to have the entire CEO backing. That is, the number one person in the company must back it and must be passionate about it. And obviously, the board and the management, the top management, play a very important role in that, in the sense that they must to support it completely. Because unless and until you can get the buy-in of the rank and file, it's very difficult to bring about a change that is this fundamental. So I think, that is one of the things that we must look at. And if you look at one of the McKinsey reports, they say that almost 80% of the companies have started some kind of digital transformation, but only 3% have actually completed it. And I think the reason for this is that it lacks the kind of support that is required, from the very top. Because unless things flow from the top, the bottom ranks, they are the ones that are going to get convinced very easily. So we have to spend a lot of time in changing people's perception. In fact, more than doing the work itself, the physical work itself, I think what's much more important is to change perception, to change the perception that this is a requirement for my customer, that this is something that will empower me, empower my customer, actually give them the benefit of being able to be far more independent in what they do, and give them the elasticity and the freedom to do things at their own pace in their own times. Once you have this buy-in from the rank and file in an organization, you will see digitization moving very, very fast.
Of course, we also need to make sure that we bring everybody on this journey. And a lot of that is about giving people digital skills. Now, this is easy if you have access to the internet. It's easy, you could argue, if you're young, if you're in an urban area. Can you talk about some of the areas you think are more challenging, and how you think we can give digital skills to people so that they aren't left behind?
I think that is one of the biggest challenges that this digital age is posing. If you look at India itself, for instance, how many people have smartphones? Not only smartphones, even if you look at the gender divide, many more men have phones than women. And then again, if you look at the urban-rural divide, you'll find that in the rural areas, again, the number of people owning smartphones are far smaller than the number of people who are owning smartphones in the urban area. So we have one company, for instance, which is trying to bring out a smartphone within a very reasonable price, so as to ensure that every single Indian can have a screen of their own. And this is absolutely important, because unless and until you have access to the internet, unless and until you have the broadband to enable you to actually get on the net with a device that is compatible with it, you will be definitely left behind. That is one piece of it, giving people access. The other piece of it is the realization that skilling is very necessary. When we did the financial inclusion exercise that I talked about right in the beginning, called JAM, which is, the Jandhan accounts, as they were called at that time, the idea was that every single family must have at least one bank account. When we started, about 58% of the families in India had bank accounts. By the time we finished, 98%, in 7 months' time, at least one bank account was there per family, which enabled the government to directly put in the subsidy money into the bank accounts and prevent the huge leakage that was going on otherwise. Now, the fact of the matter is that along with access, what really made this program very effective was the literacy that was imparted, the financial literacy, the digital literacy, as to how to actually operate these accounts and ensure that you got the full benefit of it. So therefore, digital skilling is extremely important. I was looking at another report, and that report was saying that, actually speaking, reskilling your own people costs you 6 times less than hiring from outside. So if you even look at the cost structures, companies themselves need to take up the reskilling work. As for the public at large, there are very many free platforms. For instance, we have a platform in Salesforce called Trailhead, which is free, and where people can actually go in and train themselves into the various ways in which digital work can be done. And actually, from the beginning of the pandemic, we have seen an uptick of almost 29% of usage of Trailhead, of the badges that have been actually acquired by people, which are given at the end of the course, or when a person successfully completes a particular module. So there has been an uptick of almost 29% there. People are aware that they need to reskill themselves, and there are very many platforms which do not cost anything, but you do need access to them. So for access purposes, this is an infrastructure issue that needs to be addressed by the government for sure.
I'm interested in how you encourage women to get those skills as well. I know that's something that's very important to you. Have you seen as many women as men using the trailhead?
I have not. And that is absolutely one of the things, that I believe that we need to do right from the beginning. In fact, if you look at STEM education itself, I believe that we need to work hugely with women students, with girl students, to make them agreeable to try out the STEM areas of education. By tradition, somehow or the other, we have found that the women tend to go towards the liberal arts. I myself am an English literature major, and therefore, from there to have actually headed a Fortune 500 bank and the largest bank in India now into a tech company, it just shows that everything can be done. It's a question of wanting to get it done. And therefore, I think we need the right kind of incentives, the right kind of advocacy to ensure that we are getting our youngsters enthused enough to go in for STEM education to enable them to obtain the kind of skills that will be necessary for the future.
Yes, I'm speaking to you as a political science major, and I completely agree with you on that. I wonder how your view of the digital future has changed at all since you joined Salesforce.
So I think, in respect of the digital future, one thing that has definitely changed is that digital is now a must-have. You cannot survive without it. I really and truly believe that every single company, no matter which area it is, it needs a very strong technology backbone. It need not be a IT company. Means there are people who say that banks will actually be IT companies doing banking. I don't believe that needs to be true, but I do believe that unless they have a very strong technological backbone, they will not be able to survive. That's for sure.
I wonder if you could talk about the cloud and why. I know that the cloud is incredibly important to Salesforce. I know you're a believer in that. For India, what do you think the importance of it, and how will that help digital access?
See, one thing about the cloud, and we are cloud native, we were born in the cloud. So there's no way that I can say anything about it other than to say that this is something that is hugely empowering. To be on the cloud enables you to have the elasticity to take care of your demand elasticity. So there will be peak days, of activities. Now, to take care of that in on-prem systems or in private cloud systems is extremely difficult. However, when you are on the public cloud, all of these can be managed very easily. So if you're looking at agility, if you're looking at nimbleness, if you're looking at elasticity, cloud is the answer. But not only that, even if we are looking at security, cloud is the answer. And the reason for that is, for a company like us, trust matters a lot. And trust means that the customer's data is in trust in the clouds that we operate. And if that is the case, it is our job to ensure that they are safe. As a result, what happens is that there is a huge amount of time and effort spent in order to ensure that we are keeping everything secure. If there is any incident anywhere in the world, automatically, certain actions will be taken in order to ensure that something similar does not get repeated at our end. So therefore, you are forever scanning the entire ecosystem in order to ensure that you have got the right products and that you have got the right level of security, which again is very difficult if you have an on-prem system. Means, after all, you are limited by the way in which you can address anything that is happening across the globe. And therefore, if you're looking at cloud, whether it be for security, whether it be for elasticity and agility, as I said, cloud is really the answer to, and it is the way to go.
Can you talk about some of Salesforce's activities during COVID-19? I know that there was some really interesting data that you were able to use that tracked the pandemic, that helped send supplies where they were needed.
Absolutely. So we were actually running, the COVID map for India, and we've been doing it for many other countries as well. So, if you actually, when you get the COVID map of India, you get it graphically. So you see the green spots, you see the orange spots, the amber spots, and the red spots. And if you have, for instance, a dealer management system, and for instance, you are a supplier of cars, and you are sending cars to a place where it's turning from green to amber, you can stop the supplies to that place and instead send it to a place which is turning from red to green. Similarly, in respect of your loans, you can actually superimpose where your loans are on the COVID map and then take a call as to these are the places where loans will need to be restructured, where you will have to give more time for people to recover and repay, whereas these are the places which are safe for you to lend on, and therefore you can continue your lending activities there. So there is a huge amount that you can do with the data that even is publicly available and the data within the company in order to determine your strategy so that at the end of the day you get the best results. You are able to have a strategy that very clearly addresses the challenges that are constantly changing, and these maps they keep changing on a daily basis. So you really need to evolve your strategy as the data evolves.
And that's what companies and the government can do with that data. Did you see them actually making use of it that way?
Oh, yes. In respect of a few of our companies, they have made use of it that way. But I don't think, it was very widespread because, again, these realizations were just sinking in. But today, I do find a lot of interest among a lot of people to understand how this actually worked and to then get it into their companies so that they can do far better risk management than they have been doing in the past.
I imagine that Piyush Goyal was using your technology. He mentioned yesterday that, in fact, the railroads had never been so busy as during the lockdown. So thank you so much to you, the Chair and CEO of Salesforce India, Arundhati Bhattacharya. Thank you so much for joining us here at India Global Forum. And we'll be back in just a moment. Ben will be diving into these issues around the digital global future. Stay with us.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. It's been proven time and again that the long-term and sustainable economic development of a country depends upon economic development that is inclusive and equitable. Although the contribution of women economically is on the rise the world over, there is still a whole lot more that we can and must be doing. For instance, as per United Nations data, over 2.7 billion women are legally restricted from having the same choice of jobs as men. What does true gender equality look like? What moves need to be taken by businesses and by governments? Let's hear from some of the most influential women in world politics to give their insights into the radical actions needed in their countries and overall. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com, the place where India meets the world and the world meets India. Namaste.
Stay with us as we chat with Shashi Tharoor, politician, writer and former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations on Global Leadership. The future of multilateralism. Tharoor discusses the future of liberal international order, reform of global governance and India's role as a rising power. At India Global Forum, where we work to build a future together and build that future now.
So stay tuned for that. Edie will be in conversation with Shashi Tharoor just a little later in the programme. So as promised, though, we're going to look now at some of the challenges that may lie ahead, because in developed nations, it's fair to say many years' worth of technological transformation have happened in just 12 months as a result of the pandemic. There's been much greater adoption of new technologies to help solve some of the problems posed by the pandemic. But in less developed countries, or those still developing, there has been a huge deficit. That take-up has not been as fast. And so what are the challenges to make sure that all countries benefit from a digital transformation and the digital divide can be narrowed? We've assembled a great panel to talk about some of those issues. Let me introduce you to them. With us is Mohit Joshi from Infosys, Eran Shlomo from Dataloop, Deborah Parmesan from Citigroup, and Shilpa Kumar from Omidyar. Welcome to you all, and we're hoping that Uman Bedi from Daily Hunt will join us in just a short while. But in the meantime, let me bring you all in. And Mohit, maybe I could start with you, because I explained some of the challenges there, that the digital adoption has not been universal, and there is a huge deficit depending where in the world you live. Just paint a picture a little bit of the challenge that poses.
Sure. So I think, look, I'd begin by looking at the optimistic side, which is the fact that despite the fact that we had a pandemic really of unprecedented proportions, we've really seen nothing like this for at least 100 years. The global economy and civilization has broadly carried on. If you'd asked me in Feb of last year that we were going to be seeing a globally synchronized lockdown, and what do you think are the challenges we'd face? And I'd be talking about food and water shortages and medical supplies. But on the whole, I think economies and societies have really broadly survived through the crisis. And a large part of the credit goes to the fact that the world has become much more digital than we had foreseen. Clearly, the pandemic has also exposed, severe gaps, and I think that the gaps, such as they exist, are really, pretty much across the world. You have some elements that I think really need to be put into place before we face the next such crisis. From a digital perspective, I'd say digital identity, especially in India, has really helped. Whether it's direct aid given by governments to households, I think it has helped. This is a program that really should be in place the world over. And digital identity also helps from a credit perspective. So for small and medium businesses, the ability to provide credit, I believe, will be greatly enhanced by having digital identity. Banking has been a huge pillar of support for economies and governments across the world. So expanding on digital banking, making sure that the SMEs really are the backbone of credit revival across the world, I think, is a second theme. We've seen a transition from cash to digital payments, and this will obviously accelerate and again help in the global recovery that we hope to see the world over. And finally, I'd say digital learning, right? Digital learning has been a huge enabler over here in the UK, where many of us are, but even in India, in parts of Asia, in the US. And so really building those sorts of global platforms to help train millions of people is an opportunity that we should not lose. We've seen some digital learning initiatives really come out and thrive in the crisis, and we should really work to see how we can enhance these platforms and make them more readily available. Finally, we also need to make sure that there is global digital governance. If you take the financial system, for instance, there is a global financial stability board of really the G20 countries that steps in every time there is a financial crisis hitting a part of the world, and so that governments can take synchronized monetary and fiscal policy responses. And this is not an idea from me. The chairman of BPV has recommended this, that we should really have a digital stability board, right? So that the sort of thorny issues around data privacy, data sharing, data protection, identity, digital IDs for cross-border transactions, that these can be created. So in a nutshell, I think we have survived the pandemic much better than we would if we weren't as digital as we are today. But equally, we have to take the opportunity and see the shortcomings that the crisis has exposed to really build on the pillars of identity, banking, payments, learning, and a global digital stability board.
Mohit, thank you. And I'm also pleased to say that Umar Bedi is now with us. So Umar, I'll come to you in just a moment, but great to have you on the panel. Deborah Palmer, let me bring you in at this point, because Mohit there mentioning financial services, access to banking, part of the technological revolution that is taking place. But that is one of the areas where the divide is very apparent, the haves and the have-nots when it comes to technology innovations in banking and finance. Where are you on that scale? And talk to me about how big organisations, including your own, can make sure that that gap is narrowed.
Certainly, and I think Mohit hit upon a lot of the key aspects of what's worked well. What the pandemic has really shown us is that digital is no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. And if some of the studies that we have done at Citi are anything to go by, then what we are looking forward to globally is that digital ecosystems which have emerged could result in a redistribution of about 30% of the world's revenue pools by 2025. That's about 60 trillion US dollars into the digital economy, which means that, we are talking about trillions of dollars of payment flows, therefore going through the digital ecosystems. Now, on one hand, that sounds like a great thing, but on the other hand, it could mean that the unbanked and the unconnected or the less connected could be left very far behind unless proactive efforts are made to address this digital divide that Mohit referred to and that you referred to. In addition to sustainable access to broadband, which we know is an issue we all talk about, only about half the world has access to the internet today. There are many other reasons that contribute to the digital divide, and I think Mohit hit about the right point that the ID divide is another very key one. I think we have progressed a lot in India. In fact, Omidyar has some wonderful research on digital identity and how that could be very beneficial. But about 1 billion people, more than 1 billion people globally today do not have access to digital identity. And that could be a serious sort of cause of the digital divide. And therefore, it means that we will not be able to carry these people forward to access to government schemes, to access to banking, to access to financial services, education and healthcare, unless we do something about it. But the good news is that the pandemic has shown that there are things that can be done about it. In fact, there was some research published by GSMA, which showed that in a lot of developing markets, whether it's Colombia, whether it's Africa, all over the world, when governments took steps during the pandemic to relax some of the KYC or digital identity rules and regulations, people were able to access government services. They were able to access education. They were able to access financial services. Innovation, which is another thing that can also help with the digital identity divide, as we have seen in platforms like M-Pesa and Kimia, it has really been finding innovative ways to avoid fraud and to create a know your customer digital identification that led to the proliferation of this payment system, which is completely, well embedded today. So there are opportunities and there are way forward. There is a way forward, but I think all of us collectively need to do a lot more to make sure that the bulk of the unconnected do not get left behind.
Yeah, and that very neatly takes me to Shilpa, because look, Shilpa, is investment going into the right places to address that digital divide?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I completely agree that what the COVID moment showed is that a digital world really helped, make even cash transfers in a very complex country like India possible. And the data indeed is that the government could reach at least 80% of those in need with one cash payment. And that's a big thing, to get this kind of inclusion. But if you kind of, flip this around and say, okay, who's being left out? What's being left out? I think that's a more interesting question. If you look at who's left out, I would say the more marginalized people, the more excluded are becoming even more excluded. So if you don't have digital identity, you're homeless. You actually don't get access to any governmental benefits. If you're vulnerable, for instance, young girls, I think the digital world has made it even more vulnerable for them, exposing them to trolling and online stalking. So if I think about who's kind of, not quite safe and empowered in this digital world and what we need to do about it, to our minds, maybe there's three things to be done. First of all, the inclusion, the last mile, most difficult mile, needing bespoke solutions. The second is actually a safer online world and also more empowered users. And that's partly an issue for regulation, partly an issue for really education of people who come online. And the third one, and I'm waiting to hear what the next speaker, Eric, has to say, is also in terms of machine learning. How do you make sure that the standards that are being set actually incorporate the voices of the global south and those who might not be at the center stage of making the rules there? If I can quickly flip to what's being excluded, I'll say first level problems are kind of largely been explored, education, financial inclusion to some extent. But if you take the really hard and complex problems, I mean, you take property rights, you take access to justice, these are areas which the digital world has not yet made enough inroads. And to my mind, this is now the next mountain, really, that we need to conquer in our quest for a more equitable and safer digital world.
Yeah, Shilpa almost doing my job for me there and teeing up Eran. Eran, let me welcome you to the panel. And maybe it's worth explaining a little bit about what you do and addressing what Shilpa was saying there about inclusivity and how what you do is vital in that.
We're a data loop. We're very focused on data and have a significant presence in India. And one of the limitations of machine learning is essentially a limitation of you have to have humans behind the scenes. And if you talk about bias, inclusion, all the things that we as human see as ethics, see as the right things, these are all things that behind the scenes are being handled by people that make sure that those machine learning models that don't understand what fair is, don't understand what legal, don't understand ethics, don't understand bias, those are staying fair. And I think with the COVID acceleration, a remarkable thing is now happening here in India. And we at Dataloop, we identify the coming decade as India decade, because India is a very special place on the global economy. And I think this is kind of an opportunity of century, machine learning, AI, presenting an opportunity of century towards India. Because India is a unique place in the world where you have a very effective people who can label or develop data in a cost-effective manner. At the same time, with the top global talent of technology, half of the Silicon Valley talent is actually coming from India. And inside India itself, you have a very strong tech ecosystem. And if you connect those two, you get China as well. China has a cost-effective labor and tech talent, but India also has a very open culture to the West and to other nations. And here we are making that call in London, making it in English. That's kind of a part of an evidence of that. And you get these three, the tech talent, the cost effectiveness of labor, and the culture, this present towards India. And of course, COVID accelerating everything like 10x, 10 years X. I think that India gets an opportunity to get once in a century in actually being the power behind driving the fair data, what I call as the fair data development culture. And that, of course, is both financial opportunity, economical opportunity, and for those people who are actually doing that work, career path and growth opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, again, neatly takes us to Umang, doesn't it? Because, look, the daily hunt, so important as far as the information deficit would be concerned, the lack of information we know so crucial during the pandemic. And talk to me about the technological solutions to making sure people have access to information and to news as well, Umang.
Thanks, Ben. Firstly, a pleasure to be here, and sorry for being late. I think I largely agree with a lot that has been said by everyone. I think for me, when you think about equitability, or equality in terms of digital and creating that tech revolution, for me, it starts with access. And I think that point has been covered around broadband access, a little bit ago. But I think it's fundamental. It's almost like a fundamental right in terms of having access to information, having access to financial services, having access to healthcare, because there's enough and more data that proves that every time you drive up access and connectivity, it adds to the GDP and the growth of the country, right? I mean, there's enough and more information there. I think it's a fundamental right. The second piece that I'd like to highlight is when you talk about information, there is a massive diversity in India. India is almost like the United States of Europe, and if you couple that across the world, just diversity in content, language, preferences, you have to have the ability to get content, translate information, meaningful services, citizen services, government services, and news and content information in local languages of that, of a consumer's choice. Because the amount of people that consume the internet in English in India, for instance, is not more than 20% of the total population, right? And so now how do you make an unbanked economy a banked economy, or an information services economy with healthcare and information services all coming in local languages? So I think the endeavor that we think is important is providing tools, providing the right set of tools such that everybody has access to information and content and can become a creator. One of our, I'll give you a small recent example. We launched a short video app called Josh that's now become the leading short video app in the country. Just this morning, I read this article about this young kid who'd lost both his legs in the state of Punjab about 5 years ago, and suddenly has turned creator, a dancer, has got a lot of name and recognition around spreading his content, and is actually driving a livelihood and monetization, right? Now that's, of course, being able to surface up the right content to the right person at the right level, in the right language and the right format of choice. The third thing that I think has been touched upon, but I'd like to go one level deeper on it, is regulation. I think Mohit spoke about it when I had just came into the meeting. But, I think there has to be regulation that's equitable around everything that we're doing with global giants and local players. You've got to create a local playing field, whether it is driving access to that information, technology, down to taxation, down to multiple levels, of information. We can't have different rules for different folks, because if you want to encourage an ecosystem of startups to thrive, you've got to have a level playing field. And I think we have a long way to go globally, by the way. This is not just in India, when you think about that as a level playing field. The last thing that I'd state is when it comes to language and, the whole piece around data is very, very critical. I think AI and machine learning needs to go down and transcend the barriers of, of really understanding content and context, because how you present what to whom in a fashion that does not create bubbles and does not create echo chambers is extremely critical, because it can drive and influence opinion in a suitable or an unsuitable way, as we have seen happen in the past. And I think that's another very critical area when you're driving equitability of access, of information, of content, of digital services under, a well-regulated umbrella.
Yeah, what has been so wonderful in each of your answers so far on this panel is that you've laid out some of the issues, some of the challenges, some of the problems. Time is tight, but I would like to hear from each of you again. And maybe if I can ask, if you keep your answer to no more than a minute, just to give me a sense of what you are most excited about, the transformation that is coming down the line in your particular field. Give me a sense of what that is, why it is so exciting, and what difference it could make to us. But please, if I can ask you, keep your answers to no more than a minute. Mohit, let me start with you. What will change the way you do your job or the industry that you're working in?
Sure. So look, I think a couple of things. The first thing is that I'm incredibly optimistic about the shape of the global economy over the next 3 or 4 years, right? I think we're going to go in for a period of secular growth pretty much across the world, across geographies, partly because of the fact that money is cheap, but also because governments have had a very strong fiscal response. So the state of the global economy, the amount of spend in terms of technology and digital is going to increase dramatically over the next couple of years. I feel that there's also a focus on the green revolution, which we haven't really touched on climate transition, and I think that will be a second set of investments that will boost the global economy. Finally, I think the transformation opportunity for businesses, for countries, for individuals is very significant. There has been a realization that a lot needs to be done from a learning perspective for individuals within companies, within countries. So, taken together, I feel sort of a benign economic environment, lots of growth, new areas for investment because of climate transition, and new avenues and opportunities to learn, I think are going to be making the next 3 years really very positive, I think, globally.
It was more than a minute, but Mohit, I'll let you off. Aaron, let me same question to you.
Yeah, so I think in one sentence, it's about people. The AI revolution, the machine learning revolution is essentially promising a great future for people who actually didn't have tech training. And if you take one company that Data works with is iMerit, and you see that the CEO there, Radha Basu, she actually makes sure that people from remote villages are actually coming and getting to participate in this digital changing economy. And I can't stress enough how that important is. And there is big change now happening with India, and it starts with the people. So I think the transition from, I would say, low income labor to more digital tech labor being fueled by this AI and data ecosystem is nothing but the remarkable change coming.
Yeah, and that's such an important message, isn't it, as well? And Deborah Palmer at Citigroup, what will change over the next 6-12 months that, will change how we consider things like financial services, but just the way that we go about our everyday life?
I think the most incredible change is already occurring, that a large part of what we've done in the physical world, we will increasingly do in the digital world. Mm-hmm. And we won't really think about making a payment because it'll be embedded into what we did. It'll just be it won't be a noticeable process. And I think what gives me sort of inspiration, and I'm mindful of time, is that there's a lot of work going on to carry people along, whether it is examples from countries like Indonesia, where people are spread across 17,000 sort of islands and less access to the internet. And there are organizations like Tokopedia that are working on democratizing commerce and bringing commerce to the doors of merchants who can do business from home and reach millions of customers. Or it is organizations like Grameen in India that are focused on the ground digital education of individuals in the villages by using different innovative models. I think that gives me a lot of optimism that we can make sure that we take people along.
Yes, and Shilpa, as far as investment opportunities are concerned, where will people be looking, and what is the thing that will change where you start to get excited about?
Yeah. What we're really excited about is using both our dual checkbook, which is really investing in research as well as in entrepreneurs to open up the last mile of difficult sectors. I think complex sectors like, say, the justice sector have seen enormous change driven by COVID. These are fundamental sectors affecting people's lives on a daily basis. And to me, that's really exciting, using our dual checkbook to make those changes happen.
Thank you. And Umang, finally to you, what is coming down the line? What can we expect? And I mean, you talk about new developments, new video apps, new access to information. What is the thing that we should be watching right now?
So I'm really energized about several things, but I think the first one for me is the way the pandemic has accelerated digital services across everything, whether it's content, whether it's commerce, whether it's payments, right? And I think that acceleration is just going to get fueled over the next 12 months. The second thing for me is, in the next 3 years, we're going to get 1 billion people online in India alone, and really become the largest internet market in the world. And with GDP per capita rising, with the economy growing, as Mohit said, there's going to be secular growth across the board. I think GDP per capita is going to grow, and a lot of non-consumers are going to become consumers. And for me, that's really, really exciting. I think the third thing that's really exciting for me is how this will transform the shape of the economy, and this end of the woods becomes potentially one of the largest internet markets in the world. I think we are 5 to 10 years behind in where China was on the internet. And I think the next 10 years is going to be about this country and this region. And so I'm really excited about that. And for all the entrepreneurs that are going to build great products and services to ride over this wave and not only serve this end of the woods, but the larger globe. And those are the 4 or 5 things that keep me really excited and hopeful about the future.
On that note, a positive, optimistic note, we will leave it. I'm so grateful to you all for your time, to Mohit, to Aaron, to Deepa Parma, to Shilpa and to Umang. Thank you for being part of the India Global Forum for this year. And remember too, if you're watching wherever in the world you are watching, you can be part of the forum. Remember to use the hashtag FutureNow as part of any social media posting. You can follow the team for updates, highlights, quotes, comments, videos and photos from the event at IGF Updates. Edie is going to be back right after the break with the latest in our global leadership conversations, so stay tuned for that. And of course, remember, she'll also be sitting down with Shashi Tharoor just a little bit later, so don't go anywhere.
At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Business Boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. It's been proven time and again that the long-term and sustainable economic development of a country depends upon economic development that is inclusive and equitable. Although the contribution of women economically is on the rise the world over, there is still a whole lot more that we can and must be doing. For instance, as per United Nations data, over 2.7 billion women are legally restricted from having the same choice of jobs as men. What does true gender equality look like? What moves need to be taken by businesses and by governments? Let's hear from some of the most influential women in world politics to give their insights into the radical actions needed in their countries and overall. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com, the place where India meets the world and the world meets India. Namaste. Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. Public health systems the world over are built and supported by governments to provide affordable healthcare access regardless of socioeconomic status. The mix between public and private healthcare varies between countries, and getting the right balance is often a difficult economic as well as political equation. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic has put healthcare systems to the test, stretching capacity and seeing even the most advanced healthcare systems struggle and reveal systemic weaknesses. In 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced the Ayushman Bharat, an insurance-backed healthcare scheme popularly known as Modi Care, providing coverage to hundreds of millions of the most vulnerable families in India. Underpinning this scheme is a massive program of healthcare digitization or health tech. Let's hear from some of the key figures in business and government talk about what changes are required in global healthcare, how fast these changes need to be implemented, and how this can be done. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com. That's the place where India meets the world and the world meets India.
Welcome back to the India Global Forum and one of our special conversations in global leadership. Really pleased now to be joined by the Prime Minister of Cape Verde. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm really looking forward to hearing your perspective on the island nation's view of the pandemic, your perspective, your recovery, and also closer ties with India and how the global tourism industry might get back on its feet. So first of all, Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. Tell me, what are the special challenges that an island nation like Cape Verde faces during the pandemic?
Thank you for the invitation to be with you today. I'm delighted to be here. Cabo Verde, as a small island, a developing state, was severely impacted by the social effects by the pandemic of COVID-19. The primary challenge has been to safeguard health, jobs, business, and families relying on own resources and the international cooperation. We have succeeded. We have waged a successful battle. We have three priorities. First, to massify vaccination. We intend to vaccinate more than 70% of our population throughout 2021. Second, relaunch the economy, particularly the tourism. Third, making the country more resilient and with a more diversified economy. To date, we have about 20% of population vaccinated with at least one dose. Having access to more vaccines in the time to complete the vaccination process is the critical issue in Cabo Verde and around the world. In the aftermath of the pandemic, we will aim for a more resilient country with the increase of penetration of renewable energy, mobilization of water for agriculture associated with renewable energy, blue economy because we're island, and a strong focus on digital economy. These are our commitments for the next 5 years. We have another challenge associated with the pandemic crisis. The challenge is external debt relief. Many countries have seen their foreign debt increased due to economic downturn and due to the extraordinary expenditure imposed by the COVID-19 crisis. This is the case for Cape Verde and many African countries. We say every day for the extraordinary circumstances, we need extraordinary solutions. This is the case of the European Union with the big financial bazooka. Here in Cape Verde, we also need our financial bazooka too. Cape Verde's proposal is to utilize resources released by the debt service to finance investment with an impact on increasing resilience and diversifying the economy. There are our main goals for the next future.
Thank you. So tell me, how do you think India and West Africa can work together to strengthen ties between India and the whole African continent, in particular with regards to development, health, and security?
As you know, India is a country with high standards of technology and experience in the transition to the development. India has a technology expertise and the knowledge applied to fields such as health, education, vocational training, and security. Africa needs to invest heavily in these domains. There is therefore great potential for successful win-win partnerships as Cape Verde sees this relation with all the rest of the world. A brief observation with regard to India's relationship with Cape Verde. India is the largest democracy in the world. Cape Verde is one of the smallest successful democracy in the world. The current stability and position between Africa continent, Europe, Brazil, and USA place Cape Verde as a privileged gateway to West Africa. That's why we will welcome Indian investors looking and taking advantage of the opportunities that Cabo Verde offers to access to the ECOWAS market that is our largest market in the West Africa.
And tell me, I've seen pictures of Cape Verde. I've never been to visit. I would love to. Stunning islands, amazing beaches. Tourism is such an important economic sector for you. Can you tell me how badly the industry has been hit there and how you see a path to recovery? What's the most important?
You are invited to come and to see and to stay in our islands. Second, the tourism was severely impacted by the pandemic with ramification on economic growth, public finances, and employment. Up to 2019, the economy was growing at an average of 5%, and tourism was in its path to 1 million visitors. With the pandemic, the economy shrank by 15%, and tourism came to an almost complete halt. We are endeavoring to place Cabo Verde with excellence as a safe tourist destination from the sanitary and healthcare system standpoint. By the end of July, we will have the touristic islands of Sal and Boa Vista with more than 70% of population inoculated. The vaccination is the prerequisite for the resumption of the tourism, but it's not enough. Therefore, we have invested in sanitary safety, in hotels, restaurants, airports, and reinforcing training of all who operate in the tourism sector. As such, we are focusing on diversifying the touristic package. Besides the sun and beach that we have in the touristic islands as Sal and Boa Vista, we look forward to develop ecotourism, health and wellness tourism, and event tourism. That's why we invite you and your colleagues to come to Cabo Verde. We are now in a good track to relaunch of our economy and the tourism.
Yes, I think we should move the India Global Forum to Cape Verde for next year. What do you think?
Yes, welcome.
I'd love to also hear your view as the leader of an island nation. We are headed towards COP26 in Glasgow later this year, hosted in the UK, where I'm sitting now. What message do you have for global leaders as the leader of an island nation facing the challenges around climate change?
First of all, it's good to participate and to stay with the other countries of the world that have this challenge. Climate change for us as small islands in development is a challenge, priority challenge for the future. And for the rest of the world, it's the same. We have only this world, and we must care for the future of this world, the new generation, this generation and the new generation. It's our main goal for the next future.
And in terms of the geographical challenges that Cape Verde faces, I know some islands in parts of the world could disappear if we see temperatures rise 2 degrees or higher. What is the situation in Cape Verde?
The situation in Cape Verde, I think we have in this moment, we haven't in this moment this problem, but we see forward for the next 100 years, next 500 years. And it's necessary to manage well the climate change. That's why we develop in Cape Verde our program. I can tell you that in renewable energy, our goal is to go to more than 50% of penetration of renewable energy in Cape Verde before 2025, and included electric mobility for the car the cars. And our goal is to manage well the climate, the environment, and we know very well the challenge for the small islands in development. And Cape Verde is one of the small islands in development that we need a good environment and strength the political affairs for the protection for the climate change.
And you're speaking there about the opportunities for renewable energy, for electric mobility. I wonder if there's an opportunity. We have an audience of business leaders across the UK, across India. What is your message for them? What partnerships are you looking for in terms of the future of energy?
We have a good opportunity for the investors to come to invest in renewable energy. We think and we see that is the future, not just for the Cape Verde needs, but the African countries. We have another alternative than to be more safe in terms of environment, to invest more in climate change, to protect our economy for the future. And is something that go together with the government and private sectors, with the society. Education too for the environment safety. I think the opportunity is real. We need to look for the long term and to see that we have a market that can be very, very good developed for the next future.
What themes do you think will be the biggest ones for you in the coming year? If I were to hand you the crystal ball and ask you to look into the next year, what do you think the biggest themes are for Cape Verde and for West Africa?
First of all, in this moment, because we have the pandemic, it's to vaccinate more and more people to be safe and save lives and save the economy. Second, we have the challenge of the employment. As African countries, a small country, we have to look for our youth people, and we need a strong economy to create more and more employment. Third, we need structural transformations. That's why we invest and we see for the next future strong investment in the developing the human capital. First priority, education, vocational training. Create an attitude of our population to be more open to the world. Third, we need to invest more in renewable energy, digital transformation, new economy for the case of Cabo Verde, and investing in water solution with the more nexus between water and renewable energy. Cabo Verde and Africa needs structural transformation. And at least we need to develop more, Cape Verde is a case, the democracy, freedom, create more space for the civil society, create more capacity to control the powers, check and balance, because the economy works well when the environment is good, and the political environment is a challenge to the African countries. To be more democracy, more freedom, and more capacity to have the participation of the society.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you so much for your time, for being with us during India Global Forum. I'll put in a special plug to come to Cape Verde next year for our forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
To the audience, stay with us. We'll take a brief break and we'll be back in conversation with Dr. Shashi Tharoor discussing the future of multilateralism.
Please don't go away, because we have a special address on the current state of UK-India relations by Dominic Raab, the UK's first Secretary of State and Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. Raab is keen to underline and strengthen the bonds of friendship between India and the UK, and he shares his views on a value-based partnership. India Global Forum is where India meets the world and the world meets India.
So, the last year has seen the triumph of both global partnerships to tackle the pandemic, Oxford AstraZeneca and the Serum Institute, to name just one. We've also seen some tremendously nationalistic behavior as countries have vaccinated themselves first before helping those in need. Let's now get the view of the MP for Thiruvananthapuram, writer, former Undersecretary General of the UN, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Welcome. So nice to see you again.
Very good to see you, Edie. I gather you've been busy all day with this conference.
It's been a good day, and this is day 2. So first of all, let's give the world a grade, A to F, in terms of how you think we've responded to the pandemic. How has the international community tackled it?
Well, I think it depends on when you do the grading. If you looked at 2020. I'd probably give it as close to an F as you could possibly manage. It really was a disaster. I'd say in 2021 we're doing better, but still between a sort of C plus and a B minus. We aren't anywhere near where we should be. But the fact is that I suppose we're all learning as we go along. Last year we did everything wrong at all levels, and this year we seem to have realized the importance of getting some of it right.
And what are we getting right?
Well, let me take you back to the beginning of the crisis. Had global governance been working effectively, the world would have identified the coronavirus as soon as it emerged, sounded a global alarm earlier about its dangers, identified and publicized the best practices that should have been adopted by all countries to prevent or limit its spread, and then got cracking together in a united manner. This did not happen. In a damning indictment of the state of our new world disorder, we had finger pointing at China and China ducking blame. We had Mr. Trump pulling the United States out of the World Health Organization. We had a shambolic series of different measures being taken by different countries at different times, all of which suggest that we didn't get our act together. Now, this year, there seemed to be some positive straws in the wind. Given the sheer complexity and immeasurability of our interdependence, I think people woke up and said, we really got to do something. We did see by the end of 2020 a lot of vaccine nationalism, with countries scrambling to corner vaccine supplies for their own people, just as in March and April of 2020, they'd all scrambled to sort of ensure that all the pharmaceuticals they needed for their own people had been cornered for themselves. So you've seen a repetition of some of the bad behaviors. But then this year we had some positive examples of vaccine diplomacy. India, to its credit, was right out there early in the year sending supplies out. Unfortunately, India's neglect of its own people and the need for having adequate vaccine supplies for its own people meant that effort came grinding to a halt. But for a month, we were all able to celebrate India's vaccine Maitri, vaccine friendship campaign. And now you're seeing efforts within the WHO, which the US has happily rejoined, to have a kind of COVAX scheme to get vaccines out to countries that don't have any. Now, this is still an idea. It hasn't actually translated into reality, but some progress is being made, and the intentions, at least, are the right ones. There's no point, for example, in Western countries having vaccinated their people if people from other parts of the world who are not vaccinated can still fall sick, encourage further mutations of the virus, and spread new strains to the countries that think they're protected. I think none of us is protected as long as some of us are not protected. And that's something we're going to have to do together. So this is really a period when the importance of multilateral cooperation, of global governance, as we like to call it, really can't be emphasized enough. And I think that's something we really need to do. And once this is all finally over, whenever that's going to be, the globe has to sit down and learn some lessons about what happened, about how international systems and institutions were found wanting and can be strengthened, and frankly, how they need to be radically reformed as well in order to forestall the next pandemic crisis. I don't think we can afford to imagine that COVID is going to be the last such experience. There will be other contagions, and we really have to get our act together better than we did in 2020.
Let's talk about some of those radical reforms of multilateral organizations. You know, the WHO it does an amazing job in a lot of areas. It is also famously under-resourced. What would you change in order to help the WHO, help the world respond to the next pandemic?
Well, I'd say the WHO has done exactly what it was designed to do, the way in which it was designed to do it. All the UN system organizations, and I say this as an unabashed multilateralist, I'm not a UN basher, but all the UN system organizations were designed by the powerful governments of the world to ensure that they would heed the dictates of the powerful. And therefore, there is no question that when China first prevented a WHO delegation from traveling to Wuhan early in the new year of 2020, when the first reports about the virus came out, that the UN system permits a powerful country like China to do exactly that. The bargain within the UN system has always been, we have to give enough incentives to the big countries to stay involved, to stay engaged, so we won't do anything to harm their interests. And at the same time, we'll leverage what they have to offer to help the rest of the world. Now that works when all the big, powerful countries are of one mind and have and continue to maintain an altruistic spirit towards the rest of the world. But when, as happened in 2020, one big, powerful country was seen as the source of the problem and was anxious, it seemed, to wall itself off from accusations and criticism that it had generated this virus. And on the other hand, another big power said, you people aren't doing enough, we're going to pull out, we're going to cut our funding to you, and so on. Obviously, the organization was hammered from both sides. And I don't find it reasonable for us to blame the WHO as if it's an abstraction independent of the member states that have created it and run it. All the UN agencies are created by the 193 member states of the United Nations, and in particular by the 5 powerful players whom we know as the permanent members of the Security Council. And there will be no reform unless they're prepared to forego some of their authority, some of their privileges. I remember a great speech by President Harry Truman when the San Francisco conference took place in 1945 at the end of the World War to create the UN. And he said that no organization like this can succeed unless the big powerful countries give up the rights to do exactly as they please. Well, he was an idealist. None of his successors would want to give up their rights to do exactly what they please. We've seen that in Washington, and we're seeing that in Beijing today. We've seen it in Moscow at other times. So my concern remains that whatever reform we talk about is meaningless unless it's reform that these powerful countries are prepared to sign on to, and if they're prepared to sacrifice some of their clout in order to promote the collective interest of all of humanity.
Is there a way around this? I remember I spoke to Dr. S.J. Shankar together with Tony Blair. Tony Blair said, listen, when I was Prime Minister, I spent years trying to see how we could reform the Security Council. It just isn't going to happen. You should give up this hope, in fact, was what he was very gently advising. And one other way to think about it is, well, what could we do that's different? What new institutions, what new ways could we create to work together as a globe? Is that a better way to approach it, or should we stick with the institutions that we have?
I think we should stick with the institutions we have, precisely because I'm not sure that the world is capable of getting its act together and creating something better. Again, that sounds cynical, but I've had this same conversation with Tony Blair that you mentioned a couple of years ago in his office in London. And my answer is, it's all very well to say that the United Nations Security Council is unreformable, because certainly 25 years of trying and failing would suggest that he's right and that it can't be done. But you have to ask yourself, what are the consequences of not doing it? If, for example, the UN Security Council loses credibility when it makes decisions to impose sanctions, decisions to isolate certain countries, decisions even to impose a military solution on a particular conflict, if it doesn't have credibility because it's not representative, if some powerful players are excluded from the UN Security Council's decisions because they're simply absent, and a solution is sought to be implemented in their neighborhood without their consent, do you think that the Council's credibility and legitimacy will survive? My answer to those who say the Council cannot be reformed and that we should stick with what we've got is that yes, we should stick with what we've got as long as we've got it. But can we continue sticking with it if it fails to work? I reminded Tony Blair in our conversation of what happened when the Libya sanctions began to fray, because African countries, which of course had not been consulted before sanctions were imposed on Libya, with the whole Lockerbie affair. I'm talking about the 1990s when I was still at the UN. The Africans said, "The heck with this. We didn't want these sanctions. We don't agree with it." And I remember Nelson Mandela, as president of South Africa, flying into Tripoli, and that was a wake-up call for Britain and other countries that had been stubbornly sticking to the sanctions, that they needed to cut a deal, because nothing is worse for the authority of the Council than sanctions that aren't being observed. What would they do? Would they sanction Mandela's South Africa for violating sanctions against Gaddafi's Libya? Clearly they wouldn't. And so they very quickly concluded a deal with the Libyans to end the sanctions, and the whole Lockerbie issue was closed. But I believe it was principally because they were aware that if they didn't close the issue, the sanctions themselves would lose all credibility. Now, that could happen tomorrow if you're sanctioning a country in Africa without South Africa's consent, if you're sanctioning a country in South Asia with which India, for example, has close relationships, and India has not been consulted before you suddenly embargo trade on them or whatever. There's going to be a problem of significant players on the world stage saying, we will not play along with this because we had no role in deciding it. And that's why the Security Council can only gain from reform, because it will make the Security Council more legitimate by being more representative.
So do you see any signs from the new Biden administration that they're prepared to do this?
Well, the Biden administration is a vast improvement from the multilateral point of view on the Trump administration. It's come back to WHO, it might yet come back to UNESCO, and it may well certainly do things like paying its overdue contributions to the UN, particularly to UN peacekeeping, which the Trump administration was reluctant to do. All of those are plus signs. Will the Biden administration go along with Security Council reform? That's a different question, because even President Obama, who had stood in the Indian Parliament in Delhi and declared his support for India joining the Security Council in a famous speech in which he said, India is not an emerging power, it has already emerged. We recognize that, we want to see you with the Security Council. The US administration under President Obama didn't lift a finger to actually deliver on that rhetoric. So we have to ask how different President Biden would be. The Americans are not going to agree to any reform that dilutes their powers and their veto rights. Right now, for example, the current French proposal is that we should have a 25-member Security Council, which would include all the so-called G4, the Indians, the Brazilians, Germans, and Japanese as well, plus a few other countries from Africa and elsewhere to bring up the numbers. Now, if you have a 25-member Security Council, can you really have, say, 10 permanent members with the right of veto? Probably not. Would you then say, well, let us say that no individual country will have a veto, but 2 permanent members are required to veto something? The US won't like that, because the US knows that on a number of issues, Israel, for example, the US is alone, and therefore the US wants a singular right of veto. All of these things will have to be hammered up. This is an issue of real politique and not of idealist blueprint drawing. We really will have to see governments sit down together and say, what kind of system are we prepared to live with? So I agree with Tony Blair that until people have come to that point, we should just continue working with what we've got. But no one is saying we mustn't. What everyone is saying is, let's work with it until such time as it turns out to be useless. but we don't know when that time is going to come. And let's not wait for the day it becomes useless, because the world would be in terrible shape if it does.
We've seen in the last year that India is really capable of leadership. We saw from the Serum Institute, from the export of vaccines, even putting aside the fact that India did keep vaccines for itself, quite understandably. Where do you see India as that rising power, that emerged power, as Obama put it, and what role do you think it can play in rejuvenating multilateralism?
Oh, it can play a significant role by being a power that is anchored in the developing world. I think my friend Samir Saran and I wrote a book, which we've talked about, ED, last year, called The New World Disorder, in which we argued that India could likely be the world's first development power. In other words, that India's rise would be linked not to military muscle so much as to its ability to provide governance solutions to the development needs of millions of people from Asia and Africa. And that, I think, is still India's significant selling point. There's also inevitably, of course, India's own capacities to offer the rest of the world, whether it's the fact that from cyberspace to outer space, we actually have the technology, the human resources, the skills, and the ability to be a world leader, and therefore to share with the rest of the world our capacities in these areas. So global governance in the broadest sense, it seems to me, is a natural field for India to be involved in. Instead of a world dangerously slipping into rival spheres of influence or exclusive arrangements, the kind of world that the UN was set up as an answer to, we should be moving to a world where we're not limited in our ability to respond effectively to global challenges, but we have to be able to navigate the ideological and political diversity of the world comfortably. And that's something we can as India. And in many ways, we've demonstrated a capacity to through the vaccine diplomacy that I spoke about earlier. And I actually wrote an article at the time. I'm a member of the opposition, so I have no interest in applauding the government, except when I really agree with what they're doing. I've said that our vaccine diplomacy has actually given India a significant breakthrough in pursuing its aspirations to be recognized as a global power. That is, that in combating COVID, it has to go beyond looking after just its own people to a stage at which it actually has to be able to credibly answer the question that we have done more to save a world reeling from the onslaught of this deadly pathogen than many other countries. And grateful governments will give us the recognition we want. We don't have to clamor for it, as Prime Minister Modi unwisely did at Davos, that we had actually saved the deadly. We hadn't, and India's living with the consequences of that. So I think the short answer is, if we can continue to speak for the developing world, if we can continue to show that we have a sensitivity to the needs of other developing countries and can not just be a voice for them, as we have been for a long time, but an actual agent of their development and progress. And if at the same time we can also ensure that we act in a way that shows a consciousness of responsibilities beyond our own borders, then I think we could get there. Now, as I said, the problem, and I said this even in the same article that I praised the Vaccine Maitri campaign, the problem was we were at the same time lagging behind our own target of immunizing people in our country. And therefore, at a time of mounting concern about new coronavirus cases and the onset of new variants, which existing vaccines couldn't tackle, as well as an economy which, unlike China's, is not yet back on track, India had a real problem in figuring out how to fulfill its obligations to its own people while ensuring that its obligations to other developing countries was met. And I have to say, we got a drop. We did a month or so of various exports, discovered the government hadn't ordered enough vaccine. People scrambled right to had to stop the exports to the country. So we ended up losing out on both counts. But again, lessons can be learned. And I would say that India should pay very close attention to both what we did right and what we did wrong in this period, so that the next time around we will be better equipped to do the right thing as an aspiring global power.
I want to get your take on the latest wolf warrior comments from China. Yesterday, President Xi said, Chinese people will never allow any foreign forces to bully, coerce, and enslave us. This is, of course, the English translation that I was reading. Whoever attempts that will surely break their heads on the steel Great Wall, built with the blood and flesh of 1.4 billion Chinese people. I wonder what you take of this saber rattling, looking at it from your perspective in India.
Well, we take it very seriously, Edie. Don't forget that we're just over the first anniversary of a tragic incident of Chinese aggression on our snowy Himalayan frontier, in which 20 Indian soldiers were killed. So this is not a small matter. It doesn't happen every day. In fact, the border has been fairly tranquil for half a century, and then suddenly the Chinese come out, move into territory that previously both sides had been routinely patrolling and withdrawing from, a kind of buffer zone between the two countries, establish permanent positions there, and then when our soldiers go to ask them politely to leave, they're killed. I mean, this is not a small matter. So wolf warrior diplomacy in the Indian experience has gone beyond Chinese rhetoric and saber rattling to actual saber thrusting, and that's not something we can afford to take lightly. Having said that, it is very interesting. It's very clear that under President Xi Jinping, there is now a transition from the bide your time approach under Deng Xiaoping, who wanted China to grow and prosper and become strong and wealthy, but keep its head down. And that was a wise strategy the Chinese followed for about 20, 25 years, where a country whose GDP was about the same as India's to something that is 5 times or 6 times India's, that is well on the way to rivaling the United States, that has become a hugely prosperous power and has also a significant military power with global superpower capacities very much on the anvil. So China has transformed itself, and now President Xi thinks it's time to no longer keep the head low. I think that it's time, so the Chinese diplomats are suggesting, to puff your chest out and speak as bluntly as you believe you are strong enough to get away with. And in so doing, they have naturally raised both hackles and suspicions and worries in different countries around the world. Because when, strong statements are made by Chinese ambassadors to the countries to which they're accredited, there have been half a dozen examples of that, when Chinese leaders in Beijing or Chinese institutions issue statements which send signals to other countries, when China comes up with the so-called 9-dash line that keeps most of the South China Sea for itself, even though many countries have territorial waters in that area, when China sends aircraft over Taiwan, when it dismantles the democratic freedoms that Hong Kong was accustomed to, and so on and so forth. We can come up with not 1 or 2, but over a dozen examples of recent wolf warrior behavior in addition to words. I think the rest of the world has to sit up and pay attention. Certainly in India, we'd be foolish to ignore what we've seen happening on our own borders, and we'd be very foolish to not take China seriously when it starts bristling about one thing or another in its own neighborhood. And we are a next-door neighbor. I mean, the US and other Western European countries and so on can afford to regard China with some detachment. We can't. We are absolutely next door. They're also our biggest trading partner when it comes to goods, so there's a lot of things at stake for us. We have to think very carefully. I think the old adage, if you want peace, prepare for war, has never been truer than for India. We better prepare, not that we ever want a war with China, but we need to be strong enough to discourage any adventurism in being against us, because their language suggests someday they could be quite capable of translating some of that belligerence into more military action across our borders. So we really have to ensure that we bring about peace both through skillful diplomacy and through being adequately shored up to defend ourselves.
So we've only got a minute left, and I'd love to give you the crystal ball and ask you to look a year ahead. What's the theme that you think people aren't talking enough about now that you think will become quite apparent in the next few months?
Well, I think global recovery. I mean, there is a horrifying development that's happened, is that pretty much all the gains that the rest of the world, other than China, had made in pulling people out of poverty have been eroded thanks to the coronavirus. In India alone, the figures are appalling. I'm hearing of over 200 million people, 230 million, so some estimates, have been pushed down below the poverty line. People who just made it to the lower middle class have lost their jobs, lost their opportunities. Coronavirus, the lockdown, the cracking healthcare systems, and the mismanagement by many governments, including our own, of the way in which this disease has been handled, have created a new poverty problem. And I think the world needs to wake up as soon as the pandemic is behind us to how do we get back to the world in which we were gradually looking with realism at the abolition of poverty and giving people decent lives to lead. That is now jeopardized and under threat for the first time in a couple of decades.
Thank you so much for being with us here again at India Global Forum, Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Thank you, Edie. Good talking to you all.
Nice to speak to you. Stay with us. To the audience, we'll be back in just a moment with more in our special addresses. We'll be hearing from Dominic Raab, and then Ben will be back on stage to continue the conversation. Stay with us.
I'm pleased to have this chance to send an important message at this important time for the friendship between India and the United Kingdom. Our shared values, the ties of family, sports, business, culture, they all go to underpin a precious relationship that we must nurture. And we're working closely together in so many different areas, whether it's tackling climate change, responding to the pandemic, or laying the foundations for both economies and countries around the world to bounce back from COVID economically stronger and more sustainably. And over recent weeks, the UK government, with businesses, community groups, members of the public, have donated medical supplies to help India fight the scourge of COVID-19. That shows the bonds of friendship between our two countries, and it shows that we'll stand shoulder to shoulder with India in its difficult moment during this pandemic. We also look forward to grasping the opportunities that better times ahead are going to allow. And to that end, Prime Minister Johnson and Prime Minister Modi agreed a gear shift, if you like, in bilateral relations at a virtual summit in May. India deemed the UK a comprehensive strategic partner, with the first European country to be designated as such. And we've committed to a 2030 roadmap that will deliver on shared priorities, shared values across trade, defence, security, health, and also migration. Our Prime Minister signed an enhanced trade partnership that will create 6,500 new jobs in the UK and create £530 million worth of inward investment. We now want to secure a free trade deal by 2030 with the aim of doubling bilateral trade. We also agreed to a landmark new migration and mobility partnership, which will support two-way flows of people that benefit us all, and in particular, strengthen the living bridge, which is such a source of strength to both countries. We'll accelerate the development of clean energy and clean transport. Again, that's something that both our countries are interested. We want to protect biodiversity and help developing countries adapt to the impact of climate change. That's something we can work together on. And of course, we must keep ramping up our ambition levels ahead of the UN climate change talks, which we're hosting in Glasgow later this year. Next, we're strengthening our defence relationship and security cooperation so that can cover maritime, but also new threats in relation to cybercrime. The UK's Carrier Strike Group will be visiting India to conduct joint naval and air exercises with their Indian opposite numbers. And we're also expanding the UK-India Health Partnership to improve global health security and improve our resilience against future pandemics. In December, when I visited New Delhi and Bangalore, I was really pleased to launch the UK-India Genomics Partnership and the UK-India Virtual Vaccines Hub. I think it's a brilliant illustration of our healthcare collaboration. So all in all, this is a really exciting time for the UK-India relationship. There is so much that we can achieve and do together by working in partnership to deliver that 2030 roadmap. And I'm really looking forward to working with Foreign Minister Jaishankar and all our Indian partners to deepen and broaden our links and our friendship and our relationship. Because I believe that this partnership and this friendship will be a really powerful force for good in the world for many, many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thanks there to Dominic Raab, UK Foreign Secretary, looking at some of the potential areas of collaboration between the UK and India. So let's delve deeper into that and look at where more work can be done. I'm really pleased to say that Tim Jones is with us, Executive Director at Tata Limited. Tim, it's nice to see you. Look, so many areas of potential collaboration, aren't there? Give me a sense of where you see that growth coming, first of all, and crucially, what it would mean for you in your role.
So I think the growth can come in a number of areas, but I think where we perhaps should focus for the free trade agreements and looking to flesh out the roadmap to 2030 is where we see the economy going. In a sense, not where it's been, but where we see the economy going. And I think we at Tata increasingly see the economy digitizing. TCS is obviously, for us, the flagship company within the group leading on that, but there are many other companies doing their own digitizing, and we are launching Tata Digital. So it's an exciting time looking prospectively at a much more digital future. And one example would be 5G, where we are embarked upon a 5G initiative. And if the last decade was the decade of 4G, which was primarily B2C, 5G's decade, the next 10 to 15 years, is likely to be as much B2B as it is deepening B2C.
So just explain those for people who are maybe not familiar with the lingo. So talking about maybe very domestic applications, consumer applications, things on our smartphones for 4G. Yeah. 5G opens up a whole new realm of possibility.
Right, which you'll experience as a consumer, some of them. Yes. But some of them will be factory optimizations, which you won't directly experience. Some of them will be things like managing convoys of cars and trucks safely on motorways, because with 5G, entities can talk to each other without having to go up to the cloud, and so you can get low latency to allow the construction of those sorts of things. You'll experience it by being placed into the convoy and brought out of the convoy safely. But it's a B2B application to make that happen. And think about the delivery slots we get at the moment. If you want a B2C example, wouldn't it be nice to say, well, I'd like the curry 5 minutes after I get home? When's that? I don't know. I'm on my way home. I may be held up. But 5G can cope with all of that and drop the curry, and not drop it directly, 5 minutes after you get home.
You use the word there, optimization, and that is what will be so crucial, because we know for so many different reasons resources are limited, be they financial or natural resources. We, of course, have an eye on increasing environmental concerns, the race to net zero. Optimization that is possible, just explain the sort of practical applications. How can we use things better?
So a great example is making sure that trucks stay full.
Right.
So trucks that are empty are going back to where they need to get their next load, but they're damaging the environment. They're not economically productive. So getting trucks to be loaded all the time without inconveniencing the operator of the truck is a great simple example of optimization. But another more digital example is that we're all familiar with contracts. Well, contracts are going digital, and smart contracts will be the sorts of things, pieces of software, that can be executed contingent on a previous action. So something's concluded, oh look, we can now move on. The more India and the UK can have aligned contractual structures, the easier it'll be to do joined up business incorporating smart contracts between India and the UK.
How realistic is it, to use your example of a smart contract? Because we know that India loves paperwork and bureaucracy. How much of a mindset shift, if nothing else, is that to encourage the use, for example, of smart contracts?
Well, it is a mindset shift, but India's a lot of the way there. I mean, it's fascinating to see the progress that India has made on digital banking, on healthcare. And what we're seeing really is China and India becoming the two countries, because they have 1 billion plus people to look after, that are now right at the leading edge of finding solutions for these sorts of things. So it's going to come naturally.
And some would argue that China's maybe stolen a little bit on India when it comes to reputational. What did Made in China stand for in the past, and what do we feel it stands for now? Is it fair to say India still has a little bit of a bit of a way to go to catch up for the Made in India brand to be just as powerful?
So it may have, and the way you do that is to be excellent in everything that you do. And if you think about some of the new businesses that we're developing in Tata, we have a medical diagnostics business creating excellent tests. We have an aerospace business creating excellent aircraft. We have an emergent electronics business which will create excellence. So you just create excellence in everything you do, and the rest happens. Because brands are a reflection of the reality that underpins them. And India is excellent. India will be increasingly excellent. And in the creation of that excellence, the brand will evolve.
So there we've sort of focused on 5G a little bit. Talk to me where there are other areas, and many of them are interlinked because it's technology, it's big heading, but things like cyber, and we heard from the Foreign Secretary of the UK talking about the importance of cyber. Talk to me about the implications there.
So if the future is digital, what are the digits representing? Data.
Yes.
It's often very sensitive data. It's often personal data, or it's sensitive corporate data. So all of that data needs to be protected. But the rights of the data owner need to be understood. And so all of the stuff around the creation, the protection, the storage, the manipulation, the ethical constraints on the manipulation of data, the more, again, India and the UK can converge at a high level, in other words, to have excellence in those standards, the more India and the UK can work together to create products that can have global impact.
I'm interested as well that we're in an era whereby it seems that lots of walls are going up, be they trade walls, political walls, whatever. What you're talking about is trying to break down some of those. How hopeful are you that that can happen? Because if you look at, for example, the UK and India, there are so many areas of overlap and so many things in common that, for there to be walls built for whatever reason, that would be very destructive to the relationship.
I'm very confident about it for the UK and India. It's the living bridge. It's the diaspora. It's the fact that we gave India English as a language, which means that all Indians can talk to each other with one language, English. It's the fact that there's a lot of overlap between English law and Indian law. And so we have so much in common, and we have this deep bond of trust from the diaspora and the living bridge, that I think the two countries are in an excellent place to go forward and build trust and work together in these sensitive areas.
And from a business point of view, how does that relationship work? Are we talking about, designed in the UK, manufactured in India, sold out? What will that relationship look like?
Sometimes. If you look at TCS, TCS won't mind me saying that I'm very hopeful that soon there'll be 20,000 TCSs in the UK. And they work absolutely hand in glove with their colleagues in India and elsewhere. And so it's not just a kind of design in the UK, make in India, export to the world, but that can be part of it. But it can also be a fulfill for customers wherever they are, where it makes sense to fulfill, which can be a mixture with digits. The digits don't take long to get between the UK and India.
Now, you touched a little bit on data privacy. It is such a hot issue, particularly in the wake of the pandemic. What is our health data being used for? What is our digital passport? All of those sorts of things. Give me a sense of how we manage that relationship across borders as well.
I think it's difficult. But if you have a relationship like UK-India, where the fundamental levels of trust are strong, that's a great place to start. And so that's where I think we've got to work. And we work by doing things. And in doing things, we come across issues and we resolve those issues, and the trust deepens. And that's the way you make progress.
You talked at the beginning about focusing on what comes next, not about what's happened, where we've been. It's about where these growth opportunities are. And I suppose there's a lot of businesses that will come about from inventions like 5G that we don't even know about. We're not even aware of what that application will be. What, to you, are the hallmarks of the businesses of the future? What will they be doing?
They'll be helping businesses, governments, and citizens just get through their daily lives in an easier, more straightforward way, so that you can get the healthcare you need when you need it, where you need it. You can get the services that you need. You can access government to understand what to do to re-license your car. All of the things that you need to do, the friction is reduced and reduced and reduced. And that gives then time or opportunity for people to focus their time further up the value chain, because the frictional activities reduce and they can become more creative and create more exciting businesses.
So to use your earlier example of the optimization, this is essentially sort of lifestyle optimization, isn't it? Free up all this time to do other things and not be bogged down in paperwork. What are you most excited about?
I think I'm most excited about the set of technologies. You can loosely call it 5G, but it's smart contracts and the Internet of Things, and the next 2 generations of smartphones, where there's so much more in the box in terms of capability. So 4G was an exciting decade. 5G should be a super exciting decade, and a more profoundly exciting decade, because it reaches into business and government as well as into the consumer space.
And we know, of course, Tata has so many fingers in so many pies, so many, such a diverse organisation. And with that, I suspect the applications will look very different depending on which part of your organisation you are in.
They will, and the way, conglomerates are unfashionable. So how on earth does Tata as a conglomerate succeed? And the answer is that each individual group company has an enormous amount of freedom to make its own future. And the group will own a holding in each group company. But, Tata Motors, Tata Steel, Tata Power, Tata Chemicals, Titan, all of the other companies, TCS, Tata Communications, Tata Technologies, they all make their own decisions, including when to fly our wonderful airline Vistara into London, which we are now doing, and when to put up a beautiful hotel in London. So it's that laser focus that each company has inside the group to create its own future that means that the futures will be very different, because we do retail in India, we do different sorts of retail in India, and there's nothing to stop us doing retail here. We don't do it yet, but who knows? So if we did it here, we would do it in a way that made sense for here.
And quite clearly, we know that the past 18 months has been devastating for so many people in so many ways, but we keep hearing the idea that from this we will grow, we will find new opportunities, we'll look at different ways of doing things. Do you think that message has got through at the right levels, particularly in government, for example, but also in organisations of all shapes and sizes, in all industries? We need to think about doing things differently.
I think it has. I think it's already been mentioned in this forum, but remote healthcare around the world has come forward 5 years in 15 months. And it's not the only thing. The balance of working from home and working in offices has just raced forward. The way in which we can jump on a Teams or Zoom or whatever WebEx call has transformed the way we do business. They don't do everything well, but the technologies do some things better than face-to-face. And so we'll come towards a new normal, a mixture of face-to-face, and it's great to be here, and then jumping on a call, because that also works to draw people together quickly from different geographies.
It's so lovely to see you in person as well. It's so long since we were able to do this. So, Tim, it's so nice to see you again. Thanks very much. Yeah, last time was back in 2019, wasn't it? It seems a very long time ago. But, Tim, thank you so much. Tim Jones there, who's the Executive Director at Tata Limited.
Thank you.
Now, just a little heads up on what is still to come. We're going to take a very short, relaxing break up next. We're going to have one of our daily check-ins with our yoga teacher, just to let us ease into the afternoon sessions. And coming up right after that is another chance to hear Edie's interview with Adar Poonawalla. That was yesterday here at the India Global Forum. He, of course, the Chief Executive of the Serum Institute of India, that has been never far from the headlines after what's been such a tumultuous year, but the vaccine providing some solutions and a route out of this crisis. So a fascinating chat that Edie had yesterday here at the India Global Forum with Adar Poonawalla. That's coming up after this check-in with our yoga teacher.
Hi everybody and welcome back. So, in our next session now, we're going to do something to alleviate some of the fatigue we get from staring at a computer screen for most of the day. And I'm sure a lot of you have been really focused and gripped by what you've been seeing and hearing. And so some of that comes with a bit of frowning. So we're going to do some yoga poses and some exercises that are going to help us relax some of the muscles in our face. So let's start by taking our thumb and first finger and just squeezing the eyebrows. Squeeze them and start to pull them to the side. This is the place where if we're frowning or concentrating, we store quite a lot of tension. And now using our fingertips, just massaging around the scalp, not putting any pressure on the bone, but pulling and pushing the scalp and the tissue around. And then you can move that into your scalp, the side of your head, behind your ears, using all your fingertips. Coming back, nice gentle circular motions, remembering not to put any pressure on the actual temple bone, just moving the skin in circular motions on top of it. Going further into the scalp, and come back. Already feeling a bit fresh? Okay, now try massaging out your TMJ, your jaw, pulling down these muscles. These muscles get tired from all the talking and the clenching. Also happens through concentration. When we're frowning, we don't often realize that we're also clenching our jaws. Also when our necks are still, staring at screens, video calls, video conversations, we don't realize that our jaw becomes tight. The proximity to the jaw to the upper cervical complex, very close, so all these muscles get very tight. So just massage these out. Massage them out, very good. And now let's take our attention to the area below our eyes, just in front of our sinuses. We're just applying a light pressure and pulling on all these tissues, massaging our face. Some people get dry eyes and eye irritations from staring at the screen too long. This is a lovely remedy that helps with that. Okay, now grab your ears. This is called the pinner of the ear, the earlobe. It's a fascinating thing. Between this ear and this ear, on each side, there's a structure that goes through the cranium. It's called the tentorium cerebelli. By pulling on your ears, one at a time, you're going to stretch that structure. So just pull on your ears, pull your ears. In the Vedic days, in the educational system, where they had gurukuls, if a student misbehaved or did something wrong, the teacher would make them pull their ears 108 times. The reason being is that this would increase blood flow into the brain and make someone sharper and alert so that they wouldn't make a mistake. So that's what we're doing now. We're making ourselves sharp and alert. Just pull on the ears gently and feel the tension between one side and the other. Okay, and now open your mouths, close, rotate the jaw, left to right. Circumduct the face and the head, a few times to one side, a few times to the other. Shrug the shoulders. How do you feel? Fresh? Feeling bright? Ready for the next session? Enjoy, guys.
Next guest has been in the hot seat is a vast understatement. The Serum Institute is the largest manufacturer of vaccines in the world. Before 2020, I might have introduced our next guest by saying that his vaccines help to protect 2/3 of the world's children against tetanus, polio, diphtheria, hepatitis B. Now, of course, the Serum Institute produces 90% of India's COVID-19 vaccines. Our next guest has been at the front line of conversations around vaccine inequality and global health. I am delighted to welcome to the virtual stage the CEO of the Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you here at the India Global Forum. Thank you for having me.
So, Adar, the pandemic wasn't or should not have been a surprise. In fact, we were prepared for it. And we even had a system in place called COVAX to help distribute vaccines in a fair way. But when the crisis came, vaccine distribution became the haves versus the have-nots. I'd love your view on what went wrong and how do we set this right?
Well, I don't think things have gone that badly wrong. If I just put things in perspective, you need billions of doses of vaccines. And as we all know, the global capacity with all vaccine manufacturers in the world put together is nowhere near enough. Of course, that's being ramped up. We're ramping up. Others are ramping up. And given that shortage, of course, there was going to be always a situation where countries would have to wait. Some of the nations which could afford it did get ahead of some other nations. But that's exactly where COVAX plays a role. And we had, in fact, started to export a lot of doses from India. We've exported 60 million doses between January and the end of February, which is perhaps more than any other country. And, then the second wave in India hit us, and we had to focus all the firepower and the vaccines to the Indian population because that was where it was needed the most. And having said that, in even your earlier conversations with others today, it's clear that eventually India will go back to supporting COVAX in a few months and start re-exporting vaccines so that there is equitable distribution, which was the original objective of COVAX.
So we know that the creation of the vaccines was a miracle of science, as is, in fact, the production that you're involved with. Do you think we did as well as we moved from invention to manufacturing and distribution?
Well, I think, this has never been done before at this speed. I mean, normally it takes at least 4 or 5 years to go from development to large-scale manufacturing because you normally set up the facilities, buy all the equipments, after your product is proven. A lot of, manufacturers started setting up the facilities at risk, including us. That's why we were able to have, in such a short period of time, such a large capacity. I mean, every few months we add an additional building with equipment, and that's how we've been able to ramp up. In January, we were at 50 million doses a month. In March, we were around 70. And now in the month of June, I'm pleased to announce that, we're at 90 million doses a month, and we'll probably add another 10% to that output in August. So, this has happened at world record speed, not just at Serum Institute, but even at other manufacturers.
How would you describe the challenge of vaccine supply today?
Well, that's a complicated question because you've got certain countries who want to vaccinate all kinds of age groups. You've got the United States, which is, vaccinating all the way down to the age of 12, which is fine because, different political regimes have different views. They feel, and everyone is responsible for their own population first. You can't blame anyone for that. I think eventually you're going to see a lot of vaccines, including from the US and other parts, including India, going to other parts of the world, which is really where we want to be so that there is equitable distribution. Having said that, today we're vaccinating anywhere between 4 to 5 million beneficiaries a day in India, which is incredible. I think that's the highest anywhere in the world. We have now administered more than 330 or 340 million doses to Indians. You're seeing a ramp up in a lot of other countries, so it's really going quite well. And by the end of December, I think a large part of the Indian population should be vaccinated. I don't know exactly how much. It'll all depend on the other manufacturers, how fast they can scale up and how much more we can import into our country. But globally speaking, I think is going as well as it possibly could.
It's really interesting because there's a real difference between the rich world in some ways and other parts of the world. You mentioned the United States, my home country, where of course you can understand what President Biden wants to do, right? Of course he wants to vaccinate as many people as possible, all the way down to 12. However, we know that there are still parts of the world where frontline healthcare workers and with the world's most vulnerable still aren't protected. So, of course, this isn't your decision, but how do you view these two competing issues?
No, absolutely. It is an ethical dilemma. It's also an economical issue because, economic issue, sorry, because unless these other countries and economies also open up, the international trade between India, between the US, Europe, Africa, the African continent, all that is dependent on everyone getting vaccinated. So it's not just about protecting everyone. Having said that, we were on track to doing this. It's only when you see a large amount of infection and disease in a certain area where you do need to focus vaccines to save the maximum lives and create the maximum impact. That's, the situation that we're in. So as I said, in 2 or 3 months, we almost certainly hope to get back to the original plan of, vaccinating as many people as widely as possible to balance the inequality issue that you rightly mentioned that exists sadly today.
I want to take you back to the time when you had to stop exporting. You've mentioned before that it was a really difficult time. You had promised COVAX, a lot of vaccines were supposed to go to other parts of the world. When you needed to keep those in India, can you tell me about some of the calls that you had? What happened? What was that time like?
It was a particularly stressful time, no doubt about it, because it wasn't just, our partners, AstraZeneca, that needed vaccines for other parts of the world. It was COVAX. It was other countries that we had to, we had commitments with. We had taken advanced funding. We had to return some of that funding and really explain to other world leaders as well that there really is no choice at the moment. And we need to support our nation at the moment for a few months. And we will get back to you. And it was difficult for everyone to digest that. And slowly, once they realized and saw what was going on in India, I must admit, everyone was really supportive and understanding. And, come, May, June, all that sort of stuff settled down. And we've reached a sort of settlement and understanding with all these organizations.
I'd wonder what your view is on the argument that India and South Africa have advanced to loosen intellectual property rights on vaccines to increase supplies. Do you think we should do that?
Well, whether you do that or not, and I know a lot of people have weighed in on this, as major manufacturers, and I can speak on behalf of other fellow vaccine manufacturers, generic vaccine manufacturers as well, waiving of IP is, I don't know, perhaps not going to solve the immediate shortage of vaccines. In the long term, to be prepared for future pandemics, I think it's a good strategy. Why not? A sharing of technology which is accessible, where you don't have to getting into deal making, and hope to partner with other manufacturers and innovators. That does save a lot of time during a pandemic. I mean, I remember doing this around about this time last year. We were struggling to get all the partnerships signed because until you have certain legal agreements, it does take time to import, viral strains and product and raw materials and buy equipment and all of that to get going. So I think for future pandemics, this could be a great platform and mechanism to save time. But I think it probably wouldn't be fair to all the innovators as well to just have a blanket waiver without any commercial terms for them. If it's just a patent that could be violated, it's not really going to help. I mean, I wish it could have, but if you look at the time taken to build a facility, to actually transfer the technology. So it's not just about the patent, it's about the innovator showing and teaching the process and transferring that to a manufacturer, which will finally result in product coming out. And that would take anywhere between 1.5 to 2 years, unless you're really already an expert in that particular technology. So we had that advantage, so we could move quickly. But if we're talking about transferring this kind of technology to other manufacturers, it's going to be challenging and time consuming.
It's also so critical how these vaccines are manufactured. It's really difficult to get the WHO to give its stamp of approval, as you know, I know, to a manufacturer. There's a lot of discussion about how we can make other countries in other parts of the world be able to manufacture those vaccines. How long will it take to make safe places like the one you have?
So, I've always talked about global harmonization for pandemics in terms of regulatory qualifications and a set quality standard that everybody can agree on. So if you look at 4 or 5 major regulators, the US FDA, UK MHRA, EMEA, the WHO, and if you put them together with the major manufacturing countries, India, China, US, UK, and whoever, I'm sure we can come to a standard which is acceptable to all. And that will really save a lot of time, both today and, in future pandemics. I mean, you look at what's happening today in terms of the licensure of vaccines. The free flow of goods and vaccines is most critical. And if we have regulatory barriers as additional barriers to what we already have in terms of vaccines and prices and all of that, then it really makes it very difficult for all kinds of vaccines to be freely accessible to everybody. I mean, that would be, I assume, the ultimate objective. So even when you talk about vaccine certification, if, for example, the WHO, which has a very high standard, approves a vaccine, I hope that all the leaders can come together to reach a certain standard where they say, okay, if you're WHO approved, a vaccine certificate from your country, even though you're not selling a product in a different region, should be acceptable for the citizens who have been vaccinated using a WHO pre-qualified vaccine. I mean, it's as simple as that. So these sort of things really still need to take shape if we're talking about free movement, not only of vaccines, but also of human beings, which actually ends up being, it's your economic benefit as well. If you can't have people moving around for business and for work and other things and investments, it does jeopardize the ability to trade, to do so many things.
It sounds like you're referring to these vaccine passports as well. The controversy from the EU Medicines Agency, how it recognizes Covishield, which is AstraZeneca in Europe, and it's been that name for Indians, for those from COVAX countries. Tell me more about this controversy. How did we get here?
Well, it's not a controversy at all. Let me just say that. I think it's just been blown out of proportion. Firstly, the EMEA is absolutely correct in asking us to apply, which we have through AstraZeneca, our partners, a month ago. And that process has to take its time. An approval process, even with the UK MHRA, the WHO, it took its time, and we have applied to the EMEA. The issue of vaccine passports is slightly different. What I'm trying to say is that let's take a manufacturer outside of India, for example. Let's say they're approved by the WHO. Everyone in that country gets vaccinated taking that product. Now, when those people, those citizens need to travel, what good is their vaccine certificate if it's not acknowledged and the reciprocity is not there between countries? It's just basically like a visa now, isn't it? I mean, for example, if my country accepts your visa, your country should accept mine. So it's that level of reciprocity that we would hope and like to see between all these nations. And look, I mean, in a month, we're quite confident that the EMEA will approve Covishield. There's no reason why not to, because, it's based on the AstraZeneca data. Our product is identical to AstraZeneca, more or less, and it's been approved by WHO, the UK MHRA. So it's just a matter of time. So it's not really going to hinder anything. But the reason why it was flagged is because if we don't address it now, when India gets off the red list and when citizens want to travel, they should not be refused in a given country just because they have a Covishield certificate. So it's all happening for the positive, and it should take its place at the right time, so it's all addressed by the time a lot of people start to travel. So I don't think there's any controversy to worry about at the moment.
Good to hear. Tell me about this issue around vaccine hoarding. There's issues in the United States, for example, comments that Biden is hoarding vaccines for a possible another wave in the US, for possible third vaccinations. I wonder how we stop that from happening, how we encourage the richer countries to stop doing that.
Well, I think there's a lot of public pressure, and for me to comment on whatever a leader decides to do for their country would be unfair because I don't know their situation. But, eventually I think everyone realizes that they need to give vaccines to the whole world. And President Biden has made that very clear. He's going to give doses to COVAX. He's going to give doses to some other countries. So I think he's made that commitment. I don't think it's a hoarding on a permanent basis. So I think we'll just wait and watch. And I think public pressure is, I think, the only thing that one can do to, urge governments to be global in their thinking. And I think President Biden has made it very clear they're not going to keep vaccines just for the US, and the world is grateful for, them sharing their doses with everyone.
I wonder if you think countries are coming together more now, or if we're still seeing the kind of aggravation that we saw earlier in terms of worrying about who has the vaccines. I'd love to know what the role of Indian leadership is as well, playing this.
So, there was initially a lot of politics because of the vaccine shortage, who was responsible, and, whether I'm not talking about in India, I'm talking about globally, even in Europe, everyone wanted to find somebody to blame. I won't go into that because that may go off the tangent, but, after everyone realized that there was always going to be a shortage of vaccines and nobody really is to blame, and we can all be upfront about how much time it really takes to produce and deliver vaccines, especially some vaccines with certain temperature requirements and other requirements, which nobody could have planned for beyond what we did. I think now everyone, including the public at large, has realized that. And as we've seen, vaccine programs both in India, in Europe, in the UK that have been vaccinating millions of beneficiaries on a daily basis. Now I think everyone is a lot calmer, and even with these new variants, the good news is the vaccine is working against them. Most of these vaccines that are licensed. So I think the panic is much lower than it was a couple of months ago.
How well do you think the world is prepared for the next pandemic? What have you learned?
Well, we've learned a lot of things. I think the world can still come together on ensuring long-term capacity. And this is what I've always said, that, okay, this pandemic may be hopefully over in 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years. But then what are we doing about keeping and stockpiling empty capacity? And this is what we have offered to certain regions and other countries.
What does that mean, stockpiling empty capacity?
So what I mean is entering into a long-term contract for 10 or 15 years with a certain region or a country which doesn't have the ability to manufacture vaccines, giving them the priority and, at a fixed price. So, for example, imagine that you could have a 15-year idle capacity for a small reservation fee to a manufacturer who could supply an entire region on priority with the push of a button, with multiple different technologies and products that could be put in there. So, for example, in 5 years' time, there's another pandemic. Somebody innovates and makes a messenger RNA or a viral vector vaccine. Where are you going to produce it? Again, to find partners, to find capacity, then you do a tie-up, you negotiate on pricing, all of that. So instead of that, why not have that inbuilt for 15 years as a long-term contract where a lot of countries are willing to do that? I mean, today, for example, where does a country spend, in my opinion, or anyone else's opinion, their national budget? Do they spend it buying fighter jets, arms, space programs, or do they now invest in empty capacity for the long term, which they can, with the push of a button, secure their nation against any pandemic? So this is what I'm proposing, that this is where the world community needs to come together and have 4 or 5 of these massive centers of manufacturing, probably in the countries which are already doing it, to be able to service the world going forward. And I think that would be one way of addressing the future pandemics. And again, the global harmonization for regulatory, so that a manufacturer does not have to go to multiple different countries and regulators to have a vaccine that adheres to a quality standard that everyone is willing to accept. So what I would urge the regulators to do is come to a certain quality standard, which makes life a lot easier and faster for manufacturers to then just apply and adhere to that. That would also address vaccine certificates. It would address CGMP manufacturing. It would address the clinical standards as well. So there would be one clinical standard, so you don't have different people doing different kinds of trials. And then, all this criticism and politics, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. So these are the things that I've learned from this pandemic that I would propose to the world leaders and the world regulators to come together to be better prepared for the future pandemic, so that we can act faster with none of this stuff that we've experienced in the last 1 year.
How do we do that? Who's going to organize that? The WHO has been an amazing organization. It is well known to be under-resourced. Who is going to coordinate that?
Well, you've got world leaders, you've got G7, you've got G20, you've got WHO and the UN. I'm sure between these great people and leaders and countries, they can come to some conclusion and understanding, because to be honest, this would be the most impactful as far as, being prepared for future pandemics. These 2 or 3 or 4 measures that if they can agree upon, and I know it's not easy, it's not going to be easy, but you asked me a question, how do we prepare for the future pandemics? This is how you have to do it. I can't do it as a manufacturer. The industry can't do it. It'll have to be in collaboration by these countries, by the UN, the WHO, and probably these major countries that have manufacturing and the most regulation, or the main, as I said, those 4 or 5 regions which regulate the world as far as quality standards are concerned.
Can I ask you what keeps you awake at night now?
I don't know. There's always a new challenge every day. There's a new controversy. There's something new that we need to deal with. But, I think just being transparent on data and what we're doing in terms of production, in terms of what we hope to do, I think that definitely helps the situation. And to be honest, what keeps me up at night is, the lack of preparedness that we still would have going into future pandemics, as I mentioned. And until we have all this sort of stuff regularized, I think that we're still going to struggle to give out output at the same speed that we all expect. Because, if you just go back 6 months ago, everybody said, oh, we'll have so many vaccines at this time. Now, if you want to do that, you have to do the things that I mentioned, so that manufacturers and regulators and countries can get together and implement and execute. So I don't think anything keeps me up at night, but if it would be something that, we can improve on, and we've done a great job as a world community, and COVAX really has gone way beyond anything to be able to have a structure in place to manage equitable distribution. And that is very important, because once you make the vaccines, you want them equitably distributed. So I think that model has proven itself to be very good and successful. And you're going to see by the end of this year, the huge success that COVAX is going to have, because you're going to have so many more doses coming out of India, not just from Serum Institute, but other manufacturers also. And so, we're just waiting for that time to happen. And, we're just hoping that everyone can just be patient and take precautions until that day comes. So we're just waiting for that.
Adar Poonawalla, thank you so much for joining us here at the India Global Forum. It's been a real pleasure. We'll be back
Pleasure.
in just a moment. Ben will be back in just a moment to continue on with some of these themes. Please do send your questions, thoughts, comments in to our web chat at indiaglobalforum.com.
Stick with us for the big conversation with none other than Nitin Gadkari, Indian Minister of Road Transport and Highways, on climate action, electric mobility now. Mr. Gadkari speaks about how India is emerging as a major leader in electric mobility at India Global Forum, where the curiosity of a scientist meets the ingenuity of an engineer. At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands, and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Business Boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. Countries all over the world have been impacted with the onslaught of the coronavirus crisis, and its full effects have yet to be seen. Lockdowns challenged economic activity, causing setbacks to consumption, manufacturing, exports, and capital flows. There's no quick fix or shortcut to stimulate and increase demand in an economy. This takes time, patience, effort, and also working together with other nations to help rebuild and restart sectors. Amidst the ongoing uncertainty, economic recovery will also depend on how people come out of their homes and the rate at which demand will resume organically. Let's take a look at how some of the global leaders joining us today faced and worked to overcome large-scale challenges, including navigating huge debts, unemployment, and exhausted healthcare systems. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring to you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com. That's the place where India meets the world and the world meets India. Namaste.
Welcome back to India Global Forum, and really pleased now to be taking you into a series of conversations about the future of electric mobility and how it will impact the urgent action we need on the climate. We know that electrification is now beyond aspiration. It is becoming a reality, cleaner, smarter, and better for the planet. But we also know we have to increase investment in order to make larger contributions towards infrastructure. So let's get into thinking about this. I'm really pleased to, first of all, be joined in conversation with the Minister of Road, Transport and Highways of India, Nitin Gadkari. Thank you so much for joining us, Minister.
Thank you.
So tell me, first of all, what is India's current strategy on electric mobility?
Actually, India is importing the petroleum products more than we are spending 8 lakh crores for that. And actually, because of that, the air pollution is a big crucial problem in the country. So now our policy is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free, and preferably our size of automobile industry is 6,50,000 crore. And we want to make India as a manufacturing hub, #1 hub of electric car, electric buses, electric two-wheelers, electric auto rickshaw, and even going for electric truck. On the line, we are making a lot of experiments, making research. Many organizations are doing a lot of work on it, on that line, and now we are successfully started manufacturing e-vehicles. So 100% government is encouraging them, giving special incentives for that. The GST on electric vehicle is very, very less as compared on petroleum and diesel vehicle. It is 48%, and here it is comes to 5%. So naturally, a lot of support from the government side. And now my ministry has taken a decision for the scrapping policy. The vehicles, those who have completed 15 years, we are now making mandatory to scrap them. Because of that, the raw material can be easily available and we can reduce the production cost. The technology is available, particularly the vendors and ancillary industries are already there. We have already started research on zinc ion, aluminum ion, and steel ion. And we are also working on the line for making of hydrogen fuel cell. That is also a priority sector for all of us. And electric vehicle, we are, as far as the lithium ion battery is concerned, we don't have lithium. But now 86% of the battery we are already successfully make in India is successfully we are doing. So on the basis of that, we are encouraging, and I'm confident that we will get good support from the manufacturers, the MSME. As a Minister of Micro, Small and Medium Industries, we are very keenly interested to support them and encourage them for completing our future related with the e-vehicle. That is the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat of our Prime Minister on that line. We are supporting them, and 100% I am confident that we will get good results.
Tell me about the impact you think it will have on pollution and therefore on health.
Actually, because of the pollution, we are facing a lot of crucial problems related with the health. The diesel and petrol is really a problematic situation. And presently, we are already committed as far as the United Kingdom is a strategic partner for India on climate change and sustainability. We strongly believe that society should be livable, workable, and sustainable for all, with an import focus on ethics, ecology, and environment. And as far as India is also committed and progressing positively as per Paris Climate Agreement. And that is very important, where efforts are centered to reduce carbon emission by 33 to 35% by 2030. On that line, this e-vehicle policy is very, very important. The United Kingdom is also working hard to reduce its carbon emission to net zero by 2050. We are also working on the same line, and import the air pollution, water pollution, and sound pollution. These are very crucial problems. As far as our commitment for ecology and environment regarding air pollution, we are facing a lot of health problems. So we have a highest priority that how we can protect the health of the common man and giving a sustainable life to them. On that line, we are very much punctual and very much assertive, and at the same time, we want to make it as early as possible. That is to be import substitute, cost effective, pollution free, And we want to develop Indian technology innovation here in India as far as the e-vehicles are concerned.
So let's talk about what part of the electric vehicle supply chain you think that India can have the largest market share of. Is it the whole vehicle or parts of vehicles as well?
The government is supporting domestic manufacturing and encouraging localization of all EV parts. Now, the battery in EV is the most important component which shares 50% cost of an e-vehicle. I had recently chaired a meeting to push research and development efforts towards alternative battery technology for electric vehicles, such as metal ion, metal air, and at the same time zinc ion, aluminum ion, and steel ion also. We are making a lot of experiments. And now our research is on the final stage, where I am confident that we will get good results from that. The research and academic institutions in India are working hard for the development of indigenous and low-cost battery technology for electric vehicles. We can generate 81% value of lithium-ion battery in India. Further, I am pursuing research for its substitute, such as aluminum ion, zinc ion, sodium ion batteries. Simultaneously, we are aggressively pursuing research on green hydrogen as a transport fuel. The Chennai IIT is doing a lot of experiments. The research performed by IIT Madras, that is Chennai, on hydrogen fuel cell is very interesting, where they are trying to generate energy from sea-based salt water and solar power. So I'm very much confident that on that line we are working, because that is the need of the country. And this futuristic development is very, very important as far as our ecology, environment, and economy is concerned, and government is insisting on it.
So if I were an inspiring entrepreneur and I wanted to set up an electric mobility business, what would India offer me that any other market wouldn't?
India's EV sector has been rapidly growing over the last 3 years, as both the center and state government have been taking initiative to promote the adoption of EVs. About 8 billion US dollars, that is rupees 51,700 crore, has been allocated for the domestic auto industry through a production-linked incentive (PLI) scheme, and this scheme will make the component and auto industry highly competitive for improving the quality. We have allocated 3 billion, that is rupees 18,100 crore, for advanced cell chemistry battery storage. Our premier engineering institutes are including promising startups for EVs. Many startups are providing e-bikes on rent to public and logistic companies. The Amazon has changed completely their all type of fleet on electric. So that is to be a great thing in India. The government is planning to set up a financial institution to fund business with a focus on electric vehicles and facilitate new financial instruments for lending to public transportation and commercial vehicle segments. We are very positive, supportive, flexible, time-bound, and transparent towards ease of doing business in the EV ecosystem.
So let's talk about some of the policies that you've implemented. There's an FAME 2 policy, which really helps to get faster adoption among the 2- and 3-wheelers. And that's a different approach than what you've taken for the subsidies for 4-wheel passenger vehicles. So tell me a little bit about that and shed a little light on why you've taken that approach.
We have a huge domestic demand for 2-wheelers, as it is the most popular affordable means of personal transport. Presently, our 2-wheeler industry, the Bajaj, TVS, and Hero, they are exporting their 50% of the production to the world. So our 2-wheelers are very popular. The auto rickshaws play an important supplement in last mile connectivity in city areas. Our auto rickshaw are also popular in the particular African countries. We are exporting a lot of auto rickshaw there. Our rural transportation is dominated by auto rickshaw and 2-wheelers, where we can replace them by e-vehicles. Through FAME 2 scheme, the government is also offering a subsidy of rupees 32,000 for electric 2-wheelers and also rupees 3 lakh for electric cars and rupees 35 lakh for buses. So we are constantly supporting the e-vehicles. And now the most important thing is, as far as the fuel is concerned, Indian situation, we are power surplus. and compare rate of the diesel, petrol and gas, LNG, CNG, as compared with electricity, it is very negligible. It is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free. And from maintenance point of view, it is also very cheaper. There is no maintenance in e-vehicle. So 100% I'm giving the example. On the Mumbai, the best is the bus service company, where diesel bus, they get the average expenditure for diesel bus is 115 rupees per kilometer. And for electric air conditioned bus, the expenditure is 50 rupees per kilometer. So 100% it is economically viable. And that is the most important reason that people are taking the advantage of it. Recently, the Delhi government incentivized EV by offering an additional subsidy of rupees 30,000 for e-two-wheeler and up to 1.5 lakh for electric car. The total number of electric two-wheelers in India are about 3 lakhs and the number are increasing rapidly. This can be easily charged at home and they have a very low operational and maintenance cost. OEMs in India such as TVS, Bajaj and Hero Motor Corporation are exporting 50% of their two-wheeler production with huge domestic demand and adoption. The ecosystem for small electric vehicles is very well developed in India. Now the battery capacity, driving range and charging mechanism of electric cars are significantly improving. Our Indian company Tata Nexon EV become the largest selling electric car in the country. Global giants such as Tesla and Triton EV are soon expected to enter in the Indian market, electric vehicle market, and more such EV makers would make the price competitive. After the successful rollout of the vehicle scrapping policy, I am sure that the more people would prefer to buy efficient electric cars. And the government is thinking to give significant incentives to EV buyers who scrap their old IC engine cars. Above all, we are very much concerned about the environment and whatever is good for it, we are ready to adopt on priority because it is in the interest of the nation, in the interest of the society, and where the pollution is the big concern as per the health problems are concerned, 100% we are very much committed for that.
So I know that you've looked at electric vehicle policies all over the world. Do you think India has done enough to encourage adoption in India yet?
Center and state government in India have been taking various initiatives to promote the adoption of EVs. We are giving highest priority for that. We are actively working to support EV industry by framing a favorable policy in the form of incentives, GST exemptions, etc. Our FAME 2 scheme with an outlay of rupees 10,000 crores supports electric 2 and 3-wheelers, e-buses and 4-wheelers with incentive for commercial registration. Government has increased subsidy by 50% to rupees 15,000 per kilowatt hour on electric two-wheelers to promote its sale. The government has facilitated the sale and registration of 2 and 3-wheeler electric vehicles without batteries to reduce their upfront cost. The government has exempted e-cart, e-rickshaw from various permits. We have also exempted battery-operated transport vehicle for paying registration fees to further incentivize the EV sale. Further, though financial institutes such as incentives such as 5% central taxes, that is GST, on EVs and exemption on interest paid on loans, we are taking major steps to assist EV adoption in India. All the regulation for the manufacturing of electric vehicles are also in place. We are soon planning to bring in incentives for construction equipment vehicles to be shifted on electric. Actually, I'm going to organize the meeting with the construction equipment manufacturing company. Already the JCB, which is from UK, India, they convert one JCB by using CNG, 50%. I request them to convert it on 100% CNG. So as a road minister, we are trying our level best at how we can change our construction equipment on electric, ethanol, bio-CNG and LNG. And because the pollution is the big concern. So 100% every side. Now we have got a lot of generators. And presently generators are working on diesel. In place of diesel, we are now trying to convert generators on electricity, generators on ethanol, and particularly the green fuel and biofuel, because we need to think about pollution. Pollution is a crucial problem, and we have given a highest priority for that. And that is our big concern as far as our health problem is concerned.
So apart from the electric vehicle Oh, sorry, go ahead.
All the regulation for the manual electric are also in place, and we are soon planning to bring in incentives for construction equipment vehicle to be shifted on electric. Through the Go Electric campaign, the awareness about the benefit of e-mobility and its early adoption in the general public is nicely expedited. We are getting a very warm response from citizens in the adoption of EVs. With further development in the EV ecosystem, government will take necessary steps from time to time in the interest of all concerned stakeholders. I am telling you, in Nagpur, in my own constituency, I am only using electric car. And many ministers are also now using electric car. So 100% now, day by day, our concept of electric car is becoming very, very popular. And I am confident that people by and large, the huge Indian market is available and 100% they will go on that line.
So apart from the electric vehicle market, what would you say are the 2 or 3 big new opportunities for investors in India?
Being a transport minister, the government has set a target to build road worth rupees 15 lakh crore over 2 years. My aim is to construct a world-class national highway network and road infrastructure in the country. Our road construction is highest in the world, a national highway construction. When I taken charge, it was 13 kilometers per day, but now it is 37 kilometers per day. We are making 22 green express highway. We are making big green access control highway between Mumbai to Delhi, where you can easily go from Mumbai to Delhi within 12 hours. We have already successfully completed Delhi to Meerut. In place of 4.5 hours, now it is 45 minutes, we can go up to the Meerut. The Delhi Dehradun, 2 hours. Delhi Haridwar, 2 hours. And Delhi Chandigarh in 2 hours. Delhi Jaipur in 2 hours. So we are making lot of new roads, new green alignments, by which we are encouraging for good infrastructure, and that is going to be helpful for the e-car also. We are e-buses, 100% it is going to support that policy. And now I am planning for making of e-highway, where the cable, electric cable will be there, a charging system will be there, and electric truck, electric buses, we are 100% taking the advantage of it, and we are working on that. Our target is we are trying to make it that, talking with the companies. We have talked about a plan of monetizing the existing highway asset or infra capital generation. We are doing excellent job. Our toll income is very nice. We are constructing 65,000 kilometers of national highway under the Bharatmala program. We are developing 22 green express highway, access control express highway. To improve the logistic efficiency is very important. We need to reduce the logistic cost, and the highway is going to make a good, very, very important role in that line. Government is developing 35 multimodal logistic parks and allied ecosystems. There are huge opportunities in the installation of intelligent transport system, advanced traffic management system, centralized traffic control system, IoT, and AI-based driver information system, electronic road safety intervention, GPS-based toll collection, and logistic management system. We have planned to install an electric highway between Delhi to Mumbai expressway. That is, our planning is there. We are working on that. We have planned to shift public transport and logistics on alternative green and clean transport of fuels. We are also working on more sustainable transport system like broad gauge, metro rail, ropeway, cable car, and road train bus. Now the Prime Minister has already given me a special responsibility for public transport electricity for this metro rail. No, metro is a broad gauge, meter gauge, but the rope, cable car, vernacular railway, road train bus is now with me, and we are trying to develop that. The new public transport mode like Hyperloop, pod, and drone taxis, etc., is also gaining interest in the country. We are seeking for planning and development of integrated transport system where road, air, water, and new advanced last mile connectivity modes would enhance case of mobility across the country. We are also ready to welcome investment in technology that run on biofuels, such as flex engines. We are committed to deliver flex engines that give the users an option to run on either 100% petrol or 100% bioethanol. Our agriculture is our real strength, and we intended to diversify that into energy and power sector. Investment of these themes will be very, very welcome. We are allowing 100% FDI. In the road sector, there is a great opportunity for joint ventures. We are ready to adopt the world's best technology without compromise with quality, cost effectiveness, and sustainability in road construction, in automobile sector, everywhere. So we are very much encouraging the people for that. And I'm confident that people are giving good response. And being a MSME minister, micro, small, and medium industries, we are committed to development of village, tribal, rural, and agriculture economy and 115 aspirant districts. People here are educationally, socially, and economically backward. Their GDP contribution is very less. There are huge untapped resources. With appropriate technology, investment, and skill development, we have tremendous potential for new industry development and opportunity for export. Currently, the export share of our MSME is 49%, and I am targeting to increase it up to 60%. The agriculture sector is one of the important assets where the government is taking initiative to double the income of farmers through modernization. Khadi and village industry turnover is rupees 2 lakh crore, which is targeted to be double in the next 2 years. I invite the industry and entrepreneurs to come forward. We will support them, we are welcoming them, and we will encourage them and cooperate them in India for the new technology and investment.
You mentioned that you quite often use an electric vehicle yourself, and I have one. And one of the things that's the hardest, even in London, is to find a place to charge it. So tell me what steps you're taking in India to address this issue around charging infrastructure.
There are no benefits in the development of the EV ecosystem based on coal-based energy sources. The government is promoting two important measures to manage the EV charging load. The first measure promotes the use of renewable energy to charge electric. We are using solar power. Our solar power generation is very huge. Lot of thousands of projects are now. We are encouraging people for making solar energy. And idea is using solar energy for charging of e-vehicle. The first measure promotes the use of renewable energy to charge electric vehicles, which will reduce the load on transmission and distribution network. Faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid electric vehicles, FAME 2, links renewable energy sources with electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The second measure includes introducing the time of day charge for EV charging, and we have abundant solar energy, solar generated electricity charges. We are very low and ensure a zero carbon emissions cycle. Government has permitted to set up EV charging points across 69,000 petrol stations in the country. For charging infrastructure, domestic charging and lease models for EVs are becoming a popular option. Domestic charging facility at malls, parking lots, commercial places, at homes are making EVs more adoptable. Suresh Bhatt Sabagro in Nagpur, in my constituency, we have 1,100 car parking, and where we are already making the facility for EV charging. EV makers are providing different charging technology for changing, like charging box, battery swapping facility, and some of them are establishing own network of commercial charging stations. We are working on alternative charging option through utilizing the existing electrification infrastructure at metros, railways, solar parks, etc. And we are giving highest priority for that we want to use solar energy for e-vehicles.
What about integrating the charging infrastructure into clean grids? Is that a consideration for India at this point?
Clean grids, solar. Actually, we want to use solar energy for that. We have a lot of projects where we are encouraging the entrepreneurs for making solar energy. And that solar energy we want to use for e-vehicle, because the carbon emission is zero. And that is exactly important for the country, that we don't want to use electric power, particularly the thermal power, that will not be appropriate. In some part of the country, particularly the hill area like Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Kashmir, Arunachal, and northeast of area, the hydropower is available, which is very cheaper. So where there we can use hydropower for e-charging. And at the same time, the wind power is also available in the part of the country where we are making now hybrid project of solar and wind. And we want to use green power priority wise for e-vehicle. We have got already a lot of projects on coal, but we are not going to encourage the coal power because that is going to create pollution. So green Actually, green approach is concerned, we need green power, and to encourage and generate more green power and using of that power for e-vehicle is ultimately our mission, and that is exactly the policy of the government.
You spoke about the challenge of lithium supply, and we know that China has a large majority of this, of the world's lithium supply. So I wonder if you could talk a little further about that and what any alleviating factors might be.
I am telling you very frankly and fairly, I don't want to compare our policies, our incentives, our development with the other countries. But I am sure that the way in which our research organizations are working, I am confident we will become number one in the world. And our technology are very, very cheaper. Now we are making 86% of the lithium-ion battery in India. I recently chaired a meeting to push research and development efforts towards alternative battery technologies for electric vehicles such as metal ion, metal air, etc. Our research on academic institutions, ISRO, DRDO, IITs, are working hard for development of indigenous and low-cost battery technology for electric vehicles. And 100% our startup, young talented engineers, they are making a lot of experiments. In due course of time, we will have a solution. Our IIT Chennai, Madras is working on hydrogen fuel cell, and they are making hydrogen from seawater by using solar power. So a lot of the initiative has taken, government is very supportive. We are a facilitator, we are supporting all of this new research. And in due course of time, it is my confidence and it is my also challenge that we will make India number one in the world as far as this alternative technologies are concerned related with the e-vehicles. Regarding the battery chemistry also, our IITs, ISRO, all people are doing excellent jobs. 100% I am confident due course of time, within a year, we will offer a lot of good solutions and good affordable technology to the whole world. And my dream is to make India as number one manufacturing hub, automobile hub in the country, in the world. Presently, we have all reputed brands in the world, Mercedes, BMW, all are present in India. And 100% Indian manufacturing company also doing excellent jobs because this is the futuristic policy of the government. And because of Atmanirbhar Bharat, our policy is to reduce our import. And that is because of at the same time, we need to save our country from the pollution. Because of the import of petroleum products, we are facing the problem of pollution. So the import substitute, cost-effective, pollution-free, and making India, make in India, made in India, indigenous technology, I am confident that 100% we will offer our technology and solution to the whole world. And if anywhere there is appropriate technology, our industry is ready to make a joint venture with them and also ready to accept that technology for investment and for technology. Our doors are open. You are all welcome to enter in India for making new collaboration and giving new technology. We are ready for that.
Can you talk about the cost? We know that during the pandemic, some of those people who had entered the middle class, who had jobs, have now lost their jobs. Do you think the average consumer could confidently afford to buy an electric vehicle today?
One thing is correct that we are facing the problem of because this pandemic, the COVID-19. But today India is 100% by considering all this problem. I am confident that we are still successful making road construction. We are the highest in the world to make 37 kilometers per day national highway. Though there was a COVID problem was there. I am confident that there are problems. We are facing very crucial problem because of COVID-19. Now the vaccination is going on. I am confident that we will win over that problem. And today India is becoming the largest EV market for electric two-wheelers, three-wheelers and cars. The most important strength with India is there is a huge market potential, domestic market potential available in India. Lots of incentive, tax exemption, loan facilities, subsidies are making EV affordable purchase. For a life cycle period, EV should bring more saving compared to the petrol diesel vehicle. Many municipal corporations and state transport networking are procuring and operating e-buses for their intercity and intra-city fleets. It would become a viable option. Lots of companies are making electric trucks, electric bicycles, e-bikes are getting popular. E-bikes are also becoming popular. I have just launched one e-bike, Ludhiana from Hero Industries. It's a very beautiful bike, and their plan is to export e-cycle to all the world. Its quality is good, and the research they are doing in Germany and UK, and the e-bicycle is very good. So 100% that is also the important market for all of us, and Hero is doing excellent job on that line. E-commerce business deliver taxis, small carts, goods vehicles, forest vehicles are shifting to. I'm already giving the example of Amazon. Amazon India started their e-deliveries through electric vehicles. Recently, I have launched the first ever agriculture tractor run on bio-CNG, and soon I am launching a tractor run on 100% electricity. We are also insisting industry to develop construction equipment operating on electric. In the next 2 to 3 years, mass production of EVs will lead to the same capital cost in comparison to petrol and diesel versions today due to economics of scale. 100% I'm confident that we will make it complete that target. No doubt, the indigenous battery technology, localization of EV components, and huge domestic demand would further make EV the most affordable means of transport in coming years. And I'm confident that India will be the successful example for the world as far as the e-vehicle is concerned.
Thank you so much for joining us, Minister Nitin Gadkari. Thank you so much for being here with us on India Global Forum.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just a moment to continue our discussion on electric mobility with some of the people who are helping create a reality today. We're going to continue our conversation around electric mobility now, and I'm very pleased to welcome to our virtual stage Amit Kalyani, Deputy Managing Director of Bharat Forge, and Anand Shah, the founder of Damiri. So Amit, first of all, can you introduce yourself and tell me what you are doing in terms of how you're contributing to this future of electric mobility in India?
Sure. So the company that I represent is a major manufacturer of automotive components and systems for pretty much every large global auto manufacturer in India, in Asia, in Europe, and in the North American continent. And as we see the writing on the horizon, about 5 years ago, we created a strategy of how do we help progress the whole EV value chain by contributing our components and technologies to make those products lighter, better, and more effective. So we chose to play in three. So go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So we started with we looked at three horizons. So we started with the domain that we know best, which is metallurgy, and we started applying new technologies of using aluminum through a completely recycled process. So we don't use or waste any aluminum, and we buy anything that is wasted from the process and we recycle it. And it's a green technology which we patented, and that helps make products that are competitive, strong, yet very, very green with a 40% lower carbon footprint. So that was the first step. The second step was how do we look beyond just metals and metal formed parts into subsystems, including electronics and power electronics and control electronics, especially for the Indian markets, because all that was currently being imported. And if we can make it in India and make it to scale, then we can bring the cost down and provide a high quality product. And the third is how do we become part of the ecosystem and look at longer term initiatives such as the circular economy, urban mining, and recycling of e-waste in order to create the raw materials for future products.
So tell me, Anand, I'd like you to put yourself in this picture of electric mobility. Where does your company sit?
So these days I advise companies on aligning their business with public interest. And I think that increasingly globally, public interest is moving towards an emissions-free transportation sort of context. My own history is I spent a number of years working for BMW on future mobility, looking at electrification and autonomy, particularly in Europe and in the US. I led the starting of a company in India called Ola Electric that was brought out of Ola, which is a ride-hailing firm, the largest ride-hailing firm in India, and they deliver many kilometers on a daily basis of people going from one place to the other. The question we had was, can we transfer those kilometers to a zero-emission format? And in that process, learned a lot about the potential of India as an emerging sort of EV or zero-emission vehicle home for the world, especially given India's place in development. It's at a place where consumption of vehicles and vehicle kilometers traveled is going to increase dramatically. It happens to be fortunate at a moment where the rest of the world is trying to shed itself of a history of spewing dirty air into the atmosphere in order to get from one place to the other. And that creates a significant opportunity for India to leapfrog into a new set of technologies and be a global leader, as well as one that has a different domestic sort of makeup of how people move.
So electric vehicles quite often perform better than their internal combustion engine counterparts, but we still know that battery efficiency is an issue. I have a hybrid. The battery doesn't last, more than 60 miles for me. High cost, another issue for many consumers. I wonder if you could tell me, Amit, where you think you're seeing the most interesting innovations in these areas.
So I think India is a slightly different market than the rest of the world. If you've ever been here, you've seen the kind of traffic we have.
I've been there. I've experienced that traffic.
I'm sure you have. So a predominant number of vehicles on the road are two-wheelers, which are used by people to go to work and home. And typically, these people do not commute more than 50 to 60 kilometers a day. And these two-wheelers, which approximately 18 million a year are sold in India, are, I think, the prime candidates for conversion to electric for three simple reasons. One, the cost of gasoline or petrol in India is prohibitively high. The cost differential after the incentives between a simple two-wheeler, electric two-wheeler, and a comparative gasoline two-wheeler is not very substantive. And the payback for this in terms of ROI is less than 2.5 years. So I look at a simple model that I have 2,000 employees who drive a two-wheeler to work every day. I have solar charging or solar rooftops which can provide charging. And I can charge their batteries when they're at work. They're parked for 8 hours or 7 hours a day. And you can easily charge those vehicles within 2 hours each. And they get the kind of mileage they need. And these vehicles don't need 200-mile range. All you need is between 60 to 80 miles, which is about 100 to 120 or 125 kilometers. So that is one use case. The same use case exists for light commercial vehicles, which are used for business deliveries within the city. They again do not have large travel distance. They're used for a longer time because of traffic. And the third is school buses and staff buses, which are again working for 4 hours a day and parked for 20 hours and can again be charged. So these are vehicles which are within the city, which can be easily converted to electric and generate a good ROI for their owners and be completely clean. So I think that's the direction we need to head in. It has to be one where it makes economical sense without being a burden on either the ecology or the economy.
Anand, can you talk to me about commercial electric vehicles? Because I know that these heavy transport trucks are one of the harder nuts to crack in terms of the electrification puzzle. So I wonder if you could tell me about any innovations that you see in this area.
Sure. I mean, commercial involves lots of different types of vehicles in India. So that could range from two-wheelers that are delivering food or delivering goods. It could three-wheelers, which are very common in India, that move both goods and people on a very regular basis. Four-wheelers in the light truck format. The Tata Ace is the best known of those that move goods in mid-mile. And then there's heavy-duty trucking, which moves on highways, of which India, has a limited number, but they're very clear in terms of locations, and the infrastructure to support them also exists. The reason commercial vehicles are such an interesting opportunity for electrification is the person who owns a commercial vehicle cares about their costs. Those costs are fuel costs. Those costs are the cost of maintenance. Those costs are the cost of depreciation. And as Amit noted, that electrification in terms of cost of operation is significantly cheaper already than imported diesel and imported petrol, which India follows. Secondly, that the price of batteries is going down quite dramatically, and India's ability to build capacity to make batteries domestically, whether that's from virgin raw material or from urban recycling, being able to extract it from batteries that have died, whether that's from cell phones or otherwise from wherever in the world, is also significant. The third piece of this that I think often gets overlooked is India has made very significant commitments in renewable energy, whether it's wind or it's solar, as Amit noted. And in order for wind or solar to be able to replace oil or coal, you need batteries. You need to have storage that's able to offset the usage time from when it's produced. And electric vehicles, especially heavy duty ones that can take significant amount of energy, makes that possible. For example, you could charge large batteries, in the middle of the afternoon when solar is at, total peak, and use that power, in the evening when solar is not producing. And this solves a larger systemic problem for India's investment in clean energy as well. And it's a long way out, but these things coming together are a confluence, a sort of perfect storm that could be very, very interesting. And commercial vehicles tend to be the lowest hanging fruit, given their cost optimization needs.
I wanted to get a question in here from someone in our audience who's watching. We have a video question that's been sent in by a student at Birmingham City University. Let's play that for you now.
I'm Kiran from Sirsa, a small town of northern Indian state, Haryana. Currently, I'm enrolled at Birmingham City University studying international MBA. My question to the esteemed panel is, I love electric mobility. I would love to have an electric car that gives off as little emission as possible. But 100 apprehensions come to mind. That where do I charge my car? What if in India I want to make a cross-country trip? Is it even a realistic possibility as of 2020?
So what if she wants to make that cross-India trip, Amit? What advice can you have for her when she's going to be able to do it?
Okay, so two things. I think battery swapping is a technology that is well established, and there are many players, including people who are currently in the gasoline vending business, gas pumps and gas stations, who are now going to get into battery vending and battery swapping. So I think if you see this, if you want to make a long trip along a highway, you may end up seeing various different battery swapping stations. So I think it's not tomorrow, but in the next 1 or 2 years, you will start seeing this happen selectively. So I think it's on the horizon.
Thank you. So one final question I think we've got time for. Anand, what about the impact on electric vehicles on jobs? We know that electric vehicles take fewer parts, great for consumers in terms of maintenance, but not so good for the number of people who might be working within the automotive sector.
So, I think that there's a couple of things to note. As it is already, the electrification is coming. We know that, right? It's happening all over the world. And the question is whether you can exist in the technology of internal combustion engines 15 or 20 years from now. That will also disappear. Now, so the first question is, how do we create jobs and transition jobs that may be mobility related or vehicle repair related to a new revolution? There are lots of things to still be invented, right? In the drivetrain, in the power and drive units, in the batteries, in how they're connected. There's lots of things that still need to be maintained, whether that's windshield wipers or it's brakes or it's drive units being changed. It's not that people are going to move less and we're going to stop using vehicles. We're using a new type of vehicle that still takes the roads and takes the pain of moving, and those things will continue. These jobs, if we can train our folks to be able to understand batteries, electronics, etc. really well, these are new economy jobs that are competitive globally, right? If we do that today, we'll be able to repair the cars and diagnose them around the world. And just as a small example at the last bit of time, the most interesting move is that the guys who used to make and fix radios in India are now the folks fixing electric vehicles in the corners of India. So it's creating jobs at the same time.
Thank you so much.
May I say something really quick?
Yeah, please get in
So
there.
I have a slightly philosophical question or answer, and that is, technology and development breeds opportunity. The assembly line created new opportunities. Moving into automation created new opportunities. So all these businesses which are resident because of friction and waste will create new opportunities. Hey, Elon is talking about colonizing Mars. So as Anand said, there's a lot that's yet to be discovered and a lot to be done. So I don't think that's going to be a challenge.
Thank you so much, Amit and Anand, for joining me in this discussion about electric mobility. Stay with us. We'll be back with two more people to look at the future of transportation.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Future as well as the present. I'm very pleased to now welcome to my virtual stage Indira Singh, founder and CEO of Evage, and Rajender Petkar, the CTO of Tata Motors. Welcome to you both. Thanks so much for coming along.
Thank you.
So let's start with Rajender. What do you think the future of hydrogen is as a source of fuel in the mobility business?
Yeah, so there are two zero emission technologies when it comes to mobility. I'm talking here about the transport sector. One is the pure battery electric vehicles, and they are very famous as far as the passenger vehicle applications are concerned, or the small commercial vehicles. As far as the heavy commercial vehicles are concerned, they would go in the direction of use of the fuel cell, which is powered by the hydrogen as a fuel. So these two are the two distinct trends that we are able to see as of now. And hydrogen certainly holds the promise as far as the heavy commercial vehicles are concerned.
How do we make sure that it's green hydrogen? Just a follow-up question.
Yeah, so green hydrogen is going to be important from the point of view of that, if the grid is not green, then overall we don't achieve the targets as far as the sustainability is concerned. So therefore, the green hydrogen which could be obtained through the electrolysis of the water is something that is going to be important from the point of view of achieving the green mobility. As we go in the future, it's going to be very clear and a sort of a mandate from the governments also to look at how to generate the green hydrogen on the mass scale.
Thank you. So India, let's bring you in. First of all, can you tell me what EVH does and how you're disrupting the mobility market?
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon. We at EVH are developing first of its kind exoskeletons, which are used for making electric delivery vans and similar urban transit vehicles. We are the first few people out of the blocks trying to create battery-powered four-wheelers in India in terms of delivery vans.
And how are you doing that? Why is it so different?
Because first of all, electrification in the developing world needs a different mindset to do it. The affordability of electric vehicles is a big challenge, and that's the problem we are sort of solving right now for India and the developing world at large.
So Rajendra, let's come back to you. We know that Tata Motor has really been a front runner in terms of introduction of electric vehicles in India. So tell me what you think has made this easier, but where are the really big challenges? Rajendra, I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, I think you're on mute. Sorry, I can't quite see you. I think you're on mute. If you can bring
sorry,
yourself...
can you please...
There you go.
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. Yes, no, I wanted to know what you saw as the things that were making it easier for electric mobility to be introduced in India and where the biggest challenges are.
Yeah, so if we look at the electric vehicles, they suffer from the number of disadvantages. And some of them are like they suffer from having the adequate range, the infrastructure for the charging, the high cost of the electric vehicle, of the credible options as far as the customers are concerned. So in Tata Motors, we actually decided to look at the e-mobility in a very holistic way and decided to work on the complete ecosystem, whereby each of the challenges of the electrification, they get addressed, and then we look at which are the Tata Group companies which can actually come together to support the electrification. So under the brand of Tata Universe, there are group companies who have been participating in creating and helping the ecosystem to get developed as the nation goes toward the e-mobility direction. So Tata Motors, as far as the vehicles manufacturing is concerned, Tata Power, as far as the charging infrastructure is concerned, Tata Capital and Tata Finance in respect of supporting the finance needs for the electric vehicles, and Tata Autocom for the development of the aggregates which go into the powertrain of the electric vehicles. So we took a complete ecosystem view of the EV system, and that's how it has actually helped us. And while as far as the Indian market is concerned, it is still quite at a nascent stage, but the kind of the progress that has been made in the last 2 to 3 years is quite phenomenal. And in terms of the Tata Motors products, we are actually the market leader when it comes to the electric vehicle passenger cars, where we hold upwards of 70% of a market share already.
Indivir, can you talk to me about the commercial electric vehicle market? I know that's a key focus for you, and I'd love to hear more about some of the innovations and how fast you think we'll see some of these commercial electric vehicles hitting the road.
Right. So the commercial vehicles are divided into two particular segments. The first one is the long haul, which would transit from one major city to another city. And then we have the urban transit vehicles, which primarily look at the last mile or mid-mile operations within the urban environment. So our thinking is that the urban transit vehicles are the first that will electrify for various reasons. The range that they need per day is limited, whereas a long haul vehicle would need a longer sort of a range to be traveled in a single day. And the infrastructure for charging is easier to map out in the city vis-a-vis over a longer highway. So we strongly believe that electrification in vehicles is going to happen in the urban transit vehicles, and that's what we are making. Our electric delivery vans. And also, we believe that there is a need to innovate in the way we manufacture these vehicles so that they are more affordable and purpose-built to meet different challenges from a vehicle. So we have created this exoskeleton structure, which is ultra modular in nature, can be manufactured in small micro factories, so as to speak, or micro manufacturing, which would help us decentralize manufacturing, be closer to the customers. And as a customer or a fleet operator, you can imagine going to a IKEA of cars and getting a customized vehicle designed and built for your purpose-built application. And that's what we are doing at EVH.
So I wonder how you both see the world of mobility in 10 years. Rajendar.
Yeah, so the mobility industry has been under huge disruption in the recent few years, and the trend will further go for the next 10 years or even beyond that. Talking about the automobiles, we clearly see that there is a focus going to be on the 5 zeros, what we call them as. The first zero is related to the zero impact on the environment, which means that there should be no tailpipe emissions, and that goes very well as far as the sustainability is concerned. The second zero gets related to the zero fatalities, which means there is going to be great focus as far as the safety aspect is concerned, the safety of the occupants inside the vehicle, and also the safety of the road users. The third gets related to the zero waste, where it again talks about the circular economy, and there the focus is R's, that is reuse, recycle, and the recover, and something which will happen progressively in the next few years. The fourth zero gets related to the zero left out. That means the way that you will make the mobility solution is something which is going to be accessible and applicable to all sections of the society, whether it's the old people or whether it's the young ones, whether it's a disabled one. There will be equal right for the use of the vehicles by all the sections of the society. And the last zero gets related to the zero stress, which means that you will actually create an automobile vehicle, which goes to something called as the level 5 of autonomy, which is a driverless vehicle. So ease of driving, the comfort is something which is also a direction as a part of this next 10-year agenda. So these are the 5 zeros where the automobile industry is currently focusing on, and the disruption is going to come in each of these areas in the next 10 years.
Very comprehensive. I wonder, Indivir, have you got anything to add?
Yes, I do. We believe that urbanization is one trend which is only going to intensify in the next decade. The density of people living in cities is going to increase. Now, which would need a different kind of a mobility system, and cities will be built around people rather than around cars. It's a challenging time for the automobile industry and as well as a huge opportunity. The form factors of vehicles would change. They would become ultra small, ultra efficient, perhaps shared, and also mostly urban transit vehicles. So that's what the future augurs for vehicles. It's just not about being ICE engine powered or electric vehicles. It's more about the whole comprehensive solution we provide to the user.
Thank you so much for joining me here at the India Global Forum for this conversation about the future of electric mobility. Indivir Singh and Rajendar Petkar, thank you very much for being with us. To the audience, I invite you to stay with us for another one of our global leadership conversations. We'll be back. Ben will be back on stage in just a moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay with us as we bring you a highly anticipated conversation with Indian Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Nirmala Sitharaman, who will discuss the global economy, weathering the shocks and building the blocks. Sitharaman discusses potential traps that lie ahead and the solutions needed to stave off the risk of future crisis. At India Global Forum, where the enterprise of a business leader meets the power of a politician.
Still so much to come, still here on the India Global Forum, and so much discussion and debate to be had. But I want to step back a little bit and zoom out right now, because so much change has been brought about by this pandemic, but that change is not happening in isolation. So what should we be watching elsewhere? What are the big themes, the big trends that will shape our world in the years to come? Particularly, of course, the big geopolitical events and the rivalries right now around the world. And I'm pleased to say we can welcome back a regular to the India Global Forum. It's General David Petraeus. He's chairman of KKR Global Institute. It's really lovely to see you back here with us. It's about 12 months since we spoke last, General Petraeus. Just give me a sense, first of all, of your take on where we are right now. A lot has changed in the world, hasn't it, in this last 18 months? And before we get on to those big issues, just give me a sense of the current state of play. And I know it is a big question, but take us around the world with your perception of what's happening.
Well, let me focus on what I think actually matters most to the entire world, which is the relationship between the United States and China, which is not just the most important to those two countries, but really is the most important, again, in the world to all countries. And that relationship is very much in a degree of flux right now. We have a new U.S. president still in his first 6 months or so, who has determined that foreign policy needs to begin at home. Now, it's sometimes said that frequently, but it really is the case at this point in time, because when President Biden took office, the United States was still basically shut down by the pandemic. And just in the course of the president's initial months, his initial focus was to deal with the pandemic, to combat it. And the U.S. now is really leading the way in terms of the vaccination process and in terms of its ability to again, resist the pandemic. So that's hugely important. Again, foreign policy always builds on the foundation of a domestic economy, domestic political situation, social situation, and so forth. So that was seen as job one. The second job that he outlined, and all of this was quite explicit by President Biden and his team, was that you had to deal with the economy of the United States, like all of the other economies where the pandemic had forced various levels of shutdown, to get the economy reopened, to get it going again. That's certainly still a work in progress, but you see extraordinary growth, really booming growth in certain sectors in the United States, and basically coming back across the board. In fact, if anything, right now there's a shortage of workers for a variety of different reasons that presumably will work out over the course of the next few months. But so the economy now coming back. His third priority is to invest in infrastructure, to invest in a variety of technologies, research and development, repairs to existing infrastructure, new infrastructure that will all produce greater productivity of American workers, better education, better, again, roads, bridges, schools, you name it, across the board, with specific focus on some of the most important emerging technologies in the IT sector, and AI, machine learning, the green revolution, so electric vehicles, alternative renewable energy sources, all of that in this infrastructure bill, perhaps with another one that will come along behind it. In the meantime, the U.S. has been engaging with allies and partners around the world. So you've seen, of course, very recently quite a successful G7 summit. There was a US-EU summit. There was a NATO summit. There were bilateral meetings, the US, UK, and some others. And then in Asia, of course, you had the Quad. This was virtual. You've had virtual meetings with other of the leaders and some that have actually come to the United States. So all of this has transpired, and now we're at the point where I think the administration feels that it can begin to engage China at the very highest level, noting that, of course, you had the celebrated meeting in Alaska between U.S. Secretary of State and National Security Advisor and their counterparts from China several months back. And in the meantime, basically the various sanctions, tariffs, entities, lists, and so forth have largely remained in place, with some additions in some certain areas and a variety of domestic initiatives in areas reinforcing the approach that I've talked about earlier here. And again, now the United States, with all of the leaders from around the world having been engaged, allies and partners, you can then go forward and begin, as I said, the engagement with China at the highest levels. And I'd expect that there will be a U.S.-China summit meeting between the two leaders on the margins of the G20 meeting in Italy. So that's where we are right now. There has not been a dramatic change by and large. In fact, some people have characterized the U.S. approach as being as hard or as firm as Trump, but with all of our allies and partners together. I think it's a bit more nuanced than that, but you get the idea. And in the meantime, of course, you have China, which has just celebrated the 100th anniversary of the party in quite a good position, having come through the pandemic in quite an impressive manner, continued impressive economic growth, albeit slowing, and lots of emerging issues with which they have to deal, including demographic downturn, a variety of issues involving some insolvent organizations and so forth. So this is where we are. The United States and U.S. Western allies trying to show that the U.S. and the West are not in what China believes is terminal decline, but rather that we are now on the rebound. That will, if we can prove that, and it's not just rhetoric, that the U.S. is not just back rhetorically, but is back in terms of the domestic foundations for this, the economy, bringing the country together after a period of a reasonable amount of populism, much of which is still around, to be sure, and which we see in other democracies as well. So we're now, I think, on the threshold of the very serious engagement. I don't want to overplay this. The history of U.S.-China summits is not one that would indicate that you absolutely resolve something in the course of one of these meetings, but rather it's the beginning of the serious engagement. And again, keep in mind, this is the most important relationship in the world. It's one in which there are certainly areas of cooperation. Climate is often held out as one such example, certainly combating the pandemic around the world, noting that, of course, very few countries are in the advantageous position of the US and the UK and a handful of others, although certainly those in the EU are catching up in terms of the vaccination process while also encountering the Delta variant. So we're at that moment. And going forward is going to be very, very interesting indeed to see what happens domestically in the United States, and then what happens in the U.S.-China relationship, and whether this cooperation in certain areas, competition in others, and above all, avoiding true confrontation that might result from a misperception, a miscalculation, a mistake, or what have you, it turning into a real conflict, which obviously it's in everyone's interest to avoid. I'd go finally just note that obviously it's we think in the U.S. and China interest to have as mutually beneficial as a relationship as is possible. But once again, I think it's imperative for the U.S. to demonstrate that it is back in all respects in dealing with China, so that China does not again misperceive the cacophony of voices and so forth that characterize democracy in the U.S. As weakness. I think that would be a mistake. And finally, Warren Buffett, I think, has always had it right when he has said that it never pays to bet against America.
There's so many things I wanted to draw out of what you explained there. First of all, let me talk, and maybe briefly, just your assessment really of whether the allies of the United States feel a little neglected of late, given the previous presidency. You talked there about President Biden's renewed focus on domestic issues and sort of in some respects putting America first strategy has some sort of continuity even under the new administration. But do you think it is fair to say that some of the allies of the United States feel a little unloved right now?
No, actually, I think that they feel newly loved again. The question is, again, will this be sustained? I think it's a legitimate question for leaders around the world to ask whether the previous 4 years in the U.S. were an aberration or something to which we might return 3 years from now. And I think that is a question on everyone's mind. And again, one of the issues with which President Biden has to deal is to show that not only is the U.S. back, but again, our traditional mode of operation is back as well.
And just on your thoughts about China, of course, quite clearly one of the biggest relationships that we will all see the effects of in our everyday lives. And interesting, you mentioned yesterday the centenary of the Communist Party, and you'll have seen this quote as well from Xi Jinping, the Chinese president. China will not allow sanctimonious preaching or bullying from foreign forces. A pretty strongly worded message to anyone who feels that they may be trying to influence Chinese policy. What will the US make of that?
Well, there's been a good bit of rhetoric along those lines for really a number of recent years, so I don't think any surprise there. But at the end of the day, it certainly is the objective of the U.S. and of U.S. allies and partners around the world, I'm sure, to try to influence some of the decision-making in China, in Beijing in particular. And of course, noting that next summer, you'll have the re-election of President Xi almost assuredly, and that he will retain his three positions as the head of the military, head of the party, and president of the country, perhaps even with an upgrade in one of the titles, perhaps to party chairman, something along those lines, as opposed to general secretary. So again, we can expect a degree of continuity there, but of course, what everyone wants to see is a moderation, at the very least, in the rhetoric between the two countries that actually over time reflects a moderation in the actual relationship itself. Certainly there has been a more muscular approach by China in recent years. Some obviously have characterized the diplomatic rhetoric as wolf warrior diplomacy. We've seen some other features that were really not around until, again, 5 or more years ago. And of course, this is causing concern in various capitals around the world. And I think that the hope in those capitals is that this can lead to a moderation over time, not a change in the system or something like that. We shouldn't be that naive, I don't think. And we just recognize that there is actually true systemic competition as well as economic competition. I mean, this is a test of the democracies and free market economies of the world.
And how do we make sure that that competition doesn't turn into confrontation? I suppose that is the key concern, is it not?
Well, it's certainly, arguably it's the most key concern. Again, in a nuclear age, we cannot have a conclusion in some history book of the future, as was in the history of the Peloponnesian Wars. Inevitably, they went to war. And we do have, and of course, Graham Allison, professor at Harvard and a good friend and mentor over the years, wrote the book Destined for War. It did not have a question mark at the end. I've interviewed him several times on the book and asked about that perhaps oversight, but he wanted to use that to get at the seriousness of the situation. And he looked at recent history of the last few centuries, where you have an established power and a rising power, similar, of course, to what took place again in the Peloponnesian Wars, where you had the established power Sparta, the rising power Athens, that's the US and China, and as Thucydides wrote, inevitably they went to war. Well, look, you cannot inevitably go to war in a nuclear age. So certainly you have raised what is the most important objective of all. And that means that you have to deter the kind of adventurism that could lead to real conflict. And you also have to make sure that there are not misperceptions, there are not miscalculations, there are not mistakes. Keep in mind that deterrence is a function of an adversary's perception of your capabilities and your will to employ them. And we have to be very, very clear-eyed about that. And indeed, there are a lot of initiatives underway to ensure that the capabilities that we have continue to evolve, continue to capitalize on new technologies and advances in all kinds of different systems that would come together to ensure that those capabilities are not only very robust, but also very resilient. And then to be very crystal clear that there is a willingness to employ those capabilities in certain conditions, but certainly only in those certain conditions. So that is the challenge, I think, that is most significant. And again, I think many leaders around the world recognize this, and you've actually seen a variety of demonstrations of this, again, over just the course of the past year.
And so we have painted a picture of China in one corner, the United States on the other. I wonder, given that we're at the India Global Forum, where India fits into this. Is India a third player? Is it an equal partner? Is it a country that can stand out on its own and forge a new path? Just give me a sense of how that relationship will work, because we tend to think, as you said, China and the US, and India right in the middle, strategically placed, but politically, economically, can it hold its own?
Certainly, India is increasingly prominent in this global geopolitical landscape. India is a more important member of the Quad with each passing year. India's capabilities are increasing. Obviously, its economy is expanding. Again, many, many different features, and it will surpass China, of course, in terms of overall population size in the years that lie ahead, not too distant, noting that China will begin to actually experience population decline, not just a decline of its workforce, which is already happening about 5 million people or more a year, but we're going to see an actual decline in the overall population of China because of the longstanding one China policy, which, though reversed, has not brought about the change in demographics that the Central Party leadership had hoped to achieve. So yeah, look, India just becomes more and more important, again, with each passing year. And the hope would be that India does indeed become a more prominent member of the Quad. I don't envision an alliance. India has a unique position, as you well know. It has, a history that includes the BRICS and the non-aligned movement and all the rest. And that's why when, I've asked now Minister of External Affairs, Jaishankar, it's time to choose. India has to make a choice. And he will always say India has chosen. It is for India. But clearly that inclination is much more with the other countries of the Quad and frankly, the US and the Western world. And that relationship has grown more substantial with each year as well. You also have, needless to say, the clashes that have taken place on the roof of the world and the line of actual control that have been very, very damaging to the relationship between China and India and virtually forced India to take the actions that it has in response. So that's how I would see India now. It's one of the reasons why I'm always delighted to be part of this conference, which in itself reflects the growing influence of India and of relationships between India and the major countries of the world.
General Petraeus, you may know the theme of this conference is Future Now, and we've been looking so much at how the global economy recovers from the pandemic and where the opportunities for growth will come from. I wonder, from your perspective, what are the hurdles to a quick rebound for the world economy on the world stage? And and where the growth may come from, but what we need to be aware of that could put a damper on some of that?
Well, clearly, again, the bulk of the world is still confronting a very virulent pandemic with new variations that are even more alarming than the original COVID-19 virus. The Delta variant is very, very concerning given the pace of its transmission and so forth. And obviously, India has suffered terribly in recent months. KKR, the firm in which I'm privileged to be a partner, which is part of the Strategic Partnership Forum between the U.S. and India, has donated a considerable amount, as have most of the other companies that are active in India in the Strategic Partnership Forum. But we have been very, very concerned. We have a very large presence in India. I believe we may be the biggest investor of our type, at least, in India. And so we've been very, very concerned by that. But of course, India is not alone. Countries that we thought the pandemic had bypassed for one reason or another are now also being confronted by it, some in Africa. And of course, the rate of vaccination outside the most developed countries of the world is still quite paltry. So you're not going to see the kind of rebound and the pent-up demand unleashed and so forth that you're seeing in the U.S., where you also had historic levels of economic assistance and support, an extraordinary expansion of the money supply. In many respects, both the monetary and fiscal response of the U.S. was really quite remarkable. And obviously very, very positive for the economy. I mean, the concern now, as you will know, is actually, will inflation be proved to be more than just transitory, which have knock-on effects down the road. But that's a wonderful problem to have compared with many of the other countries of the world that are still very much struggling with the pandemic. And beyond that, we do have to recall, Ben, that none of us is safe unless all of us are safe in a connected world. And so it's in the interest of the developed countries to get the vaccines out as quickly as is possible. And you'll have seen the US and the G7 countries, of course, make an enormous pledge. I think it was 1 billion doses at their summit. And those are just going to continue to increase and to expand. But we still have quite a long way to go in the rest of the world. So even if the U.S. is rebounding very impressively, and we believe that will definitely continue, and I'm doing this from New York. I don't live here normally. The office is here, but we live in Washington. I mean, New York has been reopened now for a handful of months and just rebounding very impressively as well, with one exception, which is, of course, international tourism. But the rest of the world has a very, very long way to go. And then we do have to see what will be the knock-on effects of what we have experienced during the pandemic. As an example, the realization that just-in-time supply is not adequate. Supply chains are going to change. Firms realize that you shouldn't have all of your manufacturing and assembly in one region of one country and so forth. You've got to have it diversified. Labor costs have been rising in China, which already was leading to some shifting of manufacturing to Vietnam and other countries in Southeast Asia, greater South and East Asia. Some of those now starting to come home because you also have the rise of the robots and the ability to make things with robotics and with greater automation and additive manufacturing. All of these revolutionary developments are going to have very, very significant effects down the road. And that's before we really talk about the true foundation for much of this, which is, of course, the IT revolution, which is now deepening enormously with the advent of machine learning and true artificial intelligence being introduced as well. Yeah. So the changes are going to be dramatic. And of course, what you've got to do is figure out, what made Wayne Gretzky, the great hockey player, great, as he described it, was being able to determine where the puck was going, and he would skate there rather than skating to where it was. And I think what we're all trying to do now, whether it's in geopolitics or in economics or even in trade, diplomacy, you name it, whatever it may be, everyone is trying to figure out where the puck is going so that we can skate there. And frankly, that's what the Global Institute at KKR seeks to do for, again, one of the world's largest global investors.
Yeah, and you very neatly set up the following sessions. Actually, we'll look at the economic stimulus around the world and the impact that that could have on things like inflation. So that a huge issue, of course, we'll talk about that, and also global security. I just want to leave, though, with a final thought, really, of, if we, 5 years from now, look back at 2020, 2021, how do you think they will be remembered? Will they be remembered as a time of fundamental change that set us on a new path to a better future? Or is it just 2 years of setback where we lost pace, we fell behind, and we struggled to catch up? I mean, how will we characterize them?
Well, of course, this is much more than just coming back from the pandemic. For the United States in particular, it is a true shift in how the U.S. is engaging the world, from an explicitly American first and so forth approach to one that once again embraces partners and allies, international organizations, a return to the WHO, Paris Climate Accord, others, a return to various bodies that determine standards and so forth. So you see, again, the United States once again playing the role in the world that has largely been traditional. There's ups and downs and so forth, but has largely been traditional throughout the entire post-World War II period. And I think that the continuation of that, something I would hope to see, because I am one who does believe that U.S. leadership is both important and very constructive for the world together. Again, though, with allies and partners and those that cherish the same freedoms and values and all the rest of that. That is all back, and my hope would be that would continue well beyond, so that when we're looking back 5 years from now, we would say that marked a rebound in that regard, not just a rebound in the U.S. economy, but a renewal of a variety of different elements that have made America great again and again and again, whether it is, again, superb infrastructure, education, taking care of those less fortunate, immigration, which has often been a key feature of the United States, our ability to attract the best and brightest from around the world, particularly important, again, in light of the IT revolution that's taking place and the fact that we just don't train enough individuals in our country to satisfy all the requirements. So that's how I would like to see us look back 5 years from now. And also, frankly, I'd hope that this would mark a beginning of a relationship with China that over time ultimately does enable it to be a mutually beneficial relationship for both countries, and certainly one in which India begins to play a more and more significant role as well.
General David Petraeus, it is so good to have your thoughts once again. So much has changed since we last spoke this time last year, but I'm grateful for the update that you can give us. And thanks for being part of the India Global Forum once again this year. General David Petraeus, Chairman at KKR Global, thank you so much. Now, we're going to be back talking about some of the issues that were raised there, particularly from a financial and economic stimulus point of view. Governments around the world have been pumping billions into their economies to keep them on track and keep people in work and keep businesses afloat during this crisis. So we'll look at some of the implications of that. And first, I'll speak to the Indian Finance Minister. That's coming up after this short break. Welcome back to this next session of the India Global Forum. And as billed just before the break, we're going to look at some of the economic stimulus that has propped up economies around the world. By latest estimates, $12 trillion has been pumped into economies to see them through the worst of this crisis as people were kept at home and economies ground to a halt. But what are the implications of unravelling all of that, and quite how easy will it be to pay back some of the money that has been spent? We're going to talk about that over the next hour or so in a number of special sessions. And I'm delighted to say, to kick us off for this first part, is the Indian Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs. That's Nirmala Sitharaman. Nirmala, welcome to India Global Forum. It's good to have you with us. I know the Ministry of Finance, like many around the world, was so instrumental in providing economic support for businesses, for companies, for individuals who needed it during this crisis. I wonder, maybe just give us a sense of what the ministry did and what was it able to provide to people to see them through this.
Well, I think since March last year, when we took a decision at that time, of course, given the limitations that we had before us, we took a decision for a national level lockdown. The challenges before us then was we didn't produce adequate numbers of PPE kits, nor did we have enough number of centers for testing. Certainly, we didn't have a vaccine. And livelihoods were a concern, but lives were the priority. We had to be clear that we had to take every step to take care of people. So there was a national level lockdown. Immediately, Prime Minister came up with an announcement that free distribution of food grains and pulses will be made available for all those eligible. In India, we have a system of categorizing people who need to be provided cheap food grains at the subsidies being given by the central government and somewhat some subsidies given by provincial governments as well. But over and above that, which their entitlement was, we had decided to give completely free of cost food grain for about 80 crore people for about 8 full months. So that started off in March. We also used the direct benefit transfer facility that India had created over the few years before. Monies for their daily expenses. They were given free cooking, what we call a cooking gas, a cooking medium. So with that announced as the first relief measure, we then went in to give fiscal reliefs. We also brought in a certain kind of a moratorium on banks making claims, legitimate claims on account holders who had to pay up their interest and everything else, government subsidized interest on interest. We also came up with a very large, secure, sovereign guarantee for all those medium and small, micro, medium and small and business enterprises, which ran to about 3 lakh crores of Indian rupees, where we stood guarantee to all these small, medium businesses that they don't suffer for want of liquidity in their hands. They had to retain their employees. So that kind of a support was gradually extended to many more sections.
And how do you determine, sorry to interrupt, how do you determine who needs that help? You talk about the system that's already in place, but you know, in the early days of the pandemic, it was very easy for us all to suggest we're all in this together. Everyone is facing the same sort of challenges. But very quickly it became very evident that that was just not the case when it comes to the economic impact and the economic fallout. Different categories of people faced very different problems financially. How do you categorize that, and who was affected worst in India, and how did you make sure they got the help they needed?
Well, we only categorized it as anyone who was running a small business. In India, there is a clear definition of micro, nano, small, medium enterprises. Within the larger canvas of who we call MSME, there are silos of definition for those who come under the nano, those who come under the micro, those who come under small, and so on. And they could be spread across various sectors of activities. We didn't differentiate between the sectors. We just said anyone who's doing small, medium, micro, nano business will all be covered by this guarantee that we gave, wherein credit was extended both for working capital and also for term loans. So the banks were instructed adequately that they didn't have a business to select from among them. They wouldn't ask them any additional security. They would just send a message to them, receive them, and entertain their requests. There was a certain formulation given. Based on that, it was extended to everybody. The option to be out of the scheme was the beneficiary's option. The banks had no business to say, we won't give it to you. So it was extended to everyone.
And can we talk about some of the implications of that? Because again, not unique to India, but I'm interested in your perspective, given the role that you hold, about how we start to consider some of the implications, be those inflation as money supply pushes up prices, but equally the cost of paying this back. We know that governments have loaded trillions of dollars of debt onto their balance sheets. How do we start to consider paying it back when actually there are a lot of pressing issues, be they infrastructure or investment elsewhere? A lot of money has been spent just on keeping economies afloat during this crisis.
Absolutely. But the way in which we have structured it is, as it is, the government also has a different scheme through which we give an interest subvention. So if banks charged you a certain rate based on their repo rate, the rate at which credit is extended, government gave an interest subvention so that the burden on these smaller businesses would not be on them at all. Equally, for the stressed assets, where banks had classified some of them as already a non-performing asset, we differentiated them from the rest of them, and those who were under the NPA were also sort of extended. Those who were under stress, not so much NPA, they were extended a subordinate loan in which the individual who had a share in his business could, to the extent of the share, also be getting a loan in that which he would later on put into his unit, and that would be treated as an equity. To that extent, his claim, the company's claim for greater loan assistance was better. So that way we tried addressing people who were stressed and people who were not stressed as well.
Yeah.
But as regard the larger issue of how are we going to take the burden of this borrowing, we have clearly said this time in my budget, which was presented 1st February, which actually comes into effect from 1st April of this year. We've just completed the first quarter. Borrowing shall not hold me back from spending. In the sense, the debt burden is not something which I'm worrying about now, because the public expenditure on infrastructure is what is going to help us revive the economy. And sooner the economy revives, you're able to generate more revenue, more tax revenue, and as a result of which you'll be able to service better. So even now, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. The idea that you spend your way out of this crisis by creating jobs, by spending on infrastructure and elsewhere, that creates the growth that you need to sort of pay down those debts. I wonder quickly, do you feel you had enough financial firepower to respond to this crisis? Would you have liked to do more? Or did you feel constrained by what was at your disposal to help the people, the businesses, the wider economy that needed it?
The first point of answer for me on that is, luckily for the central government, there was a bit of a space when I looked at the debt to GDP ratio for India. So we were able to seek comfort, because normally in the last 5 years, we have been very careful about managing. Not that we knew that the COVID was going to come in, but in general, we had managed the economy and our finances carefully. The debt GDP ratio was only improving. Now I had that little room, and therefore I could go to the extent of extending a bit more in terms of borrowing. Similarly, the provincial governments also had been managing the finances in such a way that today they were allowed to borrow a bit more. And that comfort, which of course I have to be responsible about, we've also given a very clear glide path for the fiscal deficit, which of course has gone up this time, but we're bringing it down carefully in the near future. It didn't deter.
Of course, yes. And one of the options perhaps to raise some money to pay down some of those debts is to continue with the rather aggressive privatisation plan that was launched earlier this year as part of the budget plan. The pandemic has delayed so many things. I wonder where you would assess that you are on that privatisation plan, whether that will continue as planned, or whether actually you may rein in a little bit of that right now, given the conflicting interests and the conflicting demands on the public purse?
Well, privatization or disinvestment in India is something which we had announced even in the last tenure of our government. And there have been one or two instances where we went nearly to the point of, yes, doing it. But you would remember that 2019, when this government had come back after the second election in 2019, first was in 2014, the first tenure lasted till 19, full 5 years. And 19, when we came back, we had announced it in the budget, and that year there was a slowdown of the economy, and that naturally wasn't the time when the market could pick up on your offers. So was last year because of COVID. And this year, when the economy is about to open up and hopefully without much of a worry, with the vaccinations happening, I expect to go ahead with the program without any hesitation. I've been saying that we are on course.
Where would you like to see that privatisation process begin then? Where are your sort of most pressing interests in getting that into private hands and raising a little money?
It is obviously going to result in raising money, but even otherwise, I think the disinvestment was also guided by the fact that the private sector efficiencies were not seen in many of them. And also, when you're looking at minimum government and maximum governance, many of these are not core to the government's business. And therefore, ideologically too, today India and its large young population is looking at opportunities which will be driven with greater efficiency. And that is one of the reasons for the disinvestment.
One of the themes that we've been looking at throughout the day is finding greater efficiency, optimization, using things better, and technology could help us deliver that. And from your point of view, and I wonder whether there is a way of using technology to improve the efficiency of how government operates, how business operates, and actually finding the savings to grow out of this crisis through better use of technology and innovation. Is that something you would be able to encourage and put processes in place to make that happen?
Actually, I'd say with a sense of satisfaction that on bringing technology into government, bringing technology into sectors like finance, and also the way in which we have given greater emphasis on using technology for one end, reaching out to the beneficiary, and also opening up technology for payments. India's UPI has set records. UPI is a unified payment interface, but under it, it has a basket of several payment options. And today we find that that has enabled people's financial transaction, particularly during the pandemic time. It was one of the biggest enablers for people to be able to buy and sell being at home. And work from home has also so much become now the norm. And therefore, the way in which we pushed technology, fintech being given priority, payment portals all coming in, both private and government, have actually enabled our economy. And we now probably have a stack which is more a product, a branded product from India, which many countries are keen to even take that as a product from India, other than the fact that the technology has itself helped Indian economy to be able to survive and even in some aspects do well. FinTech has done well, very well, even during the pandemic. So technology is a big, what can I say, multiplier for government and its activities. And we shall, in future too, capitalize, leverage the strengths that India has on technology, particularly in financial areas.
And with that outward look in mind, when you look around the world at the way that different governments and different finance ministries have dealt with this pandemic, are there things that you wish you had done differently, lessons that you could learn from the response? Because quite clearly, very few people saw this crisis coming. Everyone had to deal with it at short notice in their own way with the tools that were at their disposal. Would you do things differently if you had the second chance to do it?
Well, I think as we stand today, we have used the maximum possible leverage that we had in terms of access that we had to common people to because financial inclusion was one of the big things, and therefore we were able to reach out to the maximum number of population, having started off this financial inclusion in 2014. If in the inclusions of scheme of things, if there are residual population who aren't covered by the financial inclusion, which we call as Jan Dhan Yojana, the JAM Trinity, which helped us, the unique identity number that we give for people, and also the mobile access we have of them. And now that there's a formalization of having them registered with a bank with a particular account, we have possibly covered most of the population. I wished that the push for the Trinity had reached a saturation earlier itself, so that I wouldn't have missed out on anybody at all. That's one thing which we could have done even with the greater gusto. But of course, these have challenges in a country like India, because you need the internet, you need the people to be accessible and so on.
Yes, absolutely. And that very neatly gets me to my final question, which looks at preparing for a third wave, a renewed wave of infection. Because you might look around the world and think that government coffers are pretty bare right now. They've spent all of their firepower dealing with the first or second waves. How prepared are you at the Finance Ministry to deal with another wave if it is required? Do you have the financial resources to help people get through a third wave and make sure that businesses can get through the other side?
There are two things in this question that I want to address and answer. One is, of course, no one wishes a third wave, but on the infrastructure, medical infrastructure, I think we've spent quite a lot of, we've given that kind of attention. Like, for instance, today I'm in the city, Bengaluru. I've come here to inaugurate with my funds as an MP, the fund that I have for developmental activities. I have given a focus on setting up a completely state-of-the-art pediatric ward. This is, if I'm doing this as an MP, I'm also consciously, 2 days ago, we have announced different measures to improve on the medical infrastructure in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and not just those 8 metropolitan towns. So the ramping up of medical infrastructure, looking at different segments of the population, looking at children and so on, is happening at good speed. So God forbid, if there is a third wave, we are medical infrastructure-wise well prepared. We also have the vaccination camp, which is going on throughout the country. And I'm happy to say more than about 45 to 50 lakh people per day are getting vaccinated. We've already crossed about 33 crore people in the total vaccination thing. So the way in which we are moving towards greater coverage in vaccination, I hope we'll be able to keep most of the vulnerable population from the attack of the virus. The other side, as regards monies for spending, we've really ramped up in this budget monies for spending on infrastructure. But more importantly, even notwithstanding the corona pandemic, we've had 8 consecutive months of GST revenues, which is the indirect tax revenues, keeping up pace, and we've collected more than 1 lakh of rupees, 1 lakh crore rupees per month. 8 continuous months we've kept that figure, and I hope that will be sustaining. Because now there's no national level lockdown, economic activity is happening and it's picking pace. So revenue generation, I think, will give us a bit more leeway to be able to keep some resources for meeting up with the challenge.
Yeah, and you are quite right, of course, to say that, everyone is just trying to make sure that they survive this pandemic before they start thinking longer term and make sure that we are beyond the worst. And I wonder, sort of finally, what you will reconsider, what you may do differently when you start to look longer term about how you make India's finances more resilient for any future crisis, not necessarily a health pandemic, but any other crisis in future. Will you sit down and think, when perhaps this is all over, that we need to do things a little differently? Here is how we shore up our finances to make sure we are better prepared.
Absolutely, and that's where I rely on technology as one of the biggest tools that I have. And luckily, India has got that, in its hands. I have to deploy it much better to widen the tax base, to plug the loopholes, which we started doing in GST, and it is showing results. In India, one of the bigger things is that we have to be a lot more, smarter in the ways in which evasion can be contained. Tax avoidance will also have to be carefully studied, and action has to be taken on that without obviously making it difficult for those honest taxpayers. So tax base has to be widened, greater technology has got to be deployed. We've brought in the faceless assessment so that there is no discretion, and also make a clear attempt to formalize the economy. There is still a large underbelly, if I may say so, which is yet to be formalized into the mainstream of the economy. We'll have to get them on board and make compliance, tax assessments all easy. Otherwise, small businesses, many of them were still outside of it, will never be encouraged to join the system. That is one work which I will be focusing myself on.
Nirmala Sitharaman, it's really good to have your thoughts. We're very grateful for you spending some time with us here at the India Global Forum. So thank you. We wish you well. I know there is still much work to do, but thanks for your insight into the challenges that lie ahead, but the work that has been done so far. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs for the Indian government. Thank you. Now stay with us here at the India Global Forum, because in the next session we've assembled a rather esteemed panel to talk about some of the issues that were raised in that conversation, about how different governments around the world have been able to throw different levels of financial firepower at tackling this problem. But of course there are implications. We touched on inflation, we've touched on paying back some of those debts, dealing with the deficit in government finances. So we're going to cover all of those issues in the next session. And remember, you can get involved as always. Follow the team at IGF Updates on Twitter. Use the hashtag #FutureNow. And on the website, India Global Forum, there are so many clips, interviews and details of all of the sessions that have taken place over the last couple of days. So you can find all the information there. Do follow the team, get in touch with them if you need any other information. So we will be right back in just a short while with a special panel looking at the financial implications of this pandemic, and crucially what it could mean as we emerge out of it and what growth opportunities there may be. You heard there from the Indian Finance Minister the policy of spending our way out of a crisis and also growing an economy that should pay back some of those bills as we get back on track. So stay tuned for that. India Global Forum continues after this short break.
Around the world, the role of treasurer is rapidly changing. It is becoming more strategic, more creative, and more critical to a company's long-term success. Advances in technology, data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are driving this transformation and providing treasurers with innovative new ways to gain strategic insights and drive efficiencies. Working at the cutting edge of these disciplines, Citi is designing and launching multiple projects, including the new Citi Smart Match solution. Leveraging artificial intelligence and new algorithms, Citi Smart Match streamlines and automates the invoice and payment matching process to reduce errors and costs. Citi is also piloting its payment outlier detection platform, which uses artificial intelligence to identify irregular transactions such as payment errors and outlier payments. Citi Innovation Labs are also working in partnership with Citi product teams to develop Project Prompt, a voice chat solution that uses natural language processing to enhance and expand self-service capabilities for clients. A leader in banking innovation, Citi is leveraging data science and digital technology to create solutions that transform treasury management and help clients achieve their goals.
So, welcome back. As promised, let's delve into some of those issues that were raised in that last interview. We'll look at some of the financial implications of the pandemic, but also looking ahead to what happens next and how governments around the world can, maybe, and economies, I should say, grow their way out of this crisis. Let me introduce the panel who will answer some of those questions and help us explore some of those issues. With us, Samaran Chakrabarti from Citigroup, Lord Jitesh Gadia, who is with me here in the studio, Sanjay Nair from KKR India, and Professor Sumitra Dutta from Cornell University. Welcome to you all. It's great to have you with us. Sanjay Nair, let me start with you because we were hearing there from the Indian Finance Minister about the work that has gone on to support economies, and so many different economies around the world have faced very different challenges. Give us your assessment of what was done in India and quite how important that response was to dampen some of the impacts of the pandemic.
Thank you. I think a lot of the countries, obviously worldwide, had the fiscal and the monetary space to both print money and give a lot of fiscal latitude. India, to that extent, was less privileged, as you heard the finance minister say, extremely hawkish on the fiscal, extremely careful on overall debt levels. And India, being a supply-constrained economy generally, with an exposure to oil and commodities, there is always the fear of inflation. So I think both on the monetary and fiscal side, rather constrained. Having been dealt with that hand and such an uncertain time with the pandemic, both 1 and 2, I think they did a pretty good job in terms of being very targeted towards where the benefits were being given on the fiscal side. I think, as you heard the finance minister say, very targeted on the basis of credit schemes for microfinance and micro institutions, extremely targeted towards the rural and the poor sector. Probably the urban sector gets a bit left out, but now if you look at the next wave of announcements, they're focusing a lot on healthcare, which I think is much required. Mm-hmm. So I would say, Ben, given the limitation of resources, very targeted. I think technology and digitization effort of the Prime Minister and the government over the last 7 years has probably paid off because these targeted benefits are going right into your bank accounts and very few leakages. And then the whole, formalization of GST, taxation being a lot more automated. You put all that together, and I think you heard the word formalization of the economy. While it's all happening in parallel, I think the impact of the limited resources that were given was actually quite impactful. Uncertain times, I don't know where it's going to look like post-COVID too, but I would say as vaccination picks pace, India should be pretty well positioned.
Jitos Gadia, let me bring you in at this point as well, because it's very easy for us to look at maybe the United States, the UK, the EU, and many other developed economies threw money at this problem. And the UK Finance Minister, the Chancellor, saying no one would be left behind, no one would be left out of pocket. That is easy when you have the resources. The problem comes later, doesn't it, with the implications, be those inflation or paying back some of that money. Talk to me about those implications and whether, you know, there are different approaches here that, you know, throwing money at the problem may not necessarily always be the answer.
Well, look, Ben, great to be here at the India Global Forum. You're quite right. You know, if you take doing whatever it takes approach, which, by the way, I don't quibble with when you're faced with the largest contraction in 300 years for an economy. But that then leaves you with a, you know, almost astronomical bill. I mean, in the UK, last year, our budget deficit went to almost 17%. Debt to GDP went over 100%. And to Sanjay's point, you know, maybe economies, Western economies in general, do have the fiscal space to be able to use, but we do have to be conscious about the consequences. And just to give you sort of put that in perspective, and I'm sure you'll come onto it, one of the big issues is, you know, when, you know, what happens to inflation, what happens to future interest rates. A 1% increase in interest rates in the UK would increase our interest bill by 25 billion. And that's more than the budget of many government departments. So you can see, particularly in the way in which quantitative easing has been implemented by central banks, and particularly the Bank of England, that makes us more sensitive, in fact, twice as sensitive to interest rate increases as we were pre-pandemic.
Yeah, and it's astonishing when we're talking about numbers that are very hard to even get our head around, aren't they? The astronomical numbers that we would never have really talked about in general conversation before, but here we are, and you know that money needs to be paid at some point. Samiran, let me bring you in here at Citigroup, because there is a suggestion that all of this spending is great because it keeps the economy ticking over, it keeps people in jobs, it keeps businesses functioning, but we're just storing up a problem later down the line for another generation. Is that a fair assessment?
Thanks, Ben, for having me. Clearly, there are two aspects to it. I mean, it's a bit of a mystery that we have moved from secular stagnation risk pre-COVID to hyperinflation risk post-COVID, just because of this extraordinary stimulus that we are going through. And the two aspects are one about the inflation problem, the other about the debt problem, and sometimes they have to be treated differently. On inflation problem, I think the markets are quite undecided at the moment that how long this is going to last, because there are arguments on both sides. On one side, one can say that the extent of the stimulus has been more than what the decline in GDP would have suggested. So the demand side will revert back quite fast, especially because it's not a balance sheet recession. But on the other side, one can say that, look, we are for 30 years going through a structural deflation phase because of technological revolution, because of the fact that labor share in the economy has come down. So to that extent, the wage price spiral that we had always seen, that's not going to work. So on balance, I would say that policymakers would probably get enough time to react to inflation. But the debt problem is a much more structural one. And just if I may quickly tell you the context of India, currently India's public debt has crossed 90% of GDP. And just to get this debt ratio on a declining path, India needs to nominally grow at 10% plus over the next 10 years, just for this ratio to decline. Not even trying to reach the 60% debt to GDP ratio, which was a target before the pandemic. So in that sense, it's a catch-22 situation that if you don't have enough stimulus, then your nominal GDP growth is not going to be 10%. And if your nominal GDP is not going to grow at 10%, then your debt is anyway not going to reduce. So I think that managing the debt problem is going to be a bigger one than managing the inflation problem. But over the next 5 years, I think it's not going to be an easy challenge for the policymakers in general.
Yes, and I want to come back to some of those thoughts in just a second, but let's bring in Sumitra at this point, because Sumitra, it's fair to say this was a massive shock. The stimulus was quite rightly called emergency stimulus. It was reactionary, it was immediate, and it needed to be spent to keep those economies afloat. When comes the time that we step back a little bit and say, you know what, maybe that wasn't spent in quite the right way, we need to refocus it, we need to think about it again, we need to use the benefit of hindsight and perspective to say this is what our focus should be and the money should be channeled there and perhaps not there?
Yeah, thank you very much for including me in the panel. And I think extraordinary situations does require or do call for extraordinary responses. And I think globally we have seen many example situations where governments have stepped in and done their best to ensure the survival of the societies at large. I do think that while survival is very important in the short run, I think what is much more important is to ensure that societies are able to thrive in the future. And I think for thriving, we have to invest in the future. Investments, of course, have to come in multiple dimensions, but I really believe that the focus of governments today should shift to innovation, to creating a digital inclusive future, to environmental sustainable goals for the economy. And in the piece of research that I do on global innovation called the Global Innovation Index, we see this issue coming up multiple times. But how do different economies respond to crises? And the best economies are those that, in fact, are able to leverage these down moments, crises, to be able to build for the future. In the case of India, for example, India is certainly a country with a lot of high innovation potential, but there's a lot of room for improvement. If you look at, for example, the investment of Indian corporations in R&D, it's very, very small. It's less than 1% as compared to 3% in the US, or in fact, some high spenders like Korea and Finland and Israel in the 4 to 5% range. So I think Indian industry needs to invest much more in R&D. And India needs to invest much more in digital technologies. Now, yes, there has been a lot of progress made in digital, technologies in India over the last few years. And certainly the whole India stack, the Aadhaar system, the whole JAM combination, mobile and banking within bank, that helped a lot. But Indian corporations are really in early stages of digital transformation. And what we have observed from our studies is that if you look at the economies that do better than others in terms of overall competitiveness and creating value, the digital intensity of the economy is actually very important. So I do believe that countries, including India, we need to start focusing much more on the future. We need to start focusing on the green frontier, on how we can actually create a more sustainable, environmentally favorable and socially inclusive environment in our economies.
Thank you. Very comprehensive, and there are a few issues there that will apply to many of our questions over this next session. Let me bring in Sanjay again, because Sanjay, it's very easy for us to be obsessed, to be focused on, to be keen to talk about a recovery, to look at how we get out of this. But is some of that talk premature? We heard from the Indian finance minister there, the first priority is making sure that there is no third wave, second or third wave, depending in the world where you live. Should we still be in crisis mode and actually holding off on talk of recovery until we know we're beyond this?
I think in the Indian context, I would say, we'll have to be a little bit more optimistic, frankly. The second wave has really exposed a very soft underbelly as it pertains to fear psychosis in the people. Savings rates are what they are. They've actually come down over time. You're faced with, as I said, some degree of inflation. Money is not that cheap in India. So frankly, it is, the way I look at this, the government is doing what they can in terms of infra spending, and that seems to continue unabated, which is excellent. Again, the limited amount of resources, you heard the FM say that it's targeted towards infrastructure. I think the private enterprise needs to jump in with both their feet, both their hands, and try to contribute to the other side. But frankly, if you don't have the private sector jumping in along with the government to really revive the economic spirits again, the degree of unemployment, underemployment, the vastness of the informal economy, the diversity of the country, the growing pangs of medical infrastructure, the massive vaccination program. You know, it's unimaginable that if you're not an optimist and think about recovery, where do you go from there? So I think, for one, there are some green shoots of capex, which is very, very welcome. I think we need a bit of luck. I would say the NPAs, while not worth discussing on this panel, clearly there is some easing of NPAs, partly thanks to the kind of EC-eligible schemes given by the Ministry of Finance. I would say, you know, a quarter or 2 quarters more, Ben, are extremely critical to see where we come out at the other end of COVID-2. Hopefully there is no COVID-3. So if the private spirits come back, government keeps spending with their limited resources, doing business in India for the Indians becoming easier, formalization of the economy, and an uptick in the revenues. I mean, all these things, if they come together, I think it's not unthinkable to talk of recovery and be positive about it. And look, the demographics are compelling, let's face it. I mean, the rural sector is consuming goods left, right, and center. The urban part of the world is consuming services driven by technology and digitization. So consumption is still there. Things can go wrong if we get into a negative spiral of being a pessimist. I would bet for the recovery, with a lot of things have to go right. And I really hope that works for our country's sake.
Yeah, and Jitesh, you're nodding along to that because we all know it's very easy for us to talk ourselves into a recession, isn't it? Because we hunker down, we stop going out, we stop spending, and actually the opposite is true. Last time I looked at the figures, in the UK alone, I think we've collectively put away about £180 billion in savings because we're not commuting, we're not going on holiday, we're not going out to nice restaurants and to theatre and to the cinema. We've put a lot of cash away, and that could spark in its own right an economic revival.
Yeah, look, I think there are really 3 phases to this. I think we've seen the sort of response phase, obviously. I think we're definitely now in recovery mode, and very much it's to do with what I call the vaccine put. So how quickly can you really vaccinate your populations? And then we will get into, if you like, the rebuild mode, which is about the whole Build Back Better movement. But in this sort of recovery phase, there is a lot of clearly pent-up demand, clearly from not just consumers. And look, it will vary in different parts of the world, depending on where they are in the pandemic cycle. So, you know, you won't see full convergence or a synchronous recovery around the world. I think the UK will lead it, the US will lead it at the moment. You know, obviously other economies like Israel, maybe EU will follow. I think Sanjay's right for India. Really, I think everybody's putting store in sort of nearer to maybe the festive season in the 3rd and 4th quarter. But also, I think what is important, Ben, is, you know, investment does have to follow on the heels of that. We can't just be an unbalanced recovery. And certainly in the UK, one of the things I'm quite excited about and sort of have sort of aspirations for is the super deduction, where we're effectively offering a very lucrative tax breaks for those companies that accelerate and bring forward their investment plans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know industry very grateful and welcoming of that. Sumitra, we touched there on where rebuilding will happen, what the priorities are for rebuilding and rebalancing economies, using the pandemic as an opportunity to say, we want a bit less of that and we want a little bit more of that. Give me your take on, you know, where in the world economy should be getting the focus and where is getting the attention that it needs. And I'm thinking we may possibly have lost him. So let's see whether we can continue. There is a black box. So let me bring Samiran in at this point, and let's hope we can get
I think he's back.
Sumitra back. Oh, there we are. Yeah, let me see who we can get back at this point. Sanjay, just while we figure out who we've got the logistics with, because I think there are also a sound issue as well, let me ask you that, because the focus for India quite clearly is on making sure that there is not this 3rd wave and spending some of the resources that are there. But is building back better just as easy as it sounds? We make it sound very simple, don't we, the idea to spend our way out of a crisis. Is it as easy as that?
I think for India, that's not an easy one. Even the capital flows we are getting are just a huge number. And frankly, I think the first test is, are we creating real assets or not? If they're just refinancing and creating asset bubbles and just unwarranted, unsustainable consumption, I don't think that's the kind of recovery we need. Mm-hmm. For the time being, yes, we do need some cyclical uptick. But I would say what's critical is to get a sustainable recovery built behind local savings, yes, foreign savings as well, but more importantly, local savings, and to see a structural shift in consumption and investment spending. So just spending money for the sake of it, creating a cyclical uptick, and then suffering the hassles of having overspent in the beginning and created wrong kinds of capacities or wrong asset values doesn't help, according to me.
Yeah, Samaran, I think we can speak to you. We've still got comms with you. Yes, good. You're nodding. I can hear you. Look, I mean, we're talking there about the way that India responded to this crisis, where the spending was, where the focus was. Was that spending in the right place? And where, are we seeing the shoots of recovery emerging as a result of that investment?
So there are three distinct features, Ben, I want to talk about from India's response perspective.
We're not doing very well this afternoon.
Yeah. So
you're back.
Yeah. So there are three distinct features I wanted to talk about. One feature is that India spent a lot of money in ensuring that lives are saved, not only for human beings, but also for businesses. The second aspect was about funding through credit guarantees rather than actual cash outgoes because of the budget constraint that we discussed about. And the third aspect was less on demand side and more of supply side reform, whether it is corporate tax cuts, whether it is labor reforms, agricultural reforms, infrastructure spend, PLI schemes. The idea was that a young, energetic country like India will not have a demand problem for long. So if we can fix our supply side issues, then as we emerge from the pandemic, then we will be in a much better shape. Now, obviously, we did not plan for the second wave. And now when the second wave is hitting and we are seeing another hit on the demand side, there is some argument for a larger demand side stimulus. It's like saying that the car is stuck in the mud. We need a big push just to get it out of the mud first before we change the engine or anything else. So I get that idea, and to that extent, I support a fiscal stimulus. But it has to be extremely targeted. We can use big data in a more effective way to make that stimulus more targeted. But in a broader sense, I think the purpose should be to ensure that we don't overdo things as well. Our high frequency indicators suggest that we are already almost 80% back to where we were pre the second wave. So let the natural process of pent up demand get completed. Then we evaluate how much is the output gap still left. And then based on that, we can decide on the quantum of fiscal stimulus that will still be required to get us over into a 6% growth trajectory, which I think our potential growth rate is at this moment.
Yeah, Jitesh, I mean, when we look at where we are rebuilding, and to use the government phrase, which is build back better, do you think the lessons have been learned as far as, what should be our priorities? Is this the great reset that we've wanted for so long to allow us to think, what do we do as a country? So in our example, what do we as the UK want to do? Where are we going to be world leaders? Where are we going to invest our time and our money and our skills training and use this as an opportunity? Or is there a danger that it's very easy just to think, okay, the pandemic is waning, let's go back to what we were doing before?
Well, I think there is a strong desire not to go back to the status quo ante, and that manifests itself in many forms. But maybe let's use quite a significant announcement that happened today in the north of England, in a place called Sunderland, you'll know well, announced by Nissan, where they've announced £1 billion investment in a gigafactory. And to me, that is a real metaphor for the type of build back better that people are definitely looking for. So it's in a part of the country which is being targeted for, what's called in the UK levelling up, but it's addressing long-standing inequalities that we have had over many decades and under many governments. But it's also targeted on the future in terms of electrifying mobility. And so to me, that is a good example of Build Back Better. But also, I think we build back different. So let's take air travel, right? That's controversial because you could say, well, look, do we really want to go back to the air travel that we had historically? We're sitting here in a wonderful Taj London hotel, and I was actually looking at the facilities earlier and just saying to myself, well, look, interestingly, we may travel less, but on each trip that we may look for a more unique experience. Yeah. So you're the way in which different sectors look at Build Back Better, I think, is going to be nuanced. We shouldn't just say, look, it's going to be K-shaped and these particular sectors are just going to tank and these sectors are going to rise. I think for each sector there will be a story.
Sumitra, I'm going to brave our connection with you once more, and you're smiling, so I'm hoping that means you can hear me. Look, just as we were cut off, we were talking about that chance to reset and learn about what our economies are good at. What do we want to do a little bit less of, and what might we think about doing a little bit more of? And I wonder, in India's case, is this the great opportunity to say, you know what, these are the industries that will power our future. Let's get good at them. Let's focus our resources and our time and our effort behind them. Is that the way it will be?
Well, I think, every economy, of course, has to choose, what is critical for their own future. And not every economy can be great at everything. But India is a large country with lots of important problem challenges and lots of great talent. And I think if I had to use a catch-all phrase, I think we have to look at how can India build an effective green economy for the future. A green economy does not only mean zero emissions or net zero economy, but also in terms of deploying breakthrough technologies to help achieve breakthrough performance in the key sectors. So I think that's really the future of India, to be able to combine breakthrough technologies with the essential SDG goals that we are trying to achieve for the world.
I'm glad we persevered. It was great to hear from you there. Thank you all for persevering with a few of the techie issues. It happens. So I'm glad we got through it all. I'm really grateful to you all for your time this afternoon. It's been a real rattle around world finance, but thank you for your explanations. So thanks to Samaran Chakrabarti, Lord Jitesh Gadia, Sanjay Nair and Professor Sumitra Dutta. Thank you so much for being with us at India Global Forum. Edie will be back after a very short break, looking at the future of financing. We've talked about all this ambition and opportunity that we want to tap in on, but who's going to pay for it? Edie's going to look at that question right after this break. Stay with us.
At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Business Boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
we know with the cocktails and mocktails on the screen, we are in the home stretch. Not there quite yet, but those were filmed in the courtyard of the Taj Hotel. You never know, we may be retiring there relatively soon. So, before we do, however, I want to get to an interesting and important discussion. Prime Minister Modi's ambition for building an Atmanirbhar Bharat rests heavily on the availability of homegrown capital. So let's look now at the key areas where India can draw on to build the strong domestic capital base. To discuss this further, please do welcome to the virtual stage the Principal Economic Advisor for the Government of India, Sanjeev Sanyal. Welcome. Thanks for joining us and staying with us on stage here in London, Chairman of KKR India, Sanjay Nair. So to begin, I'm going to pass the floor over to Sanjeev for some opening remarks.
So I think, as I stated yesterday, the Atmanirbhar Bharat idea is not a return to some autarkic pre-1991 isolationist worldview. It's about leveraging Indian strengths for resilience and growth, and to participate in global supply chains and the world economy. So while, of course, we do want to leverage Indian capital, no doubt about it, and we need to deepen Indian capital markets. We need to get our banking system out there and lending more aggressively. But I wouldn't argue that it is based on merely getting Indian capital. I mean, we are clearly open to global capital. FDI and foreign investment are at peak levels, in fact, in the last 1 year, despite the COVID shock. So I think the main thing that we would like to say is we are, of course, interested in a vibrant Indian capital market. We do want Indian savings to be driving a lot of this. We want Indian risk-taking, innovation, animal spirits. But this is not a vision of some sort of an autarkic economy which is only reliant on Indian capital. I mean, we are, as I said, very much a part of the global economy and will continue to be so.
Thank you. And we do know that you are open to FDI. In fact, the next panel will look at that FDI question. So thank you for those opening thoughts. So let's turn, Sanjay, to you. What opening thoughts, what reactions do you have to Sanjeev?
Well, glad to be here. Hi, Sanjeev. Look, I think all the points Sanjeev made were absolutely valid. We are an open economy. In fact, we represent foreign capital. The kind of capital folks like us bring in and our peers is foreign savings, pensions, insurance, people's savings. So that's, well said. And I think we have seen peak fundraising last year in India, about $60 billion in the first 6 months. And this year already you have seen probably a 33% uptick over the previous year on year. So this is during COVID-1 and COVID-2. So obviously India is a favored destination, a lot of opportunities for growth, and hence a lot of foreign capital flowing in. And I'm just referring to the private side, not the public markets. My view is that today India needs, frankly, more of a supply shock. You need the private enterprise in India to step up, the private sector to step in. The government is doing a lot, as we know, in terms of spending what they can, given the fiscal space they have on infrastructure spend, now on healthcare, and these indirect schemes to support microfinance and micro institutions, which I think is a very smart idea, without too much of cash outgo. But then when you think about building the Indian economy with private sector jumping in, not everybody has access to foreign capital, number one. There need to be more institutions that can take the risk capital put risk capital to work, whether it's debt or equity. There are very few of those today for smaller companies. I think that's one contention I have. The second point is that, capital markets in India on the equity side are extremely deep and robust, very wide. But when you go down to the debt markets, you do see there is a fairly high degree of narrowness of what really trades in the markets and how you price risk versus the reward. So if you look at some of the building blocks around this world over, a bankruptcy code has been a fantastic start. You need that. Without that, you can't price risk. I think that's a great start. It probably gets more embedded as you go along. You've got the banking system that is, I think, getting there, and there's a lot of cleanup going on, and the creation of the asset management company, the ARC at the national level, these are all great announcements. If you look at the creation of new instruments that the government has really propagated and propelled, like the InvITs, the REITs, the IDFs, these are all, again, great ideas. And I think as these come into play, my real view is that you got to really now get the local savings unlocked, which I think are quite a lot in the pension and the insurance companies, both public and private, and bring them into these real markets, especially on the debt side. I'll just give you an example. I mean, since the REITs and InvITs were created a couple of years ago, 200,000 crores, so that's 2 lakh crores of assets have been created. And most of them backed by foreign capital. And I think the participation in the secondary market is very, very welcome through local capital. So a lot more of local participation, alignment of pension, insurance, capital market rules, all of them anyway come into the Ministry of Finance, streamlining those regulations, unlocking those savings, bringing long duration capital into the local markets, I think really gets especially those asset classes going that are very long duration, like real estate and infrastructure. And those are building blocks, frankly. So I don't disagree at all with what Sanjeev said. I just think this is a great time to build that vaccination against a future taper tantrum or whatever by creating larger local bases of capital in key sectors of the capital market, especially new asset creation, so that we are not, hit by fluctuations globally. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Thank you. So let's go back to you, Sanjeev, and talk about what some of the changes that you see will be necessary to unlocking some of this domestic capital.
Well, I think what we have in India as far as domestic capital is concerned is a bit of a disbalance. We have equity markets at all-time highs. You just heard that we are raising reasonable amounts of money from the private capital side. But on the other hand, there is another source of capital that has not really been firing all cylinders, which is the banking system. Now, there are many long-term reasons, including a lending boom that happened earlier in the last decade, that have led to misallocations of capital, and a lot of cleaning up of that happened over the last few years. And as a result of which, the banking system was for a while not entirely well capitalized. We spent a lot of time capitalizing it and so on. Of course, there's been one good result of that, is that we went into this crisis very underleveraged. In the sense, the banking system hadn't been lending for some years when we entered this crisis. So since we were quite underleveraged, ironically, the banking system probably survived this crisis better than it would otherwise have been, because only the very best balance sheets were borrowing for the last few years. So I think the fear that the Indian banking system, NBFC sector, will be left completely impaired and unable to emerge out of this crisis, I think that is not true. I think the banking systems, the balance sheets, although there will be some impact, of course, we won't get unscathed. The impact is going to be nowhere near what many of the pessimists think. I think the banking system and the NBFC sector came out of this crisis rather unscathed, relatively speaking, to the situation. But it does need at some point to get out there and lend again aggressively, because you cannot run on one leg. And you can have great capital markets, all-time highs, etc. But that's only going to happen if you have a banking system that will keep up with that expansion. And in this context, of course, we do need to take into account the public sector banks that...
Oh, I think he's frozen. We'll get his video back in just a moment for you. So good moment to come back to my guest on stage. So tell me, Sanjay, he was talking there about the banking sector, how the banking sector had been relatively underleveraged, so hadn't been lending. So in fact, has come out of the the pandemic perhaps better than it could have been?
No, I think it's a very valid point he was making. But remember, we had entered 2018 highly leveraged as a banking system. Post IL&FS crisis, it was exposed. A lot of cleanup has happened. So you're right, we went in under leveraged, but that's good and bad because no one is lending. And I think that's the real issue. And that's the point I was making, is that ultimately it cannot just be banking capital that drives lending and growth. You need the intermediation of private sector savings, which have a different way of looking at risk reward. And you have to bring that through the markets. For example, the bond market. I mean, everywhere in the world, you have municipal bonds, you have infrastructure bonds, you have project finance bonds. You don't expect the banks to be lending 11 and 17-year money. So that's where I was going with the discussion, that it's time that, well, it's a good time for India. The banks are under leveraged, they can do some lending. Hopefully we come out of COVID too pretty unscathed or with a small amount of hit. And this is the time to build whatever reforms are required to bring in long-term Indian savings into the real sector, so that you're not depending only on banks in India and only on foreign capital.
So you mentioned that real estate was one area that needed more focus on. Can you develop that a little bit?
Well, I was referring to both real estate and infrastructure. Real estate in India otherwise is a pretty opaque system. I was talking of the investment trusts that have been innovated in India, and they've been extremely successful. Both the investment trusts in the infrastructure space and the real estate space. And what I was saying, that these platforms are run by professional managers. They are able to garner assets, then they're able to improve them, and they're able to distribute earnings and grow. This is the kind of stuff that retail shareholders and local stakeholders would love to have. I mean, imagine if you're sitting on an investment trust or a real estate trust generating 5-6% cash yield, a little bit of growth every year. You get 8 to 9% a year, some tax benefits. So the government has been making incremental changes, and I think those are progressing well, where you encourage retail stakeholders to come and trade more of these assets. This is a massive, massive pool. They have recently made some changes, like reducing the trading lot of these instruments. They made some changes where the mutual funds can invest in this. Now there are some changes coming up where the banks can lend to these entities. There are some things still pending on the taxation angle. When you receive these dividends, what do you do with these in terms of taxation? And also, what does it mean when you sell the instruments and have a capital gain? How are you treated? So some things are pending, some have happened. But a concerted focus on just these two areas, you can imagine the creation of new infra assets and new real estate assets, and harnessing the old ones and making them better can go a very long way in creating the supply side that I think you heard the previous panel talk about. India needs, at this time, really a supply shock, frankly. And you get that supply shock with the help of, yes, foreign capital, but also local capital, I think makes it an incredibly robust model coming out of COVID.
How much has the mutual funds industry advanced in India?
It's very large. I mean, it's come a long way. It's come a long way in the last decade. It's still about 12% of total GDP, so it's not very large compared to some markets. But it's still very, very significant. The mutual funds have come a very long way. And I think Sanjeev mentioned that earlier, that the equity markets are at all-time high, extremely deep and robust. So yes, mutual funds have come a very long way.
So we've got Sanjeev back, delighted to see. So Sanjeev, let's come back to you. How do you think India can unlock these dormant pools of capital, corporate, household savings, personal pensions, safely and efficiently?
Well, I think I had made the point a little earlier. A lot of this savings goes into our banking system. We need our banking system to step up and lend. And it will. Because as I said, the banking system is perhaps not as impaired as many people fear it would be from this crisis, because we were simply not very heavily leveraged going into this. But I think there is additional issues here. I think we need to get our insurance part of our financial system much larger than it is. We need other pools of capital, including unlocking And we have tried that before. Pools of capital, for example, gold, there have been made attempts to try and leverage that, not very successfully thus far. But what we need ultimately to do is to have a system of and managing risk through the system. And for that, we need to have things like, for example, corporate default swap markets that need to evolve. And in this direction, we have, in the last couple of years, done a lot of things like, for example, introduce bilateral netting, so the corporate default market can pick up, and so on. So you need the full array of risk management tools that need to be in there so that this pool of capital can be leveraged and deployed.
What about some of the changes needed in listing regulations, takeover codes, that kind of thing that can help India become more self-reliant?
I think a lot of that has happened recently. We see our local regulator, the SEBI, making extremely progressive changes. Every board meeting, we're finding it's becoming very, very progressive. I would say those are not the big issues that are meant to be kind of tackled right now. I would just say, maybe adding to what Sanjeev was saying, it's also probably worth talking about creating more institutions like the NIIF, which is a locally incorporated and locally promoted sovereign fund in a way focused on infra and debt markets. Maybe more of those with different styles, different risk reward would also help a lot. And those can be again contributed to by Indian resources as well as foreign. And I think it's just good to have a lot more homegrown institutions who participate in creating infrastructure, real estate. Doing business in India is becoming easier. A lot more people are going to be putting up factories for supply chain replacement from China. So all of this actually, according to me, comes together very well. And as we talk about the supply shock, I think it's time to unlock more local capital to create that, to sort of multiply that shock.
Sanjeev, can I get your view on what it might take for debt capital markets to finally achieve the debt and liquidity that is attractive to issuers, to relook at their bond issuance plans in Singapore, Hong Kong, etc.?
So if you're talking about domestic market, and I hinted at that just earlier, ultimately you've got to remember corporate bond markets can only function if you have a default swap market. Simply for a very simple reason. If you don't have a CDS market, you can't get the liquidity that you need. Corporate bonds, by their very nature, globally, are illiquid instruments. So the liquidity of that market is essentially created by the CDS market. And the reason our markets were illiquid in India was the fact that we didn't allow for something called bilateral netting. But incidentally, we've created that law last year. And in the course of the last few months, we introduced every single regulation needed for a corporate default swap market. So all the pieces are there. Now it's a matter of that planned out. As far as more foreign resources into our capital markets, well, we are taking a lot of steps in terms of getting ourselves included in global bond indices. At least from the sovereign side, we have made many changes recently, and we are now in talks with global bond indices. So I'm quite confident that we will be, within the next 12 months, part of some of the global bond indices, which is, of course, a big source of money for the government directly, but it also releases domestic resources that can then do other things. And again, coming back to the point about risk-taking, it's very important that we have a system of risk, whether it comes through from institutions that Mr. Nair was mentioning, which is relates to NIIF and the new development finance body that we are creating. This is for long-term financing of large infrastructure, but also at the other end, institutions that lend, onto the retail at the very bottom of our economic pyramid. So the whole range is needed to get going, and at every step, whatever changes we need to make, we will keep making them. We have been as flexible as possible, and we will continue to do so.
Maybe I can ask him a question.
Absolutely.
Sanjeev, I can ask you a question. Maybe one of the issues of of bringing in local capital, how do you think, what's the role of the fiscal deficit? Obviously, it's a pretty large number. I know all of you are extremely focused and actually rightly quite hawkish about it. Do you think that's one reason why why bringing in local capital from sectors that normally finance your deficit is one reason why the progress on that has been slow? I mean, it's just a frank question. There's nothing wrong with it because
I mean, the point is, obviously having a very large deficit gobbles up resources. Let's not pretend that anything else. Now, obviously, during a shock like the one we've gone through in the last 1 year, we took the judgment that it is okay to expand the deficit, let the government take the risk because the private sector is not going to take the risk. But you're right. I mean, in the long run, it crowds out other kinds of investment, and we do need to be very, very careful that we don't allow the deficit to remain permanently on this level.
Absolutely.
But once growth gets going, before that, it's the government that has to, in some ways, bankroll and backstop the risk-taking, whether it's in terms of actually taking the deficit or what we have done more recently is guaranteeing the private sector in various ways.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev, and thanks for battling the digital transformation monster to be with us today. Thank you to Sanjay as well for not just this panel, but the final one. We'll let you go. We'll be back in just a moment to look at the foreign capital that continues to flow into India. Stay with us.
Thank you.
Welcome to this session entitled Global Investors, Finding Opportunities in a Post-Pandemic India. We know that this disruption caused by the pandemic pushes India's ambitions to become a $5 trillion economy a little bit further down the line. Having said that, foreign portfolio investors continue to pour money into India's financial markets. So let's dive into this. Why are we seeing people believe in the India story? What makes it such a compelling investment despite the uncertainties caused by the pandemic? We have an all-star cast here for you. Nikhil Srivastava from PAG, Badri Nivas, NC from Citibank, Nikhil Kamath from True Beacon, Raj Bikram Nair from Ontogeny Capital, and Sandeep Bammer from Green Frontier Capital. Give us a wave, everyone. Welcome. All right. So let's start off with the question that I kicked off with there. What is making foreign portfolio investors, if you want to use the jargon, the FPIs, continue to believe in the India story? Nikhil, we'll start with you.
Sure. Thank you, Edie, for having me on this panel. Just responding to your question, obviously the economic impact of the COVID pandemic in India has been huge. It has caused significant GDP contraction and led to one of the highest ever annual fiscal deficit for fiscal year 21. However, things seem to be turning a corner in 21, and we've witnessed strong FII inflows, as you mentioned. We believe the resilience in the Indian markets is driven by three factors. In the short term, the market anticipates sooner than expected business recovery from the lockdown. Some of this is already playing out. Secondly, COVID-19 vaccine approval in record time and rapid rollout will hopefully contain the pandemic and mitigate negative economic impact going forward. And then more importantly, the long-term story is still intact. Although it might now play out over an extended time frame, but we do believe that it's still intact. And interestingly, some of the themes, such as adoption of consumer tech, have actually been accelerated.
Thank you. So, Badri, let's come to you now. What do you believe makes India still such a compelling investment?
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. Look, I think you get obviously the big macro story, but also the microstructure of the markets in India is quite strong. The depth of companies, the liquidity in the market, all of that is quite comparable to many of the developed markets overall. And in general, I think the number of private sector good companies that you have in India compares hugely favorably. There's also another aspect around some of the recent market, that we need to understand how the pandemic is impacting different sectors. I think there's a big formal-informal divide in India. And the large companies, especially the ones very well established in the formal sector, are actually doing quite well despite the pandemic. Obviously in the markets, they have a lot more disproportionate representation compared to the overall GDP. And I think, therefore, some of the investments that you see flowing in is also chasing that story, which is really, the greater formalization and the fact that, some of the more formal the economy, which is the listed space, is doing much better.
So let's look over about a 5-year time horizon. Nikhil, what do you think? What do you think are the top 2 or 3 sectors in India that we think are going to be most likely to benefit from increased investment?
I'm guessing this Nikhil is me now. Yeah, so in terms of sectors, I think we're doing a great job in pharma. The genetic players here in India have scaled tremendously. IT services continue to remain at the forefront. So at the very core of it, I think the level of under-penetration in many industries in India is significant, be it banking, fintech, and when this penetration number were to go up, I think very many industries will benefit from that.
Give me some examples. What industries do you think will benefit?
Well, I'm a bit jaded because I'm from this industry, but take fintech or broking or asset management, for example. Just about 1.5 or 2% of the population of our country has either direct or indirect access to financial markets. It is growing quickly, exponentially, and financial markets are a great place in India because of the tax benefits and the fact that it's this one liquid place to store capital that real estate or other investments do not provide. So I think when this number goes up from 2 to 10% in terms of penetration, there will be a whole host of opportunities which open up, and different micro sectors will flourish within the financial markets ecosystem.
Raj, let's come to you. Any different sectors that you would point to in terms of where we'll see the most benefit from some of these increased investment flows?
Thanks for having me here. Couple of things. So I'll answer this in a slightly different manner. Our focus is obviously in the SPAC world, and that's where we operate. And we believe India is definitely a desirable location for that. With respect to the FPIs, in India, with low interest rates, better exports outlook, and a revival in the global economy, I believe this is a good combination for India's economic revival. Going forward, I don't think we can ignore the vaccination and the expected ramp up in that scenario and the continuous decline, I would say, in the COVID cases, which we're seeing. And rightly pointed by one of the panelists here, the acceleration in consumer spending is definitely a reason for FPIs to come in. With respect to SPACs, like the macros in India, when you're looking at, 700 million broadband penetration, a youthful population, 400 million smartphones growing at a double-digit CAGR, digitized economy is the way to go. And we believe there's going to be enough opportunities, whether intelligent, intellectually, I would say, stimulating sponsor teams looking to sponsor SPACs to tap the US markets on one side for capital, and hopefully bring back that capital into operating companies in India would definitely flourish. So I think, anything which is digitized driven to a large extent, and infrastructure on the flip side, given there's a significant amount of spending that's about to take place in that area. That's what I think.
Thanks. Sandeep, what about you? Where are you focused at the moment?
So I'm actually, first of all, thanks for having me. I agree with some of my co-panelists that India offers a fantastic opportunity over the long term. But I'm going to take a slightly different view on how we...
Oh, I think we might be losing Sandeep.
We have an opportunity to redefine our strategy in India and go after what was green. Because we actually feel that the next calamity that's going to hit the world is climate change. And India is going to basically be doing some heavy lifting in that area. So as everyone knows probably that India is a signatory to the Paris Agreement. And there's going to be roughly about $100 billion going to be spent by India each year for the next 10 years, almost $1 trillion in trying to fix, or try to basically lead to decarbonization objectives. So for us, anything that actually takes India and migrates it from where it is right now towards the green frontier is where the opportunities lie. So whether that's investing in electrical vehicles, whether that's investing in hydroponic companies, whether that's investing in alternative food protein companies. So that definitely is one area that we like. Another area that we actually like a lot, everyone, again, has been talking about vaccination and how the economy is expected to recover on the back of a lot of people getting vaccinated. But has anyone really thought about the side effects of what this pandemic is going to has created? There's so much of toxic biohazard waste that has to be disposed of somewhere. So if one can actually find a waste management company that can actually focus on taking all of that waste and disposing it off in a responsible manner, that's a massive money-making opportunity. So, basically we're trying to actually find low-hanging fruit rather than going after what everyone else is going after and trying to, negotiate valuations that are reasonable. Because also remember right now that while India has been doing phenomenally well in the public markets, valuations are very high right now, not just in India, globally. So one has to be very careful of how a portfolio is constructed right now in the current context. So we're going after stuff that is non-traditional, that no one's actually really going after, and where we think that there's going to be a long-term structural, sustainable story going forward.
Thank you. So I know that some of the others of you have interest in ESG as well. What does PAG think about the ESG investment angle, Nikhil?
Sure. So I think ESG issues are rapidly gaining attention. In our view, this is primarily driven by three factors. First one is shifting mindsets among both talent running companies as well as customers. The second is really driven by the limited partner mandates. And then finally, there's a recognition of the financial return opportunity in the ESG sector. For us at PAG, it's a key priority for our portfolio companies, and we are driving several initiatives. Examples of that would be more women on our leadership team and board of directors, thorough ESG due diligence as part of our underwriting, and then clear action plan coming out of the DD on these ESG issues. Interestingly, what we've also learned is that ESG is not only good for the world, but also for our portfolio companies from a financial standpoint, because a lot of times when you focus on reducing extra expenses, obviously it has a positive impact on the P&L.
That's good to hear. Badrunidas, what about you? What about Citibank? What areas within the ESG or within the Sustainable Development Goals do you see the most interesting aspect for investment?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I'm going to talk about the opportunities in India and not so much from Citi's point of view globally, right? Just on India, I think obviously Indian companies score quite well on the governance aspects. And, when we rate them and rank them, they come across quite, well. I think there's a lot of recognition among Indian companies to focus on this and ensure that they come out very well when investors assess them for their ESG, focus. SEBI has also passed some good, laws recently, which has mandated all Indian companies to actually, produce from 22-23 financial year onwards a business sustainability and responsibility and sustainability report, which covers all the broad pillars around the whole ESG framework. So I think there is a lot of focus and awareness among the Indian companies, and that will help in actually meeting some of the investment criteria. I think the real big opportunity in India is the whole green and the e-space. There are some big plans announced by some of the big companies that you would have recently seen, but in general, that's a great opportunity. I think for India, the important from a policy perspective, there's a dilemma there in terms of whether we continue to, make a big argument and push against the whole per capita emission and the developed world versus developing world, the arguments, which, as you said, have been part of the Paris Accord discussions, or actually India goes and looks at the threat from this and signs up to a net zero emission targets and so on. I don't think the policymakers are very clear on what's the right approach to take, and therefore we'll probably have a few years of trying to make both sides of the argument. But I think there's a great opportunity on the e-space from India.
Can I get the other Nikhil to follow up on that? What do you think? What does TrueBeacon think about which approach we might see for India to take from a policy level, and what does that mean for you as an investor?
Yeah, so just focusing on the E part of ESG, I think the news is very much in our face about all the events occurring across the world. I think ESG is going to become more relevant with time. We have been contemplating launching ESG funds in India for a while now. We don't have one yet, but the one big hindrance we have felt is I think we need better rating systems in India. We need companies to rate companies on the ESG scale in a better manner. But yeah, something that we're looking forward to, and the kind of product that we would want to build in the future.
Do you think that rating system is better anywhere else in the world? Because one of the complaints from investors around the world is that there isn't one way to rate countries, rate companies, rate investments. It's coming, and the data and the ways that we measure things are coming. But is there a different place that you would point to, that you would point India towards?
Yeah, so I think ESG in itself becomes too broad. I would much rather have companies be rated on, either the environmental factor and rate them separately on governance. Because, if you were to talk about in the India context, you would find something like ITC on top of the ESG list. It's at the end of the day a tobacco company which makes 70-80% of its profits from selling tobacco. So I think you need to remove governance from ESG and remove the other aspects, and take environment out, grade it separately, take the other aspects out and grade them separately as well.
What about, Raj, can I come to you now and get your view on which part of the ESG area do you find the most exciting? Do you agree that we should separate the E from the S from the G?
Okay. Well, I really, at the moment, I think it's a bit premature with respect to India, with respect to ESG. I think there's, even with modern technologies in place, I would say the ESG data at the moment is devoid of even, they have the lack of accounting standards, regulations in place. For example, the data still does not record in business books to derive quality metrics due to the lack of ESG regulations. There's lack of technology, again, to store, report, or analyze. So I think it's a long way off with respect to India. That's my personal opinion. We just hope that we can bring forward, and basically look at opportunities like, the other panelists have said, whether it be in the clean tech ecosystem, whether it be EVs or what have you, or in the renewable sector and so forth. But I think there's a lot of work that needs to get done before anything happens there in India. That's my personal opinion.
So Sandeep, we'll come back to you. You kicked us off on this environmental journey and mentioned some really interesting areas that you're looking at, hydroponics, alt protein, interesting other ways to decarbonize. I wonder what you would say to this issue around how you measure. How important is that to you?
Yeah. So for me, ESG is no longer a theory, it's a need of the hour. And while I agree with the rest of the panelists that ESG is still a nascent concept in India, what is clear is that valuations in India are being driven by also international investors who actually invest a lot of their capital in India. So since companies are getting aware of the fact that valuations are also being driven by their ESG practices, they don't have the option of just sitting back and saying, oh, we actually continue with our existing business without actually focusing on the E element or the S element or the G element. Ultimately, they have to create policies to do that, because that's what's going to set them apart from the rest of the companies. I also wanted to kind of talk about the fact that there is sufficient evidence to show that companies that actually engage in responsible ESG practices actually outperform the companies that don't. So if India's growth story has to essentially grow over time, you have to calibrate yourself with ESG practices rather than just saying, India is too early for ESG and there's no way to measure it. The market and the equity markets are a price discovery mechanism, and they're efficient, and they will vote with their capital and their valuation assignment to whether a company is actually practicing ESG efficiently or not. So I don't think you don't really need a metric. I think eventually what will happen is that the market will be the most efficient metric by which you can judge ESG practices or not. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. We've got just under 2 minutes. I want to try to get a very quick answer from all of you. What would you be looking for from a policy perspective from the Indian government in order to help drive these FDI flows? First of all, PAG Nikhil.
Yeah, I think it's really stability and pro-growth. I think this is an opportunity for us to make some changes in the capital markets policy, which we've been advocating. And we do believe if we are able to open up market, costs of capital goes down, I think it'll really help India be more competitive in the medium to long term.
Thank you. What about you, Badrinivas?
Jobs. I think the government's policy should be so focused only on ensuring that, they create jobs. That can be a big problem solver of potential problem solver from a social point of view, but also can be the biggest boost that you can give. So I would just say that, they need to focus on creating better jobs and more jobs.
Jobs. Nikhil from True Beacon, what about you?
Yeah, I would say simpler taxation and compliance. We as a country still have so much capital coming in through a hop. It could be Singapore, it could be Mauritius, the Cayman Islands. I think ridding the ecosystem of this hop will in turn lead to more revenue for the country and more efficiency both for the FDI or FPI and the person they're investing into.
Thank you. Raj, what's your message for the government?
My message is, because we focus only in the SPAC world, there are two major hindrances for Indian companies when they have to roll over equity. One is specifically on rolling any Indian equity of an Indian tax resident shareholder. It becomes a taxable event and doesn't get deferred, which I think we need to look into that. Second is, which India did put in place with all the right thought processes for anti-money laundering laws, the RBI round-tripping thought process under FEMA. I think some clarification needs to come in there. So further, more capital can come in from the US markets into India with respect to SPAC transactions.
Thank you. All right, final and very quick word to you, Sandeep.
So I'd actually think that the Indian government should adopt a carrot and stick approach, very simply. Companies that actually follow efficient ESG practices should be given tax incentives, and also, carbon credits, which they can actually go out and trade on an international market and monetize that. And for companies that don't do that, especially given that 2% of companies under the Companies Act, 2% of companies' profits must be seen as being spent towards CSR activities. If they don't do that, you simply punish them. Make it punitive.
Thank you so much to all of my panelists for joining me for this final session on finding opportunities in a post-pandemic era in India and looking specifically at foreign direct investment. So we will be right back to say goodbye to you.
At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Business Boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
Well, what an epic couple of days here at India Global Forum. I'm delighted to be joined by Ben here on stage.
It's nice to be back together. It feels a long time since we were on here on this stage this morning together, doesn't it, Edie? So many highlights, though. I don't know what jumped out for you, but there were so many conversations we had today, weren't there? You kicked off with the UK's Vaccines Minister, Nadeem Zahawi. Then we talked to the World Health Organization. The Indian Finance Minister, of course, that I was chatting to about sort of the economic recovery from all of this. And there's been so many different themes. I don't know what stood out for you today.
I thought it was interesting, actually, that Shashi Tharoor, entirely different political party than, of course, we heard from Jay Shankar, Dr. Jay Shankar, earlier yesterday, both agreeing still on the need for India to join the Security Council, differing on potentially how to do that. But I thought an interesting area where we saw some overlap. And I've been inspired by a lot of the people who see a really important leadership role for India, not just from the vaccines, but from finance, from spreading some of the things that we've worked on in India, talked about today, through the rest of the world.
Yeah, and technology, a huge theme of all of this, of growing out of a pandemic and using technology to do things better. So that's been a real highlight for me. But I'm delighted to say that the man behind all of this, that makes all of this happens, is with us. He needs very little introduction. He's here. He's Manoj Ladva, the Chairman, Chief Executive of India Inc. Manoj.
Thank you so much. And I'm so pleased that you've invited me onto the stage.
We'll allow you onto your stage.
Look, what were the highlights for you?
The entire 2 days has been such an amazing journey, and it's so difficult to pick out any one highlight. But the speakers have been, each and every speaker, each and every panel have got something to contribute to our discourse about how do we bring the future closer to not only to people in India but around the world, and how can we connect people. So it's been a fantastic couple of days, and there's been a lot of discussions that have been happening behind the scenes. We have the India Global Business Boardroom, so we've had a number of intense conversations on defence and healthcare and women in leadership, and so it's been a great couple of days.
And what's amazing, Manoj, about this is that not only are we able to do it in this hybrid format, given quite how difficult it is to organise these things in the midst of a pandemic, but being able to do some people here, some people virtually, and connect people right around the world. I think we last looked at 200 speakers, participants from 70 different countries. It's an astonishing achievement.
Well, yes, and not only 200 speakers and participants from now 83 countries around the world, including logins from the Caribbean and South America and one or two of the Pacific Islands as well. So it's been an amazing connect around the world. We had over 250,000 people log in over the last couple of days. That's just on our various platforms, and along with our friends at Republic TV, who have been absolutely fantastic, and Khaleej Times, again our media partners, and Daily Hunt, India's largest news app. So it's been a great team effort, and I'd also like to say thank you to the team behind it. It's not one or two people. You can imagine an event of this scale and magnitude. That it's been a global effort. Not only do we have our team here in London, but in Dubai and 5 cities across India as well, where our colleagues have been working throughout the last several weeks to bring this event together, and to have you guys presented at the end. It's been absolutely amazing, so thank you very much.
Manoj, the conversation continues, doesn't it? We maybe tend to think of this as a week of events, but actually the conversation continues throughout the year. People can get involved, and this is just one of the events that are organised.
Absolutely. Perhaps an event is not the right word to use. It is a conversation. It is a journey, and what we're keen on is to ensure that as many people that are interested in doing business with India or engaging with India from a cultural perspective, from a media perspective, from various perspectives, they get an opportunity through our platform to engage. And for Indian entrepreneurs, Indian business leaders, artists, sports people, to get that opportunity to look at opportunities around the world. And so we set out to host the biggest conversation on India, and I think we're on that journey.
There've been a lot of great people who sent videos in, actually asking questions to our speakers as well, which has been really interesting for me.
Well, it's about that engagement, isn't it? And there's a tendency that you can think of, forums of whatever nature, that it's a talking shop, that it's just people within a room having a conversation. But actually to have that involvement from so many different backgrounds, so many different parts of the world, and to be able to connect all those dots, I think is what is so amazing. And I guess, Manoj, down to the team that you touched on there, that team around the world who are pulling this event together.
No, absolutely. And you make a really important point that this is not about just having a conversation and forgetting about it and then getting on to the next conversation. We have a whole series of activities across our platforms, and I'd urge everybody to log on to indiaglobalforum.com and keep connected, keep up to date with the various streams of actions that are coming out from these conversations. And our ambition is to continue to connect, continue to engage, and continue to enrich these wonderful ideas that are coming out across a whole gamut of areas that you have been talking about over the last couple of days.
I'm always impressed with how many different people you can pull in, Manoj. Your little black book or the contacts app on your phone must be fairly massive.
I think over the years we've been able to demonstrate that what we believe in is sincere conversation. What we believe in is creating a platform where people can trust the authenticity of the dialogue that we create. And I think building that level of trust and respect takes time, takes a lot of patience and energy. And I'm just so pleased that so many people pick up the phone to us and say, yes, we'll be delighted to participate, and respond to our emails, and often write to us to say what's next on. We'd like to participate in your the journey that you're on. So it's a great privilege to be part of India Global Forum and to have such an amazing team and platform to work from.
Manoj, thank you. Thanks for bringing us all together. And as you said, just one of the conversations that will take place, that will continue to take place all throughout the year. So as Manoj says, get in touch. The details, indiaglobalforum.com is where you will find all of that. Thank you. So we should just say a few thank yous as well before we go. We would love, of course, to thank the sponsors, because without any of them, this would not happen. We would not be able to bring you this event. So our thanks to Tata Group, to Adani, and to Infosys that really have been able to take this conversation right around the world using their technology. So, and also our thanks to Citigroup as well. So Citi for their sponsorship.
And thank you to our friends at the Taj Hotel here in London for all of their help and their hospitality and the delicious cakes.
Yes, they have kept us going throughout these 2 days. It's been a packed agenda. We have got through a lot. I hope it has been as useful, informative and insightful as we have found it. Do let us know, though, if there are things that you want to do differently, advice, suggestions, comments, thoughts about what you might like to see at the next event. Do let us know. We will do our best to make sure we can achieve that.
So our thanks to you for watching. Do stay with us, indiaglobalforum.com, and wherever you are in the world, whatever time it is, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you soon. And that's goodbye from us.
Bye-bye.